Hello once again, Denver, and hello once again, the audience all around the world, all staring here in Lakewood, Colorado, for the biggest match potentially in TF2 history. We've got Witness Gaming Europe coming all the way over from UK, Czechia, and Italy, facing off against G6. The champions here from the upper bracket looked so good earlier on, and now Witness EU, they're trying to fight back, and they're trying to do what no team has done since I-58, to topple the American champions. I'm here with Rumpus, I'm here with Delta. How are we feeling on this fine day?
Definitely really excited to see how this goes. It kind of seems like, I mean, it's part of the script. It was fated to be the EU-NA Grand Finals. I mean, I think a lot of people were expecting this kind of outcome. I mean, Froyo was definitely a consideration in the mix, but of looking at the EU performances in scrims and whatnot earlier on, they were looking like the favorites, and a lot of people predicted them to win this whole tournament.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how LAN goes. Usually, in my experience, unless there's a team that has just been absolutely dominant and has been seen in like recently playing against the internationals, the LANs always kind of don't go as you expect. But even with that being said, I did not expect this outcome, and so it's been so exciting to be able to see this.
So I want to talk a little bit about the game we've just had on. It was the two Witness teams. We had the Europeans against the Australians, and yesterday the Europeans, they looked pretty good. It was pretty comfortable, but this time around the Australians, they had some bite to them.
Mm-hmm.
They really took it long. It was close games. The 4-3 product, the 3-2 to close it out. I really thought that comeback was coming through. So if you're Witness Gaming now, does that do you think that has any effect? Does it help them that they battled on? They've shown what they're capable of, or is it the fact that they've shown some weakness perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to have some fight, especially knowing that you're playing against G6. I mean, you're not going to be able to just coast through. So being able to have that kind of experience and prevail does make things maybe a little easier. But yeah, I mean, you'd like to be beating the Australians a lot more comfortably, I think, to be pairing against G6, who are a much stronger team.
Well, I was getting word that it's been very short, but we're not doing the tournament, right? This is not a tournament, this is a tournament, and there is TF2 to be played, and there are players out getting ready to get onto the stage. Take it away, Sandblast. We've got teams coming right up.
And we're down to two teams. We have Witness Gaming EU flying thousands of miles, taking down plenty of teams, and leaving it with just G6 left as North America's finest and our defenders of our continent. We have 5 maps, just in case you guys don't know. There is no upper bracket advantage. So it is going to be a full best of 5. So all 5 maps are going to get played potentially. It's either going to be a 3-0, 3-2. It's just going to be amazing TF2 regardless. If you're watching from home, welcome. If you're watching from the venue, the energy is probably going to be amazing once the series begins. Other than that, we're going to get started super shortly. In terms of the maps, we're going to have the bans and picks shortly with probably the casters, where we do have Marmaloo and Tcmano, who are going to provide probably one of the best casts of the entire LAN, while G6 and Witness Gaming EU are going to have some of the best Team Fortress 2 we're going to see probably in a long time. So thanks everyone for watching in person, online. Shout out to Fireside and Physgun for hosting an amazing LAN. Froyo's having a great time pug scrimming. They're about to have the greatest match of all time, probably get played in the next 10 to 15 minutes here. I'm going to throw it over to 2 of the best casters that we have.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the grand finals of Physgun Fireside Denver 2025. It has taken us 3 days to get here, but we are finally at it. The culmination of so much work and effort for these teams, for the event organizers, everything. It all ends here, Marmaloo.
Oh yeah, the matches and series we've had leading up to this have been insane. The entire lower bracket, game 3, overtime, last minute, and so far the only team that really hasn't had any bleeding besides against the Balls LAN team, which unstoppable. G6 really hasn't shown much vulnerability, especially against the Europeans in that previous series. And with them being in the winners bracket, they have the ban advantage, which from what we've heard, we're most likely going to see Bagel, which is that that infamous map you hear about, but you never see because no one lets it in. So we get to see, is it the real deal? Does Europe have a plan? And they are going to want to start off hot, get some confidence, and get rolling.
No, yeah, they are going to be able to do that because, like you said, 2 maps being able to ban right off the trot, and after that, that's it. You know, there's going to be no more bans in there, so it's going to be complete control of how this Grand Finals goes for G6 right off the jump. And we got a little bit of a early interview with Bomo, you know, while he was walking around and, you know, getting his head in the game. And, you know, he was saying, like, you know, sometimes it can be a little bit a team that's slower to start. You know, maybe sometimes in the second half, like a G6, that's when they pick up their speed. Bagel being able to play that first potentially, if that's what they want to pick, that's going to give them all of the momentum immediately straight off the block.
Yeah, that's their home. They're ready for that. And the thing is, like, I am curious because we have not seen this entire land.
That's
if we were to
true.
look at the bans against G6, I think they have a 100% Bagel ban rate against them, like without a doubt.
Yeah.
And we've been seeing a lot of Viaduct and a lot of Bagel banned, but from what I've heard, G6 is going to have both bans, which means we're going to see both of those costs most likely on the table, which G6 has looked kind of untouchable on.
Yeah, they have looked really untouchable. And the thing is, for
loading.
product, we are loading into the first map, which it probably is going to be Bagel. But, you know, for product, even though we are, like you said, going to see that, and G6 have looked untouchable on it, at least for Witness Gaming EU, they have played that already in this tournament. They have a bit of practice. Sure, they haven't looked super good on it themselves, but at least maybe they have something to work on and go into this Grand Finals match on product with some type of knowledge about. But Bagel, they've been banning it against everyone just in general. They haven't had any practice on it, so going into this, it's going to be a cold take for them.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, especially because they just lost to the Australians on the map. And I've heard that Viaduct has been like, they've been the Viaduct team in Europe. And G6 now has become the Viaduct team in the world. So I'm curious to see where they're going to take the second map. It's probably going to be something like a process or something on that page. Maybe a goalie wash if that goes through. But it's going to be a tough place in this big band because we're going to see Bagel, we're going to see Viaduct. They did not look great on Metalworks, and there's some other maps they already beat Witness Gaming EU on. So hopefully they had some time last night to look at some demos. But with that quick turnaround, I don't know if they're that prepared.
Yeah, no, that's another thing. I mean, they just finished their game versus Witness Gaming Australia a couple of minutes ago. It'll probably feel like for them, you know, because sure, they got to be feeling good that they beat Witness Gaming Australia. But like you said, it wasn't a super dominant win. I mean, a lot of people were expecting EU to take it in 2 maps. I mean, you guessed that at least Australia would get 1 map, so you're a little bit more on the nose than everyone else. But still, they were probably thinking, all right, we can beat Australia. It'll be a good, nice warm-up, and then we can focus on G6. But they almost weren't going to be in this Grand Finals.
Yeah, EU wins Australia's map pick, and then they go on their own, and they lose it. I don't know what's been happening at this land. No one can seem to win their map pick. It's just been flipped every single time. But I think that just shows how close some of these teams are, and just the unfamiliarity on what maps people are good on versus you, and you pick your comfort map, and it's like, oh, they're also good at this one. But I really want to see, I think the most important matchup in this series is going to be those medics. Lolguy, I think, by far has shown as the best medic at the event. A lot of these other medics have had a lot of slip-ups, like Otto looking a little bit better, but like Lau, Otto, Hubada, all having their own moments of weakness, of drops, getting caught out. But Lolguy is just the constant rock and really the engine that allows G6 to play their playstyle, which is a lot more passive, a lot more spammy, and just try and get at us. We're going to be able to absorb that aggression and kill.
Ooh, apparently we do have the official list of map pick bans, so even though we're pretty confident that Bagel is going to be one of them, we can get it confirmed and shown for all of y'all, and as it is, like a G6, immediately pick Bagel after their 2 initial map bans of Snakewater and Sunshine. Then, as you called Marmaloo, Witness Gaming EU, they pick Process. Then we're going to go to Product, Gully, and then, as it seems to be a lot of times, Metalworks is the decider.
Yeah, and the thing is, with there being 7 maps in the pool, you are playing whatever map you want. There's not much choice. It's they banned the maps they didn't want to see, which is those more spaced out, slower maps with a lot of room to work with. The only one left that really is kind of that outline is a Process. The other maps like Bagel, that is chaotic. That is a spam map. That the thing that G6 does so well on this map is they're not as massive on like the house pressure. It is entirely on they control the point the best as anyone, and the spam and damage that comes out from everyone just makes it impossible for the demo and scout to work. And I'm curious to see how Lucas and Tomas kind of deal with that.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting because, like you said, sometimes you can just focus on the flank shoves, but they're just so dominant on the point. And, I mean, the point on Bagel is such a fascinating thing because it caps so quickly. Obviously, they decreased it a little bit, but it's still a fast cap, and being able to play the point well is such an essential thing because you can sneak a cap out even without having to use Uber or necessarily having player advantage just by coordinating some spam, getting the damage off, forcing the other team to go back. Then you get onto the point, you might be able to capture it up. So, like you said, the medic's going to be very, very interesting. I'm also interested to see how Tomas and Chris individually play this because a good pocket scout focusing the point, blocking it, can be very, very helpful as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of important matchups and just how the European meta has evolved. I have not seen too many games of this, but what we're going to be seeing is we're going to see Kobe in that his own left house, and it's going to be a lot on that flank of are they going to be able to pressure, as I'm sure people have seen and heard. You do not want to fight Kobe in just a straight 1v1. Even a 2v1, he's probably getting his man, and it's going to be a little bit daunting to go for. But this map should be an explosive opener. I think the main thing we're going to see a lot is, like, with those medics, what you're going to see a lot of times, as soon as you have the time advantage, if a fight's not going in your favor, you're just going to all go for the med. And you can see that a lot. G6 is really good about it's not going our way, and they just flip the switch. Everyone goes in, tries to kill the med, especially when you have time advantage on this map. With the point being so important, if you have Uberad and you stand on the point, compared to Viaduct, people can run away. You can't do that same thing on Bagel. It's punishing.
No, you really can't. And we already saw them play Product, and obviously Bagel isn't the exact same thing as Product, but they were making mistakes. They were making slip-ups. They weren't looking super dominant, and you know, they picked the map. Witness Gaming Australia were able to walk away with the win there and really catch them off guard too many times, and hopefully they'll be able to go back, try and figure out what was going wrong. Sometimes in those posts, they just weren't able to have good positioning after the Uber fights, and sometimes Uber, it can be used well, but you can also get into a little bit of a trap here on Bagel with sometimes going for the Uber or trying to play around it too much, and all of a sudden, you've just immediately lost the point.
Yeah, but we're just looking at this pregame. I'm excited to see. No, we're all good. But just going into this map, it is going to be very exciting. And I think if EU kind of needs to win this map, I think. And it's going to be a tougher, at least need to have a good showing.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see. It's like one of those things with Australia, I think they just needed to see a win in their favor.
Yeah.
And that's all it takes sometimes. You need to see that, okay, we can do this. We are at that level. Because just mentally, it's like we haven't been really close to this team. We haven't shown the ability, and you want to get off confident, and you want to have G6 maybe be a little bit more scared of you.
Yeah, and it's also going to be very difficult for Witness Gaming EU because on something like any 5CP map, even if they lose the first 2 rounds like super duper quick, they get mid to lasted or something bad like that from their perspective, they at least have the opportunity to slow the game down. Like maybe they can just stalemate on last to second or second to mid, and even if they're not in a good position, they can at least mentally reset themselves a little bit and try and focus up. But here on Bagel, on Koff, they have to be going the whole way through. There's not a lot of time for them to really calm down. They've got to be focused from the get-go.
Yeah, and I think they get 1 tack pause a map. I'm surprised the lack of usage of that. I think at the last big LAN, the Philly LAN, the RGL Philly LAN, pauses were crazy. Like, I think it's partially because of Vanny. Like, when I was playing on G6, we also paused. Like, every round was a pause. There
was a lot of it.
We have not seen, we've seen so few of them, especially from these European and Australian teams. They don't use them at all. And G6, I wouldn't be surprised to see very few of them. But the silver lining for a team like WGEU is you are not going to see a sniper that much on this map.
That's
Bot mode,
true. That's
very good
very
sniper,
true.
and EU has shown that they're not the biggest fans of running a sniper. They have switched to it to change it up, but overall, I think they're probably happy with the ability to just kind of cookie cutter 6v6, run at each other. But I think it's all going to be on this first mid and how they're going to deal with this house pressure. Are they going to be able to stand up to that spam, sync up some aggression? And I just want to see how the metagame of Europe is compared to NA for this map.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they play it. Obviously, Witness Gaming EU, they're trying so hard to do what they have not been able to. You know, they went against Freyotech last time. They lost out to them. Sure, they beat Freyotech this time, which was maybe technically their goal if they thought Freyotech was going to be first. But now they still want to beat North America. They still want to claim themselves as the best. They've got to do it against Leica G6. And so far, G6 have proved to be that Freyotech, to be that super dominant team in the group stages, in playoffs, only losing one map this entire tournament. It's going to be very difficult for them. And I do agree that they need to have a very strong showing on Bagel. The other thing they could do is just immediately lose. Just put no mental, I mean, they shouldn't.
Just check out. Just go. Just whatever.
I mean, it could be good for their mental, because the worst thing is, I think, if they try super hard and they get nothing, because then they're going to be super duper dejected. But if they write this one off from the get-go, obviously now it can be fun from our perspective to watch, but that could at least save some kind of mental power. Like, all right, we didn't really try. We knew we were going to lose this. We're going to go on to our map pick, and we're going to hit the ground running.
That'd be an interesting grand final strategy. Be like, you know what? Throw map one. We don't need it.
We don't need it. We don't need it.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully they don't do it. But, you know, that is also the other thing, is that there's got to be a part of them saying, all right, this is Bagel. It's their map pick, and it's a map that we haven't been playing. We haven't been practicing. They've got to at least have some type of expectation to it's going to be a bit difficult.
What if this is like the biggest long con of all time? They're actually the greatest Bagel team we've ever seen, and they just were waiting for this exact moment. But as we kind of get close to this game starting, what are your predictions for this match?
Oh, I mean, that would be an amazing long con, but I don't think that's what's been happening.
Like a week long, just not playing.
Yeah. Just absolutely avoiding it. But I'm going to say it's going to be like a G6. I don't think that's too big of a surprise. I'm going to say 4-1. I was thinking 4-2, but I think G6 are just going to be too
good. You were
good.
going for the 4-0 throw?
Yeah.
See that one? I'm going to say, I don't want to copy you, but I'll say 4-2 for G6. But it's going to be a tough road for WGU. And this is one of those maps, like, once you get behind, catching up on time is so hard because you have to play the point. If you want to back up and not get killed, they're going to stand on the point. And it's going to be a lot of seeing these players' interactions. There's 3 real lanes that are happening throughout the fight, rather than Viaduct where it's 1 or 2. Who do you think is the standout player to watch on both these teams for a win?
Ooh, for a win? I mean, the medics is always fascinating because, like you said, especially on Bagel where it's so hard to survive.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, King of a Hill anyways, and also Bagel as well. Even without the threat of Sniper, there's just so much spam coming in, all the bombs, it's chaos. I would have to say, though, from the side of Leica G6, I'm going to be looking at Soapy Meister. I mean, maybe it's a cop-out, but he can just do wonders, just bombing around, being a nuisance. And then on the other side, on Witness Gaming EU, I'm really looking at, honestly, the scouts, Tomas and Ixie. I think if they're able to shut down the soldiers, and especially for Ixie, if he's able to go behind, get behind, be a nuisance, and kind of disrupt Leica G6's game plan, they might have a shot.
Yeah, I think the most important fight we're gonna see on this map is that the Kobe versus Hugo matchup in that house. Because if they can, Kobe just stands in that house and he spams point. He's gonna hit that demo for a lot of damage. And if you can't pressure him, get him a little scared, he's just going to pump out 300 DPM, not having to move at all. And it's gonna be a lot on that matchup, and I also think it's gonna be a lot on Otto. Otto, I think he's shown a little bit better today, but in some of the previous matchups, he was definitely looking like the weak link in this. And it's very hard to win when your medic's dead more than the other one. It's a very easy idea, but having medic alive usually means you win game. Just, pretty bold statement.
Just generally. I mean, like, there's sometimes, I mean, there was the Balls game where, I mean, they still lost, but it was still incredibly close. It was incredibly close, even with their medic dying so often. So it shows that you can still be competitive sometimes, but obviously it's not going to be ideal for Witness Gaming EU. And it's going to be difficult, especially when you're going against someone like Logai, like he said, who is notorious for just being able to stay alive. He's got the movement, he's got the knowledge, he's got the game sense to just be able to out-juke, but do it to an extent where he's not completely baiting his team. Because like that's something that medics can fall into the trap of. You stayed alive, but you've bait your team. You've dropped everyone in the Uber. Now you're in a much worse position if you just committed, with your team.
Yeah, I think another thing we're going to look at is, this is brought up a bunch of times, is the difference between Logan and Lucas.
Yeah.
Logan is we've described it as like a constant. He's always there in the right place, making the right play. While Lucas, similar to Habib, he can overheat. He can go all the way in and either absolutely feed and do something crazy, or he's going to get a 3K. And G6 has literally practiced for years against that playstyle of Habib. And it seems like it's kind of translating 1-to-1, and it's going to be on Lucas and the rest of that team to be able to create a nice environment for Lucas to thrive and be that kind of anchor for them in this fight.
No, I definitely agree. Lucas definitely has that kind of that star power with him, that ability to just go in kind of like Habib and just immediately,
Just a lot quieter than Habib physically.
Yes.
When Lucas does it, he goes like, scout is piped. Habib is screaming. Habib is saying profanity.
Yelling. You can yell him, you can hear him all the way across the venue.
It's the best in the games where there was the delay and you just hear a scream and you're like, all right, switch to Habib.
You know something's happening.
You
You hear him yell, like, get something, and just immediately switch to his game, and it's the most amazing air pipe you ever saw.
No, we were talking, it's like, I think next LAN, we should just strap a GoPro to him and just have that be a B stream. We don't need anything else, just like Habib cam.
The entire time.
Really bad mic, really bad GoPro, and just hear pure Habib unfiltered.
It's just the whole entire time. And I mean, that is something to talk about. As we are going to go live, a lot of these players have experience playing on LAN, but it can be different, especially it can be very hard to hear your teammates with all the noise, but hopefully they're going to be able to do exactly that as we are going live.
Yeah, on that note, let's get some noise from the crowd, show that we're hyped for this series. But getting to this first mid, we are going to see both demos rolling out. I'm very curious to see, are we going to see some aggression? We're going to see the battalions back up from Poppy. This is an interesting strategy because he's going to be anchoring this left house. He's not going to be rocket jumping that much. He's going to be trying to build up this battalions and constantly create an advantage. This is a weapon that Europe has banned because they said it's too broken. We have not seen it until now, really.
Yeah, so that's going to be maybe a game changer if they're able to use it effectively already. However, like a G6 have so much cap time on the point, we are going to see Kobe very weak and have to wait for an arrow. It's going to be Soapy Meister in behind as well in the backline. It's just going to be a little bit of a nuisance, but it is going to be like a G6 with the first cap. Going to be a bomb coming in over onto Logan, getting a little bit of damage. Hugo in the backlines right now, not committing. Poppy, however, does go down. Going to be player ad for like a G6.
Yeah, the thing about the battalion, the Uber coming out on the side of, or on G6 to try to get forward. Kobe on the flank, so much damage. The force should be coming out soon from Otto. Kobe gets cleaned up, and Otto and the rest of Europe at Witness Gaming has kind of dealt with that pressure, and they are retaking this point. With that being said, it's going to be on G6 to constantly stagger and stall this point out. They are going to be trading their lives, but hopefully getting a force. They're going to get 2 picks, Logan coming up big, and it's going to force the side of WG to not. They do cap it, which delays all the spawners. Look how late the spawn for Lucas is compared to Logan. They died at the same time. That is going to allow for a refight and kind of a force opportunity for G6. They're just pressuring this cap so hard. Eventually, Otto is going to have to pop, or they're going to lose this point.
Yeah, they're trying so hard to keep control of it, and like a G6 are just eking out more and more cap time at the moment. They're not committing just quite yet. They might be able to cap it right now. They're so close. They're just barely holding on to it. Chris standing on the point bot mode, just getting a little bit aggressive, maybe trying to see if they go for anything. Luke is very, very weak, one pipeable, and they're just managing to hold on just barely. G6 taking a lot of damage. Low guy maybe taking a pipe, gonna have to back up, and it is still gonna be Witness Gaming EU in control of the point.
I am so impressed of how they held that without a demo. They kept that point the entire time, and the times are even. Now Ubers are going to be in this scenario. The cap flips, and now it's on G6 to sit here. Tomas going down means the main engine of this push on point is down. Kobe pushing through the house, not being quiet. Soapy pressuring, and this is what we're seeing from G6. So much pressure to big bomb and a force. That is such a good force. Now they're going to have to overextend for this Uber. The Uber going to get popped out from G6, and they're trying to look around to kill these players behind. Uber actually not getting that much, and the players are allowed to kind of surround G6 here.
Yeah, they might be able to find one onto Chris. They are, and they're going in super deep here. Tomas trying to see if they can find anything. Luke is just annihilating Logan. And are they going to catch Logan? He gets it! Hugo gets onto Logan. That's going to be huge. Bot mode cleans up Hugo, but the damage has already been done. They're okay to give him the extended respawn. Like the G6 are going to have the much faster spawners, but it is going to be point control for Witness Gaming EU.
Yeah, so the main kind of matchup you're going to see in this map is Uber out on the side of Witness Gaming EU. That is a clock for G6 to either get the point or start a fight. The longer they take, the closer the Uber's going to come, and once that takes over, the fight is over. Sophie and Kobe instantly having some aggression in. Kobe in on the demo, going to get cleaned up. Great job from the side of WGEU, but some trades coming out, and it all goes in favor of EU. And Poppy up behind, getting the pick on low guy. They need to keep auto up, and that will basically convert them.
Oh, Hugo! Oh my god. That was so close with the melee out. I mean, when projectiles don't work, you still got your trusty melee, and that was almost enough to take down Otto. Luckily for Witness Gaming EU, he is going to be able to stay alive, and Witness Gaming EU giving Leica G6 a run for their money, still having control of the cap time. They're so close to taking it out, but they've got this Uber to use at a moment's notice. Sophie is going to trade out with Poppy. Going to be a little bit better for Leica G6 if they have the better spawn, but Lucas getting onto Logan. That's going to be a down demo, and now if you're Leica G6, you got to think about maybe trying to get that Uber Force out from Otto. There's only less than a minute left before they take the first round in this grand finals.
Yeah, and right now, Witness Gaming EU is looking lights out on this map, and we're seeing them all forward, not letting them get in free completely, getting a lot of damage on these soldiers. I'd love to see them do something with this damage, but they're completely fine. They're going to play it safe, and it's saying, you need to be able to break the stalemate. They're going to both take up on Uber, but so much damage from Poppy. That is going to stall so much of this fight. There's no presence in one of those houses anymore. Sophie's weak, and Lucas is able to just stand on this point. That damage from Kobe is missing, meaning Logan has free reign to kind of just walk around and out-damage Logan.
Like at G6, they finally have their Uber, and they have all their players. Now they can try and go for an Uber exchange. You're going to see Chris running across the point. Is going to be able to force out the Uber from Witness Gaming. Now, it's kind of looking a little bit better for them. They're going to have to rush back and meet up with everyone, and now they have to get time onto the point. It's going to be overtime for Witness Gaming EU. Nice pick onto Tomas. We're seeing a big bomb coming in from Hugo, wrapping all the way around. This is going to get both soldiers, actually, and they are going to be able to cap it up, but do they want to get the extended spawns? Seems like everyone on Leica G6 is just falling. Oh my god, onto Logan. Nice rocket from Hugo. He's going insane at the moment. Logai disconnected. And I think this first round is, oh my, just walks into that. And I think unless one of these respawners from Leica G6, oh, he just misses the air shot. But still, the first round for Witness Gaming EU.
If I'm G6, I'm going to take a pause here. You need to see what's been going on. And I think this might have been the long con. WGEU hiding the strats and the dominance. They pull out the battalions. I thought that was their strategy. Poppy died instantly, switched off. And we're actually see Toe checking maybe for crits or something. He was on Spy. I'm curious to see if that's going to be something we're going to see in the future from maybe WGEU. But right now, I want to see how is G6 going to adapt. In this, the macro game, EU did such a good job in getting this first mid right away. Poppy aggro in that house, and they're taking some space on this point.
Yeah, they are taking a little bit of space. The cap isn't up just quite yet, but like the G6 have a little bit more territorial control. Going back and forth, Poppy to actually taking a lot of damage is going to have to back up Logan, just playing the point right now, just trying to get some stickies to allow his scouts to play on top of the point. Tomas, very aggressive actually, just trying to see if he can pick off anyone on one of these side houses and coordinate some damage, but Witness Gaming EU, they have so much cap time. They're so close to kicking it up. A lot of weak players on like it G6 just having to back it up. The spam game has been really impressive, and with Chris being the first one to fall, that might be enough. Logan very weak as well, is also going to go down, and that is going to be enough for Witness Gaming EU to take the first mid.
Yeah, Witness Gaming EU has just looked dominant. I don't think anybody saw that coming, and this is going to be a punch in the face, and this is going to be what they need. G6 is now going to be kind of a little flustered, I think. This was the map they believed was just a nice way to start this series. In WGEU, they are shocking right now. Sophie trying to break this portal. Gonna get, ooh, nice bow from Logai. Actually gonna keep him up, and he is able to break out of this portal. Even Ubers are up, and we need to see, are we gonna need to see another Uber from Chris that is just a solo scout Uber that struggles to get some value, or are we gonna see some house pressure?
Gonna have to see Kobe getting a little bit aggressive as Chris comes in with the Uber, gonna be launching it in, tries to get the counter force out, not gonna be able to do so just yet. Otto holding on very, very late to it, and now here comes the revenge from Tomas. Actually, no, they're not gonna go with it just quite yet. They're just gonna be happy to stay, keep control at the point. They find one onto Kobe. The cap does come in, but now the mulching begins. We're just rushing forward. Tomas, he gets 4-5 onto Logan and Chris. Logan just desperately trying to get out, should be able to head out to safety, but Witness Gaming EU looking so good at the moment.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the soldier in the corner. They're entirely banking on the fact that G6 is going to be breaking out of this far left side, which they look like they're correct right now. Actually, the side of G6 is actually going to bust out this right side. Some stickies coming in, but they're going to get through the door. A lot of damage coming out, but Poppy and the rest of them going to be backing up. Kobe's going to get picked off, meaning that they're going to have a good opportunity to kind of reset. That scout getting traded out, and everything's still in the favor of WGU. The only advantage is that G6 has a very, very, very slight...
Hugo from behind. Hugo, he gets the force. Oh my god, I don't think they're going to be able to get anything with this action though. They are going to get Thomas, so it's not terrible for Leica G6. They are going to be at massive Uber disad, but they still might. They have all their players up. They can try and do a forward hold here and maybe get a very bad Uber out from Witness Gaming.
Yeah, the thing that G6 has always been really, really good about is not giving this planet for free. And that just really hasn't been seen. They've been getting pressured out. But with Uber Disad, you either need to sack right away or stall this point out. And right now, WGU's been doing a great job. A lot of damage onto Auto. Auto milking it, gonna be forced to pop. And this Uber is going to end up getting Logan most likely. Soapy going down as well. Logan living for a very, very long time, and Logan's actually going to be able to get out somehow, and Toe is going to get flipped. Bomo cleaning up that kill, and that Uber's been absolutely blundered. A lot of damage onto Auto as well, going to force the rest of that team out. The point should be flipped back in favor of G6 onto Logai. The Rockets are not connecting, and just unfortunate Uber just not controlling that Logan kill.
Yeah, if they got Logan, that could have been really good for them, but Logan managing to survive there was so crucial, and now they're trying to force their way in. Witness Gaming are back out from their little house area. They are going to get back, but we do have something on the field. We didn't think we were going to see anything special, but Witness Gaming have been delivering. Can they deliver a little bit more? We have a decloak right in. Oh my god, he turns around, he still gets the force. That is going to be worth it for Witness Gaming. They are going to be 100% okay with that. Sure, a drop would have been amazing, but the force with only losing one is going to be a-okay.
I think EU's been hiding. I don't think we've seen a spy like once. They were hiding the ultimate strats for Grands, and they have time advantage right now. They have Uber advantage right now. Once again, it's going to be on G6. Can they be proactive? And they are. They're pushing entirely behind. One of the scouts completely taking a 1v1 on the flank, grabbing the pack. Gonna get killed anyways. Ixie coming up large, but the soldiers from G6 getting 2 kills, 3 kills, 1 more onto Poppy. And the rest of WG is going to have to end up leaving with their Uber ad. Sophie in gets it!
Oh my god, Sophie Meister onto Otto with the drop, and that has completely nullified any momentum that Witness Gaming EU had. Like a G6 have been able to whittle this time down to under a minute. I don't know what they had at the start, but it was definitely in the favor of Witness Gaming. Like a G6 showing up, and maybe it took them a round and a half, but they are here now to finally play. We're going to see Kobe over on the right side getting spammed out a little bit as Witness Gaming walks through. They're going to get a pick on the Poppy though, which is going to be great for them. So much damage onto Hugo. No soldiers for Witness Gaming. That's going to make it so much more difficult to try and get the force out from Lil Guy.
And just a great play. This has been 2.5 minutes straight for G6. On a map like Bagel, it's so often that the point flips, and they're just not giving any opportunities. They still have Uber at 20 seconds on the line. This Uber's going to be ticking up at the last second, but they need to take ground. If G6 sees Auto too far forward, they can pull that trigger and Uber straight in, but they are completely fine resetting to neutral and saying, take this point from us. We want to see if you can do it. And they're doing Logan kind of go forward. A lot of damage out. Auto is just barely popping, getting close to dropping. Chris trying to cause some pressure behind, gets onto the soldier. A lot of damage on the flank. Lucas going to get the kill in house. Damage onto Bobo. Bobo going to end up leaving, but the point is still in favor of G6. Soapy behind. Going to try and pull some players, but right now, if I'm G6, I'd want to see some plays.
Oh
they're going to clean up Lucas, Toe, Hugo. It's just going to end up being Poppy and Ixie left against 5, and it's going to go in favor of G6.
G6 getting around on the board, and it was looking so difficult early on in the beginning of that round that they were able to turn it back and make it a tie game.
Bot Mode was saying they do start slow, and after a minute into that round, they looked exactly how we've seen. And this is the team that everyone's been avoiding. I want to see, was that just a role they were on, or is this going to be a constant trend? Does WGEU have a plan to counteract this?
We're going to have to see as we go live on the very next mid. Logan just going to be firing some stickies across the way. Otto taking a bit of damage early. Going to have to wait, go up for a pack. A little bit of scuffle over to house. Poppy going to win that one. And then that early player advantage is going to be so good for Witness Gaming. They can just kind of force like a G6 back. So many weak players. Hugo doing so much damage onto Logai. Going to force him back for the pack. And that's going to send everyone back. Kobe is just barely going to be able to get out. Hugo does go down. But Chris now going in onto a scout with bot mode. They get 2. And now they should be able to immediately try and repush this.
Yeah, missed opportunity from Hugo. Hugo could have very, very easily gone in and gone on that mid, but it just did not happen. The rest of G6 trying to still battle for this point, but EU has the point. They're going to take up on Uber, and it looks like they're going to end up allowing this flip to occur with some spawners coming back in.
Yeah, they're gonna allow the flip to occur, but it's okay for Witness because they do have Uber to try and use at a moment's notice, but with Tomas going down like that, it's not gonna spell good things if they want to try and take the Uber exchange. They do still have Ixie, actually a very weak Sophie is gonna have to jump out to safety. Chris playing very aggressive out of the point, doing so much damage onto Lucas, who might fall into the rocket coming in. Oh, the bleed damage from Bomo. He gets another onto Hugo as well. Bomo on a 5K at the moment, and he wants more. Might be able to get it onto the medic. He gets a 6K, a 7K for Bomo. 8K for Bomo!
On the big stage, he comes alive, and he gets 8 straight, just completely sealing the deal for his team, and just wiping the floor with WGEU. And with that being said, 30% ad once again in favor of G6. And Logan watching a sneaky trap here. He's not going to end up getting the combo, but someone on the flank may go there a little late. But the side of WGU, they're going to take their time, take this ground, and their flank kind of pushing forward, getting some space, but a lot of damage coming out. Hugo very, very weak, going to have to leave, and the power shifts back into G6's favor, and they're able to control this point.
They are able to control it for just a little while longer. A lot of pressure coming out from Witness Gaming over in the house as they're kind of getting stuffed a little bit by the combined powers of the flank. And here comes a fadeaway soldier bomb landing on the demo, doing a lot of damage onto Lucas. Luckily, he catches a sticky or an arrow to keep alive. But here comes the Uber aggressively from Chris, chasing in super deep, trying to get in onto the combo of Witness. Not really finding anything, actually. And now it is going to be Uber advantage for Witness, and especially with that pick onto Logan. This is the best position they've looked in this round.
Yeah, Poppy was behind, gets 2 picks. Hugo now pressuring the flank, gonna get another. Bobo going down. It's gonna be on Sophie, trying to get in, cleaned up very easily. It is just Chris and Logai left, and Chris is gonna end up trying to leave. And once again, the situation has flipped. Point in favor of WGEU along with an Uber ad. So now we need to see, is G6 gonna opt for a Force? Are they gonna opt for a potential point pressure? Or are we gonna see WGEU pull this trigger? They're playing towards that top platform. They're kind of reading the push out from G6 in this top door and stuffing it out. They're still trying to force their way through. Sophie taking a lot of damage, having a rough time, but Kobe cleaning up Poppy. Sophie should be getting cleaned up any second now, but he pulls everybody back, and that's going to allow G6 to get through the doors and Kobe to kind of solidify himself in that right house.
Yeah, really great stuff from Sophie, just buying his team so much space with that play. And now, like a G6, they can start to try and work the point. Actually, Kobe, very weak, is going to be taken down before he has the opportunity to meet back up to safety. Lucas, very aggressive across the point, just trying to fire those pipes and hits one onto Logan. That's going to be so good for Witness Gaming, because now, with Bomo going down as well, they do have Uber, but it's not going to be worth it to use. They lose another in Sophie, so they're just going to have to back up, wait for the respawners. Luckily, this is Bagel. It's not too long for the respawners, especially when you don't have the point, but still, that is more and more time off the clock, and Witness Gaming have been able to equalize the time.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting fight now. It's kind of the opposite of what happened last round. WGEU has just looked dominant for the past minute or so, and they're just going to be playing close on this door. Poppy not getting any space up, and just absolutely crunched in that doorway. With Bagel being a map that's not as, you do not need to be there as heavy as on something like Viaduct, where they can still forward hold with Poppy being down. They're just going to have to give a little more space. But G6 happy to take at least one trade that's going to allow for them to kind of keep going through this door. But every time they're going to be losing someone, it's going to be more and more time off this clock, and they don't have any time to work with there.
They do not. It's less than 40 seconds before Witness Gaming EU take another round. They're going to be going in with the Uber. They exchange over on the point. A little bit better for like a G6. They used a lot later than Witness Gaming did. And they're going to have a bit of space on the point to try and work with. And they're going to be playing it around Poppy, trying to shove the flank. Gets shoved himself. Is not going to be able to trade. Both soldiers down, but it's going to be traded right away. 2 down on each team for the moment. No demo for like a G6. Might favor Witness Gaming. As you can see, the scouts try to play this point, not have to worry about any stickies whatsoever. Lucas still up, just going to be firing some across the way. Logai taking a bit of damage, can't play super far forward, maybe at risk of just catching a pipe, being taken out of the equations, and they cap it up just based off that damage alone.
Yeah, and there's no Ubers on the table. It's going to be a pure raw DM fight. Can they get the pressure? Can they get the cap? Sophie's going to come in very, very high, baiting off on the flank, once again getting behind, and it's going to create a lot of space. Kobe doing some damage, but the rest of the team going to be trading out 2 for 2. Bomo in on the flank, going to clean up another kill. The Uber is up for Otto, and it's just going to be Otto and Tomas left alone, and they're going to be completely fine with the situation resetting. They're going to have better spawns. With that really late death from Bomo and Kobe, that's going to allow for them to get a 4v6, and it's going to be a lot lot on the pressure of Logan and Chris to be able to take a trade and buy time for those spawners to get back.
It is so hard to be in the position that like a G6 is, because when you're trying to defend this point, and the other team has overtime, and they just have faster spawns, but getting a hit onto Lucas is a great way to start it. They're still going to have Ubers exchange across the point. Thomas is running in so deep to just see if he can find anyone at all, but he falls as well, and it seems like a G6 might be able to hold on. They find another onto Poppy. The question here for Witness Gaming is, can they make sure Otto gets out? Seems like Otto has been able to stay alive, so with 20 seconds left, that's going to be enough time for them to get all the respawners. There's going to be no Ubers in play for this next fight, which is going to decide who wins this round.
A little scenario there. Lokai in a really tough situation and gets out of that, meaning they're still going to have this medic. 4 seconds, they're going to need to force a point touch, and whoever touches that point is going to explode, even if they can. Poppy in, taking so much damage. Lokai may end up going down, but it's going to be too much. 2 players up, left on WGU, and G6 get another rail on the board. And this is looking great form for both teams.
This is looking super incredibly close. I mean, Witness Gaming have to be feeling super disheartened by that, because they were in the perfect position to try and take another round. But if you're like a G6, you also got to be, a little bit scared, because this is close. This is the map that everyone thought was just a shoo-in for like a G6, and Witness Gaming are trying to hold their own. We're going to have to see who is going to be able to respond as we go in onto the next mid.
Yeah, once again, usually how these mids are going to work is people kind of poke around, but nothing gets serious until that point unlocks. Poppy going to play close on that door, but Soapy and Kobe focusing more on that point spam, trying to get some pressure onto Lucas, and Lucas taking a lot of damage already means that it's going to be difficult to fight for this point. Lucas is already on the back, but everyone getting re-healed up. The point just a constant battle, a lot more damage. Kobe in the house, the flank being pushed, 2v2 in the house, Kobe going down. Chris going to be going, or bot mode going to be going down, and it's going to go in favor on the side of WGEU.
It is
and
Poppy from behind, getting onto Logai. Now, as long as they can keep Otto alive, which they should be able to, this is going to be very great. Poppy might go down, which is going to be unfortunate, especially because they've now just capped. He's going to have the longer respawn, but still, they're going to have a very big Uber advantage, control of the point. They're not going to be able to get in positions for a forward hold, especially with Poppy being taken down, but a great way to start this round for Witness Gaming.
One thing we haven't seen is kind of like a super aggro point, like through one of the house's Uber. But with that Uber, it's going to force something like this happen. Soapy's going forward. Kobe and Bomo going forward as well. Kobe going to get picked up. Bomo weak. Soapy down. Bomo's going to get one. He's going to taunt and going to get cleaned up. I don't know if that's the position to be doing that in, but he's feeling himself as he should. But the Uber does end up getting forced onto from Otto, and it's going to be an Uber advantage for G6 now.
It's going to be Uber advantage for like a G6. They're just going to be waiting until they have all of their respawners before they try and go in with this. They're already taking a little bit of space over in yard. Getting a nice early pick onto Hugo is going to be a great way to open things up. And they just have to make sure that they heal up Kobe now as they get onto the point. Logan, they're getting a lot of cap time. They might be able to take this for free. Witness Gaming have to try and block it, but no, it's actually going to be a free take for like a G6, and they still have Uber to boot.
Yeah, just that point flipping. It's going to be curious. How does WGU handle this? They're going to wait for that Uber to tick up. And are we going to see another house pressure? It worked last time. Soapy actually playing more towards the point. Going to go rotating the house. Both teams playing around this point, waiting for aggression to occur. And here comes WGU trying to battle for this point, taking that side. And we're just waiting for that Uber to eventually get popped off. But they're getting so much cap time, it's going to put a lot of pressure on G6 to pop in eventually. And there it goes. The Uber trade coming out. It is going to look like it's in favor for WGU a little bit. Player behind Soapy, a lot of damage, gonna get cleaned up most likely by the scout here. Oh, that was very close. Tomas getting that pick, but the point still is for G6. They're gonna want to stall it out. Lucas with a kill on a Kobe, and the rest of G6 is gonna have to leave. The cutoff on a Logai with a big surf. Hugo's still going to chase this exit, gonna get some damage. Poppy coming.
Oh my God! There was no way Logai was leaving that alive, but the air shot is insult to injury for like a G6. It is, but we do actually have Sir in off class up on the field of bot mode. Bomo is trying to take things into his hands once again, just trying to see if maybe someone who's speaking a little bit too aggressively can maybe catch out maybe the demo if they're peaked up like that. But it seems like a G6 just want to try and bust in. They are going to be able to get a little bit of space here. They've been able to get in cleanly. They haven't lost anyone just quite yet, and actually going to be shoving the house Poppy very entire week is going to go down to FOMO, and that's gonna, with that player ad, they're just going to rip actually the Uber in like Loga is going to be caught. They get onto him. Nice pipes from Lucas. They find Chris as well. Can they keep everyone else alive? They're on the wrong side of the map. There's two soldiers over in house, Soapy and Kobe. What can they do here? They're over around the point. Kobe just getting launched up around, trying to get for this pick onto the soldier. No, not going to happen. And that was a really good aggressive Uber from Witness Gaming.
Yeah, I think the main thing that's struggling is Kobe's just not having the soldiers from G6 just not having great games. The house is, you can tell house control based on that KD, and Soapy trying to get some pressure through, getting a lot of damage onto Lucas. Lucas gonna get some help from the rest of his team, allowing them to get out, but so much damage onto Hugo. Everybody on WGEU gonna get out. The point is going to get a lot of cap for G6. Hopefully someone from WGEU can be there, but the cap has flipped. No Uber's quite up. Soapy causing some chaos. A lot of damage. Another player behind. Kobe in on the demo. Gonna get some damage cleaned up. But with all that being said,
oh, Bomo! Bomo onto Auto! He just runs through house, no fear, gets onto the medic. Insane stuff from Bomo. He's been playing absolutely out of his mind right now. We have to worry though, because there is someone trying to do something similar. Rushing in onto Logai, gets the force. Really great stop from Tomas there. And that is gonna alleviate a little bit of the damage that was just inflicted on Witness Gaming.
Chris with a lot of damage, wanted to get something out of Uber, and he's gonna trade his life for it. A little too aggressive. WGEU is gonna take that pick and keep pushing forward. Poppy gonna get traded out from Kobe, which means that we're gonna most likely see another battle on point. Kobe cleaned up. WGEU gonna take this fight onto Logan, a lot of damage. Trades coming out, Soapy trying to make something happen. It's gonna be 3v3, and a huge play from Bobo, getting 2 down.
Oh, Bobo! Auto.
Sends his forehead straight into Lucas and just takes him out with him. The lock and load just being Lucas's demise as well, apparently.
It is Auto doing very, very well to be able to stay alive there. As such of it, it is still going to be a very, very slight Uber advantage for Witness Gaming. I don't know if they know because Auto wasn't healing for a little bit, so they might play it as even, and I think they are. Logai already at 84%, around about super close to 100, but with less than 40 seconds on the clock for both teams, it is going to go down to the wire as we do have a bomb coming in from Poppy onto Logai. Gets so much damage, is going to get the force out now. Can they have a much better counter Uber? They're going to use a lot later. Can they get any picks here? They do trade out one Kobe for Poppy. They find another onto Bubble. Nice pipe onto Chris. Is going to send him back. They find, oh my god, Lucas. Insane stuff. They get another onto Logan. Hugo just going absolutely insane. Finds another onto Logan. And that should be enough. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to get there in time. They have a little bit of time on the point. It's going to be onto Kobe. He gets balled, I think, almost immediately. Rushes off the point. And it's not going to be enough. 2-2 Marmaloo.
Yeah, you know, maybe Lucas is living up to his name. Only good because of Iron Bomber. We can see why Europe was like, we need to get rid of this gun. This guy is too good with it. But G6 and WGU tied now, and we're going to see. Once again, are they going to change it up, or are they just going to keep brawling it out, doing that normal thing? But right now, it is a complete even match.
It is completely even, and we're going to have to see if maybe like the G6 can get some type of foothold into this. This was their map pick. Obviously, it is a best of 5, so first to 3 in terms of maps is going to win it all. And, you know, even if they lose this one, it is not all over for either team. But as we go in onto this mid, just going to be waiting for the point to unlock. Now we have a little bit of cap time coming up from like a G6, just trying to play it a bit aggressively. Poppy over in the house, going to get pushed by Soapy Meister. They trade over into the sky, and Poppy is going to be able to barely win that. Here comes the bomb from Kobe, cleans up Poppy, so avenges his fallen soldier brother. As they so much captain for like a G6, they're going to be able to get it up and start time ticking off the clock.
They pop the Uber, they drop
Logan.
Chris, but Logan's gonna get Lucas. The Uber's still up for the side of Auto. If they can get out with this Uber, it is gonna be massive. 3 down from G6, and they're gonna end up getting 20 seconds for losing this fight. But full Uber ad means that we're gonna see some things. Logan, a lot of damage. Logan gets toe. Logan gets the force as well, and that is going to salvage this scenario for G6.
It is going to salvage the scenario. Logai being able to stay alive, and now he's going to have a pretty slight Uber advantage, enough to work with, but it is a minimal enough that if they're not very quick enough with it, Witness Gaming might be able to use when they're not expecting. They are going to be trying to pressure out, but Lucas, nice early pick onto Kobe. We're going to see the bomb coming in from Soapy. Tries to get onto Hugo with the help of Chris. They are going to be able to find that. Just trying to play the point. A very weak scout over on Ixie, just barely manages to stay alive, and Poppy Actually finds one onto Soapy Meister. These trades, in theory, are going to be helping out like the G6 because they have the faster spawners, but it seems like it's just kind of delaying their aggression a little bit.
Yeah, Logan just destroying Toad. Too much time on the high ground is Sticky right in his face. And the cap is going to flip again. Once again, we are at even Ubers, and we've seen Chris, at least when he was on aggression, was having a tough time getting in and getting a good trade. But I think WGEU's had a little bit more success with these trades, getting the force out, getting some picks, and getting some action to flip this point.
Gonna have to see if they're gonna be able to hold on to it. Time is basically about even. Ubers are even on players, but not anymore. Nice stuff from Hugo, getting that pick onto Kobe, the wraparound, trying to come in from Soapy, but Ixie finds onto Soapy. That's insanely huge. The Uber can be coming out a lot better from Witness Gaming. They're flashing so much, unlike a G6. Tomas is doing such a great job. Now the Uber has been ended. We see Bomo trying to rush forward. Chris getting onto the point. So many weak players on Witness Gaming. Can they collapse onto them? No. They're just gonna be able to get out, and now like a G6 have to try and play the point.
Yeah, the soldiers on G6 kind of having a little bit of a struggle in these fights. Poppy going to get cleaned up, what's going to mean that house control should be in favor of G6, and slowly they should be able to take control of this map and stabilize a little bit. Even Uber still means that no one's going to have that Uber advantage to push with. They're just going to be waiting and seeing how the teams interact. Once again, it's going to be on WGEU to make something happen, play the point, get an Uber in, but people have been exploding all around.
They have indeed been exploding. A lot of explosions, a lot of kills, a lot of chaos so far. We might say a little bit more. Poppy getting very aggressive over in house is going to lose the 2v1 versus Soapy and Bomo, and Lucas also going down. This is great for Leica G6. It's going to force everyone on Witness Gaming out. Hugo just barely managing to stay alive. They are going to have Uber to use in a moment's notice. If Leica G6 get too aggressive, they might be victim to it. A surprise around the corner pop, but at least for the time being, Leica G6 draining so much time off the clock.
Yeah, G6 now in this forward hold, we really haven't seen a super strong one from them so far. But right away, WGU gonna get through this top door, gonna get the force out onto G6, and Tomas walking forward is gonna force the rest of the team out, and hopefully let the rest of WG get in and start taking some more favored fights. Poppy in this house, gonna get a lot of damage on these players. Not gonna be, oh my, no!
Oh my God. I thought he almost had that 2v1 there, but no, he is going to get traded out. Soapy Meister holding his own. Going to be even trades a little bit better for Witness Gaming because they do have the faster player respawners, but still so much time off the clock for Leica G6 at the moment. It is going to be even in Ubers, and now it's going to be even in players as well.
It's just taking so much time for this point to flip. That damage onto Logan might be enough. Logan just barely getting out, but with that damage, it's going to allow the point to flip. Toe going down, Ixie going down, and it's for absolutely nothing. The point flips right back over, and those two late scout deaths is going to mean this is going to be the last second. Hugo going down, and the two scout spawners are coming in. They should know some damage. It's not enough, and Poppy gonna get cleaned up in the front line. It's gonna kind of nullify that death. But two soldiers down means that Soapy should have free reign in either of these houses. But they're not letting them through this door. They're gonna be fine with taking some damage and eventually just waiting for this forced Uber to come out. Toe trying to get some value with it, but there's too many players for him to shoot. The Uber fading. He's stuck on this one. He needs to stand on it, but no cap time comes out.
And that is going to be Leica G6 going 3-2. And it's so close. That was a much more dominant, though, from Leica G6 than we've seen in the previous rounds. It seems like they're finally starting to get a hang of it. But as soon as we say that previously, it seems like Witness Gaming come right back. So if you're Leica G6, you cannot get too complacent.
Yeah, and G6 match point for this game, and it was not the way we thought it would be. No. Definitely, I think our predictions were a little bit like giving a bit more favor in WGU than we thought, but they have shown they are no slouch and they are ready to play. They're getting aggro in this house, Poppy trying to get some damage out, doing a great job just watching for when these soldiers push, and both teams just waiting for this point to flip where they can really start getting some pressure on it. Poppy gonna get pushed, not looking, Bomo gonna get that kill, Soapy coming to help, they're gonna absolutely dominate the flank, Kobe now with the flank, so much damage, gonna end up living, but it's gonna force the rest of WGU to concede and reset for their spawners.
Oh, that's Lucas taking a lot of damage, just barely being able to surf out to safety. And Leica G6 getting themselves in a really, really great position to try and take this last round and solidify themselves as the winners of this first map. We're gonna have a bomb coming in onto Otto. Oh my God, gets the force out. That could have been a drop if Otto wasn't quick with the trigger. Actually, an okay Uber. They do get 2 for it, but they don't have a lot of cap time on the point. And now here comes the counter Uber from Leica G6. They find one onto Ixie. Bomo actually does go down, so they should be able to repush. Oh,
Poppy with
Poppy,
damage,
he
men
gets
down.
it.
and the two soldiers getting 2 picks. Med down. Point gonna be favored. Logan! The pipe getting down that medic, and that is a massive salvage. Another scenario. Logan comes up large when they need him.
That is absolutely insane from Logan. He just had a little hop, sticky, and a jump away and is able to get the kill onto Otto. And with that, like you said, like a G6, they're in a position to fight now. There's going to be a little bit of Uber advantage. Kobe over in that house going to be trying to spam across, just missing the stickies. Hopefully they don't dead on him, and that's going to be enough for like a G6 to capture up the point. It is very slight Uber ad for them, but it's so tiny that unless they're really feeling themselves, I doubt they're going to take it.
Yeah, once again, we're just going to have to see them try and brawl for this point. It's getting a lot about these soldiers in these houses. Lucas shooting those lock and loads across the point, getting some damage, but Toe once again on top of the point. Logan is not letting that happen. Poppy with a lot of damage on the
nice
massive
arrow.
bow, but Soapy allowed to get behind based on that, and Chris gonna get killed in the front line. Soapy trying to get the spoon, gonna get the kill anyways, but they're gonna send players back to help him out. But the Uber's gonna be ticking up for G6, which means they should be able to stall this continuously. Caps or Chris, we're gonna probably see take this forward. Gonna make sure to keep blocking that point. Actually, it's Bomo on the Uber. Damage on to that scout of Ixie. Ixie's still alive behind. They're not finding Ixie. Ixie gets out, and the Uber's still up for WGU to retake this point. Chris trying to make something happen on the flank. They can't really win in that straight up fight. They're making some space.
Soapy with the spoon, that's enough to get the force out. Maybe they were thinking about using anyways, but now here comes the Uber from Witness Gaming. They haven't really found anyone, even Soapy Meister. There's a few players lurking around that they have to take care of. One of them, they finally do get onto Soapy Meister. A little bit of a late death for him, but it's not going to be all too bad for like a G6 as they do have the time advantage right now in the round. A minute, just over a minute for like a G6, just over 2 minutes for Witness Gaming as the teams are just going to be waiting a little bit for the Ubers to come into play. A lot of ground into control right now as Botmo getting pressed across the point. Lucas being forced back as like a G6 just slowly making their way forward.
Yeah, we're gonna need some magic here. The point in favor of WGU, but they're still down a minute. The Ubers are even. They're gonna continuously pressure these players, not allow G6 to get the point. The point does flip, and the Uber's gonna be ticking up. You want to have the point when you have Uber. You just have an ability to instantly say, this is not going our way, pop, and just buy more time for that clock. And it's gonna be a lot of pressure on Tomas. Tomas has been getting blown up by Logan, and Hugo's gonna die, traded out for Kobe, and the trade's in favor. The Uber's coming out. Chris gonna get the flash out. Gonna push into the house on the soldier. A lot of damage on a Poppy. Poppy should be getting cleaned up. Chris gonna get out. A help from Soapy gonna get bot mode down as well. The trade's coming out, but it looks like it's in favor of G6. A pipe and some cleanup onto Soapy.
Yeah, Chris running in super duper deep, but might be a little bit too far forward from the rest of his team. And I think with that pick and the faster spawners coming from Witness Gaming, this should be enough for them to get onto the point right here. They are going to do so. It's really only Logan far forward. Now we are going to have a bomb coming in as Poppy goes in behind, going to be in a soldier battle. He's just drawing so many eyes behind. Mai actually gets the trade. He stays alive somehow. That's insane. And Logai goes down. Even missed that. Soapy Meister's taunting, but I mean, like, you just lost your medic, man.
Yeah, and even though they have a minute advantage, what we have really not seen is a sack wave in these scenarios. They've been very confident in their neutral game, but a minute advantage along with a giant Uber advantage. If they can find Logai and keep Otto up somehow with this advantage, this could be a flipped scenario. Soapy taking so much damage, he's gonna get out and get the force. A great job from G6. Gonna get that force out, setting a sack wave. Getting Hugo down is gonna mean that this forward hold won't be as strong. We need Kobe to die ASAP to just get them back and just chill out.
Yeah, now all they have to do is they have to try and get back onto the point with Uber advantage. They have 20 seconds left. Once they do that, just over a minute for Witness Gaming. It's completely doable for either teams, but for Witness Gaming, you have to play almost perfectly from here on out.
Yeah, you're gonna need some Lucas magic. You ever heard of Luca magic? We got Lucas magic, and it's gonna need to come through. This Uber and on this map, it should almost guarantee a point flip. They're gonna get a Poppy kill, which honestly could be worth it. That one pick, along with the point flipping, the Uber is now gonna leapfrog and allow for WGU to do the same thing. But Soapy and the rest of G6 don't want to let them have that comfortable opportunity. They're trying to find a pick in one of these houses, but no one is even biting. They are taking their time. The Uber has ticked up, and they're just waiting for Logan with the giant trap kill onto Tomas. The Uber's still up. Chris gonna get traded out. Bobo with another kill. Uber's still up. Otto is gonna get bombed by Kobe. The Uber's still up. Soapy behind. This could be an opportunity.
Stand on the point. They're not. Oh my God, they let it go. And now it's going to be overtime. They just barely get up.
No way!
Oh my god!
Them Ubered on the point, forced the C9 in the game going for G6. And honestly, I did not think my prediction would come true, but 4-2 for G6. But WGEU, that, maybe if they threw the game, they wouldn't have the heartbreaker loss there. Maybe that would be the right play, but I think that is a massive confidence booster. They've been in a scenario.
Yeah.
This is the map they have not wanted to see at all. And they didn't get a map before, and this is probably the best showing we've had.
Yeah, no, it was honestly, a pretty big fumble at the end from Witness Gaming EU. It's got to be said, the C9 is unfortunate to see, but like you said, they played very, very well in basically every single round. They were competitive. They were keeping like a G6 on their tones. They weren't getting immediately rolled, and if they're able to take the positives away from that, go into the next map, which is their map pick, and do exactly what they were just doing a little bit better, they have a very good shot in this grand finals. But to analyze what we just saw, we're going to send it over to our analyst desk and tell us what it's all about.
Thank you, Tcmano. What a game. It was really close, and it was 4-2. Some of those rounds really could have gone either way. But in the end, G6, we've seen how good they've been on bagels so far. They're really, really dominant on it in America, and the Europeans didn't quite have what it took today.
Yeah, it did seem like a lot of that came down to just Koth basics, to be honest. I mean, how often did we see the timer just slipping and slipping and slipping, and Witness having so much cap time but just not enough resources to actually convert? And at the end of the day, if you can hold the point longer than the other team, if you're better at capping it and better at holding it, then that's going to be an advantage long term.
One of the things I noticed is it seemed like Witness was really just able to or I should say, Witness kind of struggled keeping all of their players alive compared to G6, especially after they capped the point. It seemed like G6 was just able to either catch a scout out, kind of like we saw at the end with either a trap or a sticky sink, and that really caused a lot of problems for Witness Gaming from what I saw due to just always being down a player. G6 was just able to take more time off the clock because of that.
Yeah, I do think that G6 really demonstrated kind of a quirk of Bagel, which is sometimes the best defense is a good offense, where it's not enough to try and just disrupt the point and disrupt focus on what the opponents are doing. Sometimes you need to do something aggressive to disrupt their plans before they can even be established. And we were seeing that with just really aggressive house shoves, finding multiple picks. The second that Witness were trying to set up something on the point, it would just vanish because they'd find a pick, G6 would find a pick in one of the houses.
Well, speaking of what's going on, we might have some logs to bring up on screen. Before seeing the logs, I'm thinking there's a couple of names, maybe not going to show in the logs, but I think Bomo had a fantastic, at least first half of the series. He was doing really, really well. And also Soapy, maybe the impact isn't showing in the logs, but Soapy, I think, single-handedly won them one of those rounds.
Okay, so there is a very interesting stat line here, being the 420 damage a minute coming from Lucas Tank. Now, granted, that is almost damage neutral because he is taking a beating as well with 411. But absolutely, Lucas is getting involved on the point and duking things out. Being said as well, the top frag of the server is, in fact, Bomo, which...
It was like a 6-7 chaos. In the second round, Bomo just went absolutely turbo mode and just ran through everyone.
It's funny because when you sort by kills, it's Bomo on the top, and then the next 4 players are Witness Gaming, and then you have Chris, and then you have Lucas at the bottom of Witness, and then you have the rest of G6. So as far as kills are concerned, it seems like Bomo on that flank scout role is just running around the map and just collecting kills, being everywhere at once, which flank scout on Bagel is a very dynamic role. I mean, you can be in either of the houses, as you see fit. So you really have to find those opportunities, and Bomo definitely putting on a clinic, showing that he's in exactly the right place at the right time.
Yeah, definitely. Bomo showing up on flank scout on Bagel, where scout can have so much impact. And the other thing about these logs is it's not just the total number of kills by a team that is important, but it's really when those kills happen, especially if those kills are staggered. It can sometimes be more important than just having more kills overall.
Yeah, well, It's a weird one, right? Because obviously Bagel's wrapped up. It was perhaps a shock to see Witness EU let it through. We know it's been a bit of a permaban, but now they can move on from that. Witness EU, they came out of the gate strong, and I think they may have caught G6 off guard, but eventually G6, they showed us why they are the team to beat on this map, and they're the ones taking this 1-0 lead. But I guess if you're Witness EU, is this like particularly disheartening looking forward, or is this a map you maybe think they're expecting to maybe drop early on?
Yeah, I think you have to just accept the fact that it happened, right? And I think that obviously we were talking leading up to this of just how strong G6 were on a map like Bagel, so it's easy to kind of compartmentalize it in that way, call it cope if you want, but I mean, the last thing you want to do is be letting your future decisions and confidence be influenced by this map, because yes, there's a lot of what ifs. There were a lot of very close rounds, like what if Otto didn't flash Lucas on point and they got some cap time? Who knows? Stuff like that are really, really detrimental to linger on, because yeah, they just gotta stay focused.
Yeah, fortunately for Witness Gaming, they've shown they are a very resilient team, especially in that last BO3. It was 1-1, so I don't think they'll let a round loss or a map loss get to them, because they already showed they can take a loss and come back and win a series.
Well, like I said, G6, they've taken one step towards this trophy that's out on our stage. They've got 2 more steps to take, 2 more maps to win, but we can stop the tournament, because now we're off to the tournament. We have casters ready. Take us away.
We're still going down.
No, we're still going? We're still going? Okay. I thought I was going to be, I was getting thrown away. No, we can.
So there is some other interesting stuff from the log that I've got, if we want to pull that up as well. Actually, I don't even know if these stats are going to show from your graphic, but what I'm seeing is that what I would have expected is a bit of a DM diff from G6 on a map like Bagel, and it's looking like the opposite, where in fact it is Witness Gaming getting more kills, it is Witness Gaming getting more damage, and it's not, damage is close, but the kills, 109 to 126, I would call that relevant. And as well, look at the med deaths. Otto died almost half as much as Lolguy. So despite getting so many kills, and despite getting so many more med picks than G6, somehow it didn't materialize in the objective so much. And I think that goes to show that G6 are not just good at Bagel because they are monsters of DM and coordination, and they run the houses with an iron fist, but they're very objective oriented as well, and able to make a lot happen with little.
Yeah, that's the thing G6 is so strong on. It's not just kills, it's the timer. G6 knows exactly when they need to pressure point, when they should go for frags, when they should sack, and they kind of showed that even if maybe they're getting out DM'd a bit, they can pull off in other ways and take over the game.
Right. We can, actually this time we can go over to the casters, because like we say, G6 one map up, Witness EU wanting to bounce back as quickly as they possibly can. Take us away, casters.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the grand finals. And it is so close. It is so intense the entire time. Obviously, we kind of thought like a G6 was going to take that first map, and they did. But Witness Gaming put up so much greater of a fight than I think either of us really expected.
Yeah, I'm 3 for 3 so far on predictions, but I did not. I did not fully believe in that one. I'm going to be honest here. I don't think either of us, we were like, ooh,
Yeah.
But I think that is a great shock for them, and I think it's going to maybe make G6 be like, okay, it's not completely free right now. We are now on the pick for WGEU. So if they lose this map, a reverse sweep, including Viaduct, is going to be a very, very difficult road to a championship. They need this map win. If they don't get this map win, they have to lock in and get 3 in a row, which is so hard, especially with this grueling config. They've already been playing for 3 hours before this. Now they potentially have 4 to 5 if they go 5 maps into the series.
It's a lot of TF2, and I'm sure, as you know, Marmaloo, as someone who has played on grand finals so many times before, it can be a lot. It can be draining, especially when you're in a. It's not like these are easy games. You know, it's like you're just walking into a pub and you're like, all right, easy. I can go spy and just insta wipe all these guys. This is the top, highest level competition, and it's one that they really, really want to win. So it's not like they're going to be letting themselves take it easy either. They're going to be trying to the max the entire time, and that can burn you out so quickly if you're not careful.
Yeah, they may be hungry, they may be thirsty, they may be tired, they may be, like you said, burnt out. It's a lot of TF2 in a weekend, but this is like a once in a lifetime tournament where at this point you got to throw all that to the side and say, okay, just gotta deal with it, put out the best performance I can. And yeah, looking at those stats, if you were to take away the scoreline at the top, I think everybody would be like, oh yeah, it was 4-2 for WG. But I think the main thing with a map like Bagel is it's not all about just kills and deaths, it's about the important kills and deaths. A lot of times you see G6, they all just sack because it's like, why would I live? Let's go for something. Yeah. Where on this map, we're going to see a lot more slower, spread out gameplay. It's kind of just like a complete turnaround, but it's going to allow for some sniper. We've seen a lot of bot mode sniper. I'm excited to see, are we going to see some more spy, some battalions, some man treads, some snipers, some spy, all these things that could come out. And it's all going to come down to these mids. I think on the first day, a lot of people were talking about how G6 kind of flipped a switch on the mids and just wiped them out. And that all centers around the fact of controlling and denying Lucas all that ground that he's used to having.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what happens when you don't deny Lucas. He was absolutely doing monstrous amounts of damage. Obviously, like a G6, we're still able to win, but 420 DPM, like a G6, if they weren't focusing him before, they're going to see that log and be like, all right, I know who our target is for this next map. It is Lucas Tank. Because, I mean, we kind of said previously, he is a standout player for Witness Gaming EU. He's been showing it so far, but yeah, as you said, actually, one thing I do want to touch on from the previous game, Otto, I think I was actually pretty impressed with having less deaths than Logai, and sure, they still weren't able to win with it, but if they're able to have that same type of ability to protect your medic, it will help them throughout this grand finals and especially here on Process. But like you said, going on the Process, it's a complete different change of pace. You can slow this all the way down, and I think, you know, maybe for Witness Gaming, maybe the way they do it is by just going into that SVS, having Silva go up on Sniper, or maybe Ixie, and just, obviously Botmo's been hitting so many shots and he looks electric so far in grand finals, so it's going to be tough, but at least then they can dictate the pace at their own way.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a really important match. I'm curious to see. I've seen in the past Europe has had like a double fast rollout, and the team rolls through IT. And I'm curious to see, are they gonna play a cookie cutter mid, or are we gonna see a little shenanigans? Are we gonna see a little sniper to mid from either team, or are we just gonna see straight up get to mid, stand there, and execute? This is a map, historically, G6 has been, this is one of their more oppressive maps where they just are so good at spamming, taking high ground, and just slowly pushing you out of the mid until you're forced to make a move, and it's usually not a good one.
No, they can be so good at just being able to take a very small advantage and turn it into a massive one, especially on this map. And it can be so open and so effective for the soldiers, because I mean, usually on open maps, you kind of think of the scouts, they got free reign, free real estate, but especially on Process, I think Soapy and Kobe can work wonders just being able to corral the enemy team into the perfect position for everyone else on like a G6 to take advantage of and just collapse on them.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And, you know, let's go back to the same idea. Let's start off. What are your predictions?
Oh, I mean, on one hand, Witness Gaming, it would look really good for them. The fact that they were able to be that competitive on a map that they really haven't played this entire LAN. It's one that they probably haven't been practicing, and it's, I think most people would say by far like a G6's best map. You know, it's the one that they first beat Froyotech on all the way back then. And so I think on one hand, you got to take that and be like, all right, they can go into this map with that and have some sense of optimism. But I mean, it's like a G6. They've been playing so well since the entire tourney. I got to give it to them 3-2. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be down to the wire. I think we're going to be spending a lot of time in continuous overtime, a bit more than maybe we'd be happy to be in. But I think at the end of the day, like a G6 are going to pull it out.
Yeah, I think the main thing and the highlight for WGU, especially on this map, is they've been really good with their uber ad pushes. The problem that they're not very good at is breaking those last stalemates. You know what? I'm going to go the other way around, and I'll say 3-2 for Witness Gaming EU.
Ooh.
I want a long night, unfortunately, for everyone in production. But right away, we got our how do you pronounce that?
Physgun.com for sponsoring Fireside, and Manco.score has made this all land possible, which these players are trying to win. As we go live on the second map, immediately a lot of aggression coming out from the soldiers. Tomas over on the flank, just trying to see if he can make something happen, trying to take control of the high ground. You see a very big bomb coming in onto Soap. He's just going to surf for the safety, but Kobe goes down. A lot of weak players on Leica G6. They're just going to have to back up, try and get healed back up, but Poppy aggressive onto Logan, takes down the demo, and now with Otto being disconnected, I think this should be a mid-1 for Leica G6.
And G6 just taking that aggression and slowly just winning the trades. Everyone kind of going in, getting some trades out there, but it still ends out in favor of G6. And we're going to most likely be in a stalemate. 2 players still down from Witness Gaming EU, and they're very far back. G6 might take this ground and start to try and see what they can get. The scout on point is trying to make sure do not come in, let the rest of the team get here, and G6 will concede that. And we're going to see how they are going to try and break this down.
We are going to have to see, and they don't have a sniper chest quite yet, so they can't go to the shenanigans at first. It's probably just going to be them poking and prodding, trying to see if maybe Soapy Meister or Kobe can really try and initiate. Actually, no, never mind.
Made a
never mind.
long walk back.
Never mind. Ignore everything I just said, and we are going to have the Aussies were knocked out, but we do have an Australian on the field. The sniper is here, and he is ready to shoot some heads off.
Yeah, bot mode's favorite buttons on the keyboard is that comma and that 8 button. You get onto the long shoot, man, and it's going to be a first shot, the most important one. Not going to score anything, but what it's going to do is it's going to force Witness Gaming EU to play in a weird spot. Right now, Otto has decided to play on point, which is a very good spot for a soldier to bomb, and there's no great place to stand against the sniper, but they are all bunkering on top of this point and just trying to spam across. I'm not a huge fan of this. I would love to see some pressure into IT, into them, but right now they're kind of just waiting. Logan's going to be able to shoot this point, do a lot of damage, and Soapy's going to get a very, very good sack off if the opportunity continues. So
oh my
Auto!
What? Oh my god. That is absolutely insane. If Leica G6 were keeping track of the damage they did to that medic.
Not a scatter.
It's insane that he didn't pop, because just one errant thing, that could have been a massive drop, but he holds strong. Otto being able to keep it up, but Tomas going down means that Leica G6 are going to have another great opportunity to try and get the sack up onto Otto, as we do have a player in behind it. It's going to be Kobe in a little bit of a 1v1, as Poppy is very, very weak trying to dodge for rockets. Here comes the scout to try and avenge and get revenge onto Kobe. Still over in the backline.
That's that MGE coming out, but only 2 players up on the side of WGU. They're gonna have to leave. That sniper basically makes it impossible to come out unless they want to pop through. And Tomas looks like he might want to. Bot mode gonna wander right in to this potential Uber. He's running away for his life. Gonna get picked off. The trade's gonna come out. This point may tick over, which is great job from Tomas blocking this cap. Not gonna allow the back cap on last. He's gonna come in. Poppy making some space, trying to clean up some kills. The rest of WGU pipe onto the medic. Hugo in, getting the med, trying to get some damage onto Soapy, and now it's gonna be playing around Otto, making sure he stays alive. And here goes Logan.
Logan! Otto is gonna be able to defend himself. But it's still really good stuff from Witness Gaming, as they're going to be able to make their way forward. They still have to worry about whatever Leica G6 have in store, because, you know, they're always crafty. They are up to something, and they're going to be able to get onto the point, but there's someone who might try and ruin their day. They are going to try and block. They're going to try and fight for this point a little bit, just be a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah, and it looks like things are happening. A great play from Tomas blocking that cap. But now that Uber's slight ad for WGU, and it's curious to see, are they going to try and pop this Uber in and get onto that medic, or are they going to kind of reset the scenario and just let them kind of probably spawn a sniper, slow down, get some sacks in? But we're curious to see what kind of develops in the coming minute or so with all this going on.
Now we are going to have to see, as they're taking a lot of space actually over in Yard, are going to be Witness Gaming EU. They're just walking forward, basically, and now it is going to have to be, there's so much damage. Poppy is going to go down. Nice stab from bot mode onto Lucas, making the long play worth it. The Uber has been popped from Witness Gaming. It's just now just trying to escape out the safety, as Leica G6 are on the charge. Bot mode with the pistol. Nice stuff. Hugo goes in for a play onto Lokai, not going to be able to get enough damage to get the kill. And that is going to be G6 retaking the mid.
I'm curious to see how bot mode will play this scenario, but we're going to see a slight ad now in favor of G6. They're going to capture mid. Hugo's still down. but without bot mode here on that scout class, it's going to be a lack of presence here. They're going to try and take this ground, but it looks like they're going to maybe just see, can we get enough ground to just pop our Uber in and get onto auto? If they see auto committed when this Uber ticks up, you're probably going to see them end up taking this Uber straight in, but right now, once again, bot mode's favorite buttons have been pressed, and we're going to see how are they going to break this stalemate, because last time it did not work out that well, even though how good the scenario looked. Chris is looking the wrong direction.
Yeah, Chris getting shot down over in IT. Such a choky part of the map as Luke is just firing so many projectiles through that choke, being such a nuisance right now. Seems like they're just trying to peek a little bit. You have the soldier over by Sewer, just moments away from a sticky trap. He's going to back up, so Poppy not going to fall to it. But Tomas just runs in, takes the Uber in onto bot mode. That's going to be a pretty slow death for the sniper. But everyone, unlike in G6, just going to be playing back. They are down one, and now they're just going to be at the bomb. The soldier's going in super deep, getting it in onto Chris. Really great stuff there. And with that play, they're going to have player advantage and control of mid.
Yeah, Kobe getting snuffed out, trying to stop the midpoint, but two scouts down, Bomo just spawning late, is going to allow for WGU to take this point for free. And this is something we saw really commonly against the Australians. One thing goes wrong and Witness Gaming EU just take the entire map from there. And now, this is the main point of concern that I've had with some of these EU holds, is they just have had struggle breaking these stalemates. Once they get a full ad push, it's great, but getting to that point in 4 minutes has been a struggle.
It has been a little bit of a struggle for Witness Gaming EU. They struggled with it versus the Australians a little bit, and kind of the other teams that they played along the way. Hopefully they've been able to learn from that as we are now in the even Uber situation. So all eyes on Witness Gaming EU to try and go for something. Ixie very deep over towards one, taking a lot of damage, just barely going to be able to get out and going to be able to meet back up with the team, get healed back up as they try and formulate some way to sack in. You know, this is one of those things, it seems like they're trying to go for the spam on the sentry gun, which is kind of blocked over the little lip there. Very hard to actually spam over from rollout, and all of this is just draining time off the clock for like a G6.
Yeah, the longer you take, the worse it gets, the more you'll have to do more dangerous things. We've seen a lot of double soldier sacks, but there goes Poppy, and we'll see, does somebody go back to switch to a sniper, a spy, battalion, some man treads? The Europeans have loved their man treads and their double soldier sacks. In that one in the match against the Australians, they were not abusing the fact that they're sending so many players in to die, but G6 is not going to give that up for free. If they see an opportunity, they will at least peek and see what's going on. With Poppy spawning up, it looks like he was just on those gunboats, but maybe he's got a funny melee weapon.
He could have a funny melee weapon. We haven't seen too much spoon action really in this tournament so far. As actually things are getting very chaotic over in rollout. Hugo and Ixie both going to go down. And with this two-player advantage, you can see Soapymeister already making his way through. Going to be able to collapse on the soldier over by Rolla. Just barely being able to stay alive is going to be Poppy. Very crucial, because if he goes down there like a G6, 100% commit to that push. But he stays alive. It is going to even out once again. But this time with only 2 minutes left on the round timer before a round reset, and we have Ixie up on the sniper.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan. I like them trying things, but it's not working. They need to start getting on that sooner to get more shots, more attempts in. But we're going to see about a minute of solid attempts and then probably one last go effort, and then they're going to probably have to end up taking a trade. But this first shot, like you said, is the most important one. Except when Poppy goes down right away in again, which is going to make them back up. But with Ixie on this class, it means that peeking and pushing out is probably not going to happen. We're most likely going to see G6 fine with round resetting until a big enough risk has been taken.
So it's going to be all eyes on Witness Gaming EU to try and do something here. We got Ixie, posted up over towards one. Luckily doesn't run into the stickies, but takes a lot of damage actually. Kobe gets onto Tomas with some really well-placed rockets, and the headshot rings off. Not enough to get the kill, but the only thing that does is it just slows Witness Gaming EU down. Now they only have a minute, and they have a sniper. They could maybe send him in to try and go for the super DP, kind of the hero shot, but we're going to have to see, as they seems like they're trying to get a little bit more crafty as well.
Yeah, G6 has been doing such a good job not allowing for Ixie to develop and get those kills. Everyone else is dying in the making, but Kobe gonna get picked off by Ixie. It's finally paying off, and with that pick, it should allow for players to start getting through more and more doors, getting it more and more chaotic. Tomas coming in. The damage kill on Obama, or Boma, there's going to be 2 players down. In he comes. Sentry has been sapped. Hoppy's going to go down. They're stuck with 2 pick classes, and everyone else is dying. The Spy Cap, the Butter Knife, trying to get the kill on the low guy, but it's not enough. Low guy's going to end up staying alive. 20 seconds. That sniper is still up. It's going to make pushing out a little dangerous. And G6 is saying, we do not want this, but there is an Uber left for WGU. But they have 10 seconds to get into last and get some captain. They have a little bit to work with, but they have to get in there and make something happen. While G6 knows it's coming.
Yeah, and here they go with the Uber. Lucas bombing in. We are now in overtime. He takes down the sentry gun. Going to be rotating around. Instantly, Poppy dies on top of the point. No more stickers. Oh my God! They don't stand on it. Oh. C9, that was looking so good for them. Sure, Poppy died to the stickies, but they could have gone onto it right away. Logan looked like he was almost about to die. That's a missed opportunity for Witness Gaming EU, but at least for them, they're not down any rounds, still 0-0, a tied game.
Yeah, last mid going in favor of G6, and I'm curious to see, are we going to see a different strategy, or are they just going to say, okay, let's try it again? Let's see, we've got both soldiers going fast, kind of exchanging their spam. Teams kind of gesturing towards their own IT side, just spreading out, trying to get some spam scene opening. And I'm curious to see who's going to bomb first. Right away, Sophie getting into the other IT, and it's going to allow some damage onto Poppy. They're going to trade 1 for 1. Kobe trying to get some space as well, but right now the mid is going in favor of WGEU, taking more and more ground, and that soldier bombing in is going to allow for WGEU to take some damage, but a lot of damage from Kobe and Logan. Going to allow the point to flip, and no one really quite getting enough to have it go in their way. Logan taking a lot of ground, trading damage. Ubers are ticked up in both sides, and no one wants to be the reason they lose this mid. Hugo trying to get some damage, but it looks like he's running out of ammo. We've gone that far in the mid. Chris going to get picked off. It's going to be on to Lucas. Tomas gets traded out. And player, it's just so even across the board. A soldier.
Oh my God!
Pipe. The force comes out. Kobe with a massive play, and it's going to allow G6 to evacuate and re-push with Uber unless something crazy happens here.
Yeah, Logan did go down. Nice pipe from Lucas Tank to get that one, but fortunately for G6, the main thing is that Lol Guy was able to stay alive. Now they've got 100% Uber to come back in onto mid with. Just they might be waiting for their demo. They're probably going to be waiting for their demo. They're not have that little Uber that they have to go immediately, but we do have another off class on the field.
Shocker. And this is always something you have to watch out for. And
yeah.
G6, do they want to just pop in? Do they want to milk it? I think they're going to want to at least peek and see if they can catch this medic or not. But they may be in for a surprise. They're taking their good old time, clearing all the doors. And it looks like we're actually going to see an Uber in. They're going to pop straight in, try and get it deep. And a head.
Oh my God! He still gets it. That's insane from Tomas on the sniper. And now G6 are in complete disarray. Now they're still trying to fight it. Witness Gaming, they might get Meister with a huge bomb onto Otto Tomas. And they just get almost 12 HP remaining from Ixie and Poppy. They get a couple of packs. But with that pick onto Logan, you know they were feeling confident to try and stay in there. But they were just all in that one point of the map. They didn't spread out, and just Sophie Meister with the heads-up play, bombs in, cleans up all of them, and G6 on second with Uber ad in a very good position to take the first round of the second map.
Yeah, every time you see a play like that, Sophie's name adds another O to it, and he's getting more and more powerful. But we're seeing an interesting play here. We've seen this previously, and what this is going to offer is, if this Uber does not go well, this Krissy is going to build a little bit faster, allowing for a laser beams heavy if they do not get on the point. It's ticking up slowly and slowly. They still have not gotten the gun down. They're going to get a lot of damage in the nest, but no cap time coming out. They're not having anything happen. It's about to tick up any second now. Sophie in the nest going to get picked off. The cap time's not out still, and now it should be over. The laser beams is out, and everyone has to evacuate. I actually love this play from WGEU, but no one sees this. Kobe with 1 kill, and Kobe may be able to be good for 2. He's going to allow the rest of the team to come in. Logan trying to come in to help and pick off this player. There goes Hugo, 3 players up. It's going to be this heavy, getting shot from every side. Going to catch a bow, going to get picked off. It's going to be on Bobo, trying to get damage on the point, but I don't think it's enough, and WGEU just hanging on there.
That was so close. If you're Witness Gaming EU, Kobe with the super sneaky heads-up play right there almost secured his team the round win, but they, unfortunately for them, is not going to be able to go on. But luckily for them, they do still have a very big Uber ad to work with. They're going to be making their way in, but Otto is very close as well to having their own. So if they don't go quickly, they might be in for a very, very bad surprise here, as they are still going to commit. Otto has Uber. They might be cut out here. Logan gonna be trying to come in, and the crits comes in, just mulching everybody. Oh my god! Disgusting amount of damage coming out from the crit screen. And here comes Poppy trying to get in onto Lolgai. He might be cut off at the pass, and they all go down. A complete wipe from Leica G6.
And this has just been back and forth, back and forth. I think we overestimated how many rounds like that. We may have a 1-0 in Grand.
Oh yeah.
But WGU in a very strong position to take this mid. They have 30-40% Uber ad, and they have gotten mid for free.
They have got mid for completely free. They are going to have a little bit of Uber advantage as well. I think Otto switched off the crit streak over onto the Medigun of Lolgai, so should have that instead to be able to use, so they don't have to play around the crits. They're not locked into it, as yeah, we do have confirmation on that one. So it is going to be Uber ad for Witness Gaming EQ. It is pretty slim though, and if they mess it up, they might be at risk of getting immediately repopped on.
Yeah, and it's always a little scary for both sides. Do you want to take that risk on the small Uber ad and pop in and that med? Or what's going to happen is, do you jump too far and the Uber gets up and everyone gets wiped? And this is something I saw a lot from WGU. They love walking through Arcade, taking that space, and they just bully Bomo out, getting that kill for free. Poppy trying to sacrifice his life potentially to get that Soapy pick, and it might not be enough to clean it up. So much damage, but the heals come out, and Soapy just barely lives, and it's going to allow for just a reset situation. I'm curious to see. Are we going to see Ixie on Sniper right away? But with Tomas dying, Poppy is probably going to try and rush back and help out the squad.
Yeah, Hugo, super duper weak, is going to be shot down by Chris. Rushing forward under the point, is going to be taken down by Ixie. But as Soapy Meister over in upper IT, maybe had a little bit of space to work with, but instead is going to play a little bit more conservatively, just going to back up with the rest of the squad. They don't want to give up too many players here. They're going to be down 2 as everyone else on Witness Gaming start to try and figure out how they can make their way in. Poppy going to be going in, tries to go in super duper deep, gets a little bit of damage off onto Lolgai, not enough to get the force. And with 3 down, this should be the call for Leica G6 to get aggressive here.
And this is where G6 versus the Australia game plan. They are going active as soon as they have the advantage, and it opens up a place. They can get out of last, and they have another lifeline if they make a mistake. And they're going to continue going. Lucas down, a scout down. They're going to take all this ground. Hugo's in trying to help his Sniper. Sniper's not going to end up hitting any shots, but Hugo gets the kill on Kobe. This scout might be in a tough situation. No one else is here to help. The body shots, headshots not ringing out. And Poppy going to get pressured pretty bad though.
Ooh, almost going down over by Choke. Is very lucky that none of that spam connected his way, but really great stuff actually from Witness Gaming. I think it was one of his soldiers hiding in IT that was able to get that crucial pick, allowing them to stay in. Now with Ixie up on Sniper, you're going to be watching for the G6 soldiers to really try and pressure all these doorways. You can't let the Sniper consistently get free shots, because eventually one of them is going to land. Now, they are just going to be playing back. Actually, Lolgai taking a little bit of damage, playing all the way back by Whoa, Soapy Meister onto Tomas, all the way in behind. That's going to be 2 down, no soldiers. So that means that there's no one to bomb the Sniper. He can really start peeking this for free.
This med's in such a bad spot, and they're stuck because the Sniper's here. These soldiers need to do something. They're just spamming, and it's not enough. That is a misplay, in my opinion. They're going to trade 1 for 1, and it's going to allow Lolgai to try and get out. The Sniper has shifted angles, going to get a shot onto Logan, but playing against the Sniper is so hard, and they have blundered the advantage. Both soldiers going down. Kobe is in, going to get the Sniper down, and that, I think, is just a missed opportunity from WGU. Soapy's in behind, trying to make it chaotic. The rest of the squad needs to come in, but he went a little too fast, but Otto gets dropped, and it's a fall apart moment.
It is a fall apart moment. Oh my god, Kobe. That's going to be a dead Poppy, but there is someone rushing around. I think they do know. Oh my god. Oh, he still gets Kobe though. Okay, he's going to get cleaned up. That was an insane air shot from Kobe 1920. But like a G6, they're in an amazing position at the moment. They've got 100% Uber advantage to work in. Like Witness Gaming, are not really even on 2. There's no real defenses. I mean, Lucas is putting up some stickies, but that's only really if someone immediately bombs them, which they don't have to do so. They're just going to back up. They have 50%. Hugo is up on Sniper, just hoping to try and get a cheeky peek, get drop onto Lolgai, but it's looking really good to have our first round on the board.
Yeah, this is a very important Uber ad. Only 20% ad. This Uber's going to be ticking out throughout. Chris is not going for the cap. Going to try and catch players out. And they're not getting enough value, I think. They need to get cap time. They need to get a med pick. This Uber's going to be ticking up any second now. And the Uber has once again failed. And that, you need those situations. That is how this game is going to be won. It is very, very low scoring. And if WGU gets one conversion, that could be the entire map itself.
It could indeed, especially if we go into continuous overtime without anyone having anything on the board. We have 10 minutes until that happens, so a while's away, but now we're going to see Witness Gaming rushing forward. Poppy leading for charge, making a lot of space, getting some good damage onto the players over towards Choke, but no one is going to fall to it. But Witness Gaming, they can continue to go forward. They still got around about 40% advantage, and like a G6, doesn't seem like they're really in position to stay in. Kobe over towards our team, maybe trying to go for some type of flank shove, but I think actually Witness Gaming going to be slowing down a little bit. They're taking a little bit of space, but I think they have to know that Leica G6 are pretty close to getting their own Uber.
Yeah, and they may even overstep their bounds. They're going to isolate Kobe into IT, getting that one pick. Tomas is going to get traded in return, and Sophie's going to try and deal with these flankers in IT. They did not expect the soldier. They're going to trade 1 for 1, and it looks like it's going to reset the scenario. And I'm not going to be surprised if we see a sniper again. They played that. They got him in a really good situation and could not close out the advantage.
Yeah, they did. We'll have to see and wait for the respawn, at least at the moment. Seems like it is going to be standard 6s across the board for everybody, so no wacky off classes just quite yet. You're going to see Tomas rushing forward, but yeah, I mean, this is so incredibly tense for both of these teams. You're 22 minutes in to the second map, nothing on the board, and it's kind of like you said, Marmaloo, you have that feeling sometimes when you're in this position. If you lose even one round, that could be the game. And so it makes you play a little bit more scared, a little bit more conservative, and you're just maybe second-guessing everything you're doing. As Poppy goes in as the rocket onto Logai, gets another so much damage, but not enough to get the force.
Yeah, not a second soldier coming in to follow up, just a one-man sack. And that did go pretty well at the start, but that's not going to be enough. And there goes a minute and a half, and nothing has really developed besides a one-man sack. I'm curious to see, are we going to see another unlock? Are we going to see an off-class? Right now, they haven't really gotten much going on. Yeah, we're gonna see them start walking up again, and it looks like they're gonna start walking to pressure into IT, get Hugo in really deep, maybe get a scout behind. But meeting Kobe and IT is not where you want to see it. It's flat ground, and this man does not miss in those scenarios. Poppy gonna be picked off once again, and that is gonna be another 30 seconds down. They're slowly wasting this time, not with big, high opportunity things. They're just setting very low risk, low reward sacks.
Now they're playing very, very conservatively over on Witness Gaming EU, at least for the moment, in what has been such a close back and forth game. Even though we've had no rounds on the board, we still don't have anything wacky coming up for any of the teams. So trying to be confident in their soldiers' ability to try and make something work. Just going to be pressuring over towards Sewer, maybe see if they can take a little bit of ground, which has been working for them previously. Just kind of walking through Al-Qaeda, like you said, Lucas, a little bit deep there, taking a bit of damage, is going to have to waddle back over to the heels of his medic. But I mean, if you're like a G6, you gotta be okay with this. I mean, the mids have been kind of back and forth. We had a couple of round resets, but Lucas takes a bunch of damage, and with 2 going down, G6 are gonna push off of this.
That was just, they just stood there to stand there, and eventually the health and ammo ran out, and Logan and the rest of the team came forward and picked up those 2 kills. And that's going to be a free middle for them, and this clock is getting closer and closer and closer. We got 6.5 minutes, and we can keep continuing this. But if people still can't convert this, we are going to end up with a 0-0 into overtime. Soapy and Bomo going to be pushing up into this flank, going to try and get an opening pick, but no one in Witness Gaming EU is getting caught out there, and we're just going to see them slow down and develop. I feel like we're going to be a lot more likely to see a Bomo sniper right away. I think they're fine with it. I don't know if Soapy really wants to be the one-man sack in. And it's going to be really interesting. How does Leica G6 approach this compared to WGEU? They're taking their time once again. They want to set up a good sack. They don't want to just send a one-man to send a one-man. They tried IT once, and they want to try something else. They're just getting buffed up, prepared, going into IT and Sewer to kind of spread out the map and allow for players to make plays, such as...
Soapy does go all the way back. Chris does go down as we do have a lot of aggression coming in. A very deep bomb coming in from Poppy is not going to be able to get the force. But with Logan going down actually, and Kobe maybe being a little bit out of position, should be able to get out through sewer safe and sound. Takes a lot of damage while he does so. This is going to be an opening for Witness Gaming to try and get some control on this midpoint. You see them all backed up with no demo out on the field. It makes that Witness Gaming can walk through all these choke points and just play this so much more freely as they're on the high ground. A lot of damage coming up on the Krissy. They rush forward. It's going to be the Uber coming out. They're trying to get the exchange. A much later use coming out from Otto. And now can they chase these like a G6 players? Logai might be caught in the wraparound coming from the soldiers. Poppy just misses him. So lucky for Logai as now they're still trying to play onto the point. Kobe is going to be taken out. Otto goes down. Kobe with the amazing play. And like a G6, they can stay in here. There's still a couple players from Witness Gaming around that could maybe spell disaster, but no, they're just going to back up. And I think we can confidently say like a G6 are going to be able to keep mid and maybe get on the second.
Yeah, Poppy, I think getting a little ahead of himself. He sees the medic, shoots a rocket, and it's like, oh, they're committing forward. And as soon as he does, he misses the opportunity to get on that medic, and it's going to allow for another big full ad last push where G6 can't mess up another one of these. A very similar setup from WGEU. What that's going to mean is the last hold itself will be stronger, but if it fails, there's not going to be something like an Uber charge to get back. They're going to take their time, get through these doors, and they need to emphasize the cap. That has not been a point of emphasis. The gun goes down. Logan is going to be trying to jump forward, get on the demo and heavy. The cap time comes out, times 4, and all of WGEU playing for that crit. And that is the weakness. Everyone wants to play to live, and the times 4 of the cap just catches them off guard entirely.
Amazing stuff from like a G6 doing exactly what you said just moments ago, playing the cap and just getting that right out of the noses of Witness Gaming. I think they were all completely up and there just waiting for the crit streak and like you said, kind of catching them off guard.
Fast rollout.
Yeah, very, very fast. Oh, my Soapmeister seemed like he was maybe trying to go for the bomb. Is not going to commit onto it as we go in on to the mid of the second round. Just going to be playing the height a little bit. Tomas taking a bit of damage. Here comes the fade away from Poppy, getting stuff over to the sky. Kobe taking a lot of damage, getting wrapped around. Gets get taken down, actually. That's going to be the early pick. Hugo very, very weak. Just going to have to wait for an arrow. Does get it. And I think with that player advantage and Soapmeister being very weak as well, that is going to be like a G6. Giving up mid, going back onto their second.
WGEU doing a great job keeping Soapy low that entire mid. He could not commit. And the Soldier Bomb's just getting no value from G6. And Witness Gaming EU gonna take that mid. And once again, we are in a stalemate scenario where both teams have seen some mixed results. The main thing we've been seeing from WGEU is walking through Al-Qaeda, and Lucas looks like he's gonna get caught alone, no one there to help out. And that is one of the biggest kills you could get. This Scout Ixie just barely gonna sneak out. Bobo trying to chase the kill, but Chris gonna get it down. That is 2 players down. Are we gonna see an Uber from Tomas trying to hold this mid? But so much damage coming out, they're gonna have to end up leaving. And this cap should be coming out in favor of G6.
It is, and I think they're stacking the point. I don't think Lucas, they deny Lucas take. Now they can go forward. There's no demo. They don't have to worry about any traps on any of these doorways. We do have a little bit of battle over NIT. Hugo versus Soapy. They trade out. That's going to be okay. Soldier launch high. Oh my God!
That's what he does. Just a giant air shot. The fight is still, even besides that, even with all that, Chris wanting to take the super, getting a lot of damage. The combo's going at it. No one is getting enough work done. Logai really, really weak. And Tomas wants to keep pushing this advantage. A lot of damage out. And catching a pipe is going to slow down his engagement.
Oh, that is a scout going very low there. Chris almost got taken down by a pipe from Lucas Tank, but is able to stay alive and keep his team in it. Amazing air shots coming out over there in that previous fight. But like you said, it's still going to be even across the board. Like the G6, still in control of mid. It is even Ubers, no medic going down there. And it's just going to be a little bit of time drained off the clock. Still 3 minutes, a lot of time for G6 to work with. And with the added advantage of already having a round under their belt, being in the lead of this map, they can afford to play it a little bit slower, knowing that they've got a 1-round cushion.
Yeah, and I think both of us are going to be wrong with our predictions here. It doesn't look like the 3. But the G6 team trying to get through Arcana, make some space, and try and let their bombers come in. Hugo's a little skeptical of this IT, but here comes Soapy trying to take some ground. The rest of the team walking forward, trying to get these players off the high ground, but Logan is not in a position to shoot them off, and G6 is going to have to concede and back up, reset the scenario, and try again.
Yeah, try again. That has got to be the motto for both of these teams, even if things are not working initially, as G6 still attempting to figure out some way to get in. Seems like they're sticking over towards Al-Qaeda. They got Soapy spamming deep from there as they got Kobe over in choke as well. Otto playing behind the point, taking a little bit of damage. Actually, he's going to have to back up and get a nice little health pack to get at full HP to be able to heal the team comfortably. But for the moment, no one going in super deep. Maybe like a G6 is trying to figure out where they can get in, what weaknesses they can exploit as they Soapy gets stuffed a little bit there, trying to get in through Al-Qaeda. So he's just going to back up, wait for an arrow, and probably try and go again. As Hugo's actually very deep over in IT, takes a lot of damage, just barely should be able to get out to safety. And that is going to be it. I think we are in continuous overtime. It is going to be 1st to 2. And it's been such a slow back and forth, but slow game so far.
Yeah, Soapy trying to get in, get a pressure on the soldier on the flank.
Oh my
Hits the
God.
air shot onto Hugo. Just so much effort from these G6 soldiers just for a trade. And then Scout is actually going to be working through lower IT. Kobe taking a lot of damage, just spamming on this point. And the rest of G6 taking that trade, and the stickies just completely destroying that opportunity. Lucas just the game breaker for the side of WGEU.
Bomo actually with a really nice juke to be able to get out of that one alive, as Ixie going down super low, might be taken down. Yes, Logan with the stick, and Tobas as well. No scouts whatsoever for Witness Gaming. G6 are going to press the advantage. They're trying to find the soldier. He does trade out with Kobe. That's going to be okay, but not ideal still, as that means G6 are going to be able to take control of a second, with Hugo going down very late death, just maybe trying to delay a little bit, but this is going to be really rough. Actually, Soapy going down means that I think Witness are going to be able to have enough time to try and get it.
But Zoomer,
we're just going.
Low guy's going to get shot, trying to get out. Chris trying to buy enough time for Low guy to get up, but he's doing a great job at it. Chris going to have to get meleeed, and Low guy gets out in a situation that looked really bad. But the Uber's going to come out, it's going to get 2, it's going to get a scout, and only 20% ad for G6. So honestly, a great use of their Uber gets them out of that last scenario, gets them a pick, and now they get a kind of fight on middle with no demo, no scout for G6.
Yeah, Witness Gaming are going to try and fight this Poppy, jumping around, making a lot of space for the team. And you can see G6, they don't have a demo, and Chris only just got there. They didn't want any of that. They're going to go for the safe play because they know they have Uber, and they didn't want to risk losing that fight, losing their Uber advantage, and they're going to be coming right back in with it.
Yeah, it's going to be curious. They're going to go through IT. They're going to pop straight in. And with how close Otto is to Uber, Otto may have a free pop right in. They're going to get 1 kill, Hugo. But let's see if they're ready for the counter pop, because it's coming very fast. And I don't know if they are. I think Low guy's on point. A good jungle coming out. Luca's going to go in again, but taking too much damage means he cannot commit deep on that Uber. Bomo going to lose the 1v1, but a trade coming back onto Poppy. Kobe's trying to make some space, but stuck on some low ground and very weak. Soapy going to get cleaned up, and the rest of the team getting good onto Kobe. A lot of damage. Kobe's going to get Ixie and live, and a scout comes in. Here comes Chris, going to get auto down, and now it's going to be playing around Logan. Logan and Logan going to try and get out. A lot of damage, and Logan comes up huge.
Oh, Lucas! It's a demo, a little 1v1 there, but it's going to be Tomas coming out to clean him up, and that is going to be at least provisionally Witness Gaming taking control of mid. But here comes the respawners, Bomo and Soapy Meister trying to fight this Tomas, trying to do everything possibly can. Nice pistol damage onto Soapy, gonna force him back. Bomo over on the high ground, just trying to do anything he possibly can to give his team some space to get into this mid. But I think the writing is on the wall there. They have to back up, and that is going to be Witness Gaming taking control of the mid.
Yeah, just such fine margins on these fights. Just slight things, another extra shot hit, better positioning. And it's going to be very slight Uber ad in favor of WGE. I'm curious to see, are they once again going to bomb in and send it? But we're going to see the stalemate may kind of slow down, and we're going to see some creative things maybe from the side of WGU. I'm curious to see, are we going to see something like a spy, a sniper from WGU, or are we just going to see that kind of standard pressure through IT, see what happens? But the Uber's actually going to come in. Lucas all the way in. Everyone on G6 is able to get out, and the Uber's going to take up any second now, and it's going to be cool. Are we going to see them going to pop straight in? Are we going to see a collapse? They're going to block 2, get 1 pick onto Hugo, and maybe a collapse going to happen. Another kill on a Tomas, and an interesting play from Bomo, shooting his little dinky pistol, doing no damage. But Logan alone on 2. No way Bomo gets this. No way Bomo gets this. Bomo!
Bomo! Oh my God. There was just no one with auto whatsoever. He was left out to dry. There was nothing he could possibly do, and Bomo just coming up so amazingly huge in that moment. Now, G6, they are going to have a really big ad, and Witness Gaming have to try and figure out some way to salvage this. They're kind of peeking over towards Stroke just to safety. They can maybe get anything. Oh, Tomas up on Sniper. They know about him now. Can he get any type of shot to get his team into this mid? I don't think so. They are just going to back up. But the thing is, even with Hugo going down, if he can get over onto bats, this is a very hard angle to try and peek into if you want to try and take it for free. But he's over on lower. He's not in the position. And I think G6 are going to be able to take control of 2 without having to use.
And if Tomas, you're hitting yourself with it. That was your opportunity. Now we're going to see a full Uber ad push. You're not going to have the crits up. You're not going to have that laser beams heavy. Uber's going to come out. They're going to try to get on that demo. The cap just ringing out on 2. They're not getting anybody. Everybody's just disappearing into resupply, but they're getting no cap time. The Uber is not quite ticking up, so they have some time to work with. Poppy going down. A lot of damage from Hugo. They're going to trade out onto Kobe, and this looks like it's going to be in favor of WGU. One last kind of hurrah from G6, and Sophie just getting absolutely levitated and taken out. And WG's gonna have an Uber to push out at last, and Logan going down means this should be a pretty free push out with that Uber ad.
It is going to be very, very free for Witness Gaming, as yeah, they do have the 100%. They don't have to worry about any backcappers, anything like that. They've cleaned that up phenomenally, and now they're going to have 100%. Logai at 60, so they do have to get a move on if they want to try and take this Uber advantage any further than second. They're mobilizing over towards Choke, going to be jumping in. Sophie Meister just waiting to try and maybe go for some type of bomb. They're getting a little bit of space, but Logai has about 80%. If you're G6, do you stay in here and try and go for the trade? As they do trade out both soldiers, and now I think G6 are going to be confident to try and stay in. You can see Lucas, they haven't used on the side of Witness Gaming, but I think they recognize that the Uber is up for G6, so they are just going to back up. They don't want to get too aggressive here, as we do have a maybe some more shenanigans.
Yeah, he's just a track star. He loves just doing the extra running for just fun. He's just very athletic, and we're going to see. I'm curious to see. Both these teams have kind of gone through different options. They've had the IT push, the Al Qaeda push. There's so many ways to go about this, and with the game being on the line, there's just one round left for G6. WGU cannot falter and mess the scenario up, and the spy gets bumped, I think, and they know now they're going to be freaking out, and Tomas is going to be hitting himself again. Another off-class scenario not going to work, and all the off-classes are going to be figured out. That Sniper coming out, and I hate where they're playing with Auto. Auto, if G6 just continues to just get Logan in a spot to spam this medic, but Soapy gets the freest force ever, and it puts so much stress on Auto, and he barely made it with 9 HP last time, and that is not going to be a one-time occurrence. I actually love this play. Kind of going for a different avenue, pressuring in a different way, keeping them on their toes. They're expecting Auto to be in one spot. He's in a different, a headshot rings out. It's going to be on to Poppy, and Bomo's just getting free shots. I want to see WGU do something. And they're just waiting. They're waiting for an opportunity that's just not developing. Hugo forced the bomb with low HP, and the rest of WGU now is finally going to take some space and take 2 down.
Yeah, they are now. They're trying to get. Oh, Logan! He gets 2. Otto and Tomas both going down, and Poppy is going to be able to find 1, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We do have to melee out. Chris is going to take down Lucas, and this is looking so good for Leica G6 to take this map. They're going to have a really big Uber advantage. They're probably going to slow down. They could rush it in, but they risk just beefing that some type of way, and then all of a sudden this amazing advantage that they've garnered for themselves has been nullified. So they are just going to wait. They're going to get all of their players up. They're going to get that nice Uber. They're going to get everyone nice and buffed up, and they're going to try and execute. Thing is, we do have some more crits.
We're just going to say that EU last hold, this is really crucial. I wouldn't have minded actually seeing the Bomo Sniper in this case. How it is they're just basically bunkering up and just holding on until that moment happens, and they just all explode out and defend last. But the Uber going to be ticking up now, and I want to see, are they going to play cap again? They're going to pop in, get that gun dealt with, and I do want to see the cap time coming out again. They're not doing a great job shooting the stickies off. Nothing really coming of it. Everyone on the EU still just bunkering down. So much cap time, everyone's on it. And the round is not going to be over. No C9 this time, but it's going to mean Auto is going to go down and Lolguy's going to stay alive. But with Lolguy, with no one to heal, the Ubers are going to end up being even at the end.
That was so incredibly close. The point was a hair away from being capped, but luckily, Witness Gaming recognizing the mistakes that they made last time. Everyone, yeah, everyone is up. I
It's a
think they're
4v6 on 2. They're going to send it. No one's ready. G6 going to catch out. Oh, big air shot. Lucas going to go down. Sophie's still in a very good spot, but a soldier behind. He's going to get some health packs, and he's going to be on the flank. I don't know how confident they are in it. He's going to draw some eyes, and the rest of WG should come in. A lot of
nice
damage.
stuff.
Sophie going down. Hugo in, and it's not going to be enough. But 3 up versus 4. G6 is going to have to back up and hope a mistake happens. Bomo making a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. That bleed is going to dissuade the soldier from bombing, but a high ground is in favor of WGEU.
It is Poppy's super duper weekends. It seems like they're still trying to fight this a little bit like a G6, staying in, trying to contest as Lucas now rolling out, trying to get onto the point. Nice pick from Kobe onto Poppy to try and give his team a little bit more space. And I think with that, Witness Gaming, they're just going to play a bit more passively, recognizing maybe that it was just not a worthwhile fight. As now Kobe jumping in, trying to take advantage of that player advantage for his team, knocking the stickies around. Sophie kind of be hiding over in a good position, has been spotted out. She's going to be jumping around as well, trying to see if he can do anything. Kobe launches high up into the sky, just barely being able to survive, and they're just trying to take so much ground on like a G6.
I don't think he spotted him. Hugo making a move. I actually don't know if they see. They should know by now, but the rest of WGEU is going to take some space. One player down, and it's going to be all on Hugo to make a play here. He's in a great spot. He's on the medic. He's going to get one rocket. Get the second jump. Gonna get on the med. Logai milks it, grabs that pack at last minute, and that is a massive play. I don't think any medic at this land would have lived in that scenario. And Tomas is going to be picked off as well. 2 down, and Kobe's taking so much ground to trade the damage, and the rest of EU is sent right back to last.
That was so clutch from Logai. Like you said, if he doesn't do that there, if he pops, that is an amazing position for Witness Gaming. But now, like the G6, they have an opportunity to try and get into last. Sure, it is even Ubers, but they take down the sentry gun, and now it's going to be all on their soldiers to try and make something happen. Maybe Bomo as well, get the flank shoved in and try and find some way to get the force or the kill out onto Otto. We see a little bit of action over by Rollout, just Sophie Meister jumping around, maybe trying to see what the lay of the land is, and he's just going to go back over to his combo and get buffed up once again. That sentry gun is probably rebuilt, so that kind of window opportunity has been nullified a little bit, but they got 3:30 left on the clock. They got a lot of time to try and break this defense from Witness Gaming.
It's going to be interesting. They got 3.5 minutes. There goes Bomo. Probably a pick they're fine with happening. I don't know if they'd be fine with Sophie going down as well, but Sophie's going to end up navigating his way out. And we are most likely going to see bot mode's favorite button combination once again. And he's going to pull out his little sniper scope and play a little 1v1 here maybe.
Yep, we could have a little bit of SVS action, depending if they meet over on the field. But at least for the meantime, it's really going to be all eyes on these two to see what they have in store for us. That doesn't mean that no one else can't do anything. Sometimes having the sniper out on the field means that you can corral the other team into being in a position that you can take advantage of. We see Sophie Meister maybe trying to go for something, didn't quite see, but he is going to be taken down, and that at bare minimum is just going to force like a G6 out of lobby. They're just going to be a little bit passive over on 2 to make sure that they don't have anyone go for something super aggressive on them. But at least for the meantime, that's just time drained off the clock.
Yeah, when you're playing with the sniper, you really don't want to ever die. You want to give the opportunity for that sniper to make a move. But something I saw earlier, big headshot, and I think Soapy might be on the man treads. I see him taking a lot of damage, and what that sniper does is it forces the med in a bed spot, and he's going to ignore the sentry gun because he has that man treads which reduces knockback. He's in on the medic. The medic's in the sentry armor, and he's playing it so well. No damage coming out, and I've seen so many times where the medic's sitting in the sentry, and he just dies anyways. But that is at least the second time where I've seen Otto live and take 0 damage from that dispenser. He plays it so well.
Yeah, really, really great stuff. Kobe as well going to go down. So no soldiers, at least for the moment for G6. We have Soapy rolling out. So a little bit of a window of opportunities for maybe someone to try and go for a counter sack, but they're not going to do it, at least at the moment. And we're just going to go back to some more sniper as a, I mean, if you're Witness Gaming, you're holding pretty well at the moment. You got to be okay with this. But the thing is, just one mistake and you lose the map. It's such a precarious place to be in. A nice full body shot over onto Logan. Not going to get the kill, but it is going to alert them to the sniper's whereabouts.
Yeah, a minute 20, they have to make some moves. This sniper really hasn't been finding much value. I don't know if we're going to see a hero peek or something at some point. The sniper getting caught out. Oh my God! Bomo! He comes in, and he makes a massive play. We are now going to see, are they going to wait for the for Bomo to spawn again, but it looks like they're going to send it right away. The sniper in, they're going to pop the Uber. They need to get some results here. They need to get the sentry gun. They're getting a lot of damage onto Lucas, but the point time's not coming in. The spawner's up. Lucas
Hugo gets onto Logai. Amazing stuff. Poppy gonna be jumping around, gets onto Logan. But the thing is, Bomo might be able to do something. Rushing around. No, he's gonna be too slow. And I think that this might be holdable, but I don't know. He's trying to rush around. I think they have sniffed it out. Kobe was up on Spy. And the thing is, they may have been able to work that push if...
What is this?
Oh my god, I thought he was maybe going to be able to do something there, but they may have been able to do that push if he was up on Soldier. Just kind of a little bit unfortunate timing for Kobe specifically, but it is going to be it's going to be moderate Uber advantage actually for Witness Gaming. They're making their way in. They have 2-player advantage with both Bomo and Kobe being down. They're just forcing so much damage onto the Soldiers. They get Kobe. That's going to be really, really good for them, and they can try and extend this forward.
I think Tomas is hacking. He has the Invis watch on Scout. Can we get this guy out of here? That is disgusting. But they're going to be walking through choke. Uber ad still here. Lokai has to wait. Disconnected means there's not going to be an Uber in this scenario. Kobe winning his 1v1 at 3 HP. Gonna get Hugo, but traded out. Here comes Bomo with 1. He's a psychopath, just running forward, not gonna get enough, but they trade 2 for 2. And it looks like WGEU has completely flipped their fate, and they are now on G6's last. But well, at the end of the day, someone needs to be able to break it. And I really love the creativity from G6 on these couple holds. And I want to see, are we gonna see something creative as well from WGEU? We've seen man treads a lot. We've not seen the battalions, even though they notoriously complain how broken the battalions is. We have not seen it a single time from them, besides on Bagel for 1 life. But the only thing I know is that they, oh my gosh, I don't know if that's been spotted, but we're gonna be walking in here, and I'm curious to see how is this hold gonna go. The sap gonna be gun, it's a little
Hugo
too
just
late.
getting absolutely destroyed by the sentry, yeah, and Tomas being found out. It's a good idea, but just poor execution from Witness Gaming at the moment.
Yeah, a little too early from that Soldier. The Spy having a little tough time getting there and pathing, but the pipe onto Lokai means that Lokai needs to get out of there. But it looks like we're going to see some more action. But the one thing that I really only see G6 do, and this is a strategy they love, is they love having a teleporter for their medic. So instead of hiding in the dispenser when they bomb, sits on the teleporter and teleports out. And in chat, we see Poppy being very upset about the config. To be able to break a last hold is the advice I would give. But we're going to see, the best part is with the config being old, they would have lost already, but that's just me. That's just me. G6 would have won.
Their config is the only reason why Witness Gaming are still in this map specifically, because if you didn't know, this is continuous overtime. Ixie up on Sniper, over by 1, gets a nice little body shot off, but not enough to get the kill onto anyone. So they know the Sniper's out on the field. Logai just can be over on the point, like you said, with that teleporter up at his disposal, and with dispenser as well. He's got a wealth of options if any bomb does come up onto him. Lucas, taking a lot of damage, is going to have to go back. Ixie as well, and you know, with 2 minutes to go, still some time for Witness Gaming to work with, but they've got to try and figure out some way to break this hold.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Once again, 2 minutes off the clock. It's going to be on Ixie. They're going to send 2 soldiers in. A great job from Logai. The Sentry and Logan combining together to get both those soldiers down. But once again, even though you have a sniper on this hold, it is so hard to get through these angles. That headshot is probably going to seal the deal, and they're going to get back out and just get ready to round reset. And it's going to be a lot of pressure, as it should be, on that aggressive team. Why should the defensive team need to push out if they have a disadvantage? When you have the advantage, you need to be able to press it and actually close out the game itself. It's going to be another minute 30 left, and it's going to be on Ixie and the soldiers to make something happen. And if they can't, well, that's too bad. You lose your advantage, you go back to mid.
Yeah, we are going to have to see. The thing is, going back to mid, you might be in for a round reset. Logai taking a little bit of damage. Nice, a beautiful surf, actually, from Logai over onto the high ground.
If Botload's on the Frontier Justice, he has 8 crits. I don't know if he is. I want to see, but he has 4 kills with this Sentry. And if he has the Frontier Justice, I think he did. I think he killed his gun, which it's going to be a little shock to when you jump in onto the Engie and he pulls out his glowing boomstick.
We are going to have to see as Ixie is scoped up over in lobby as they're just trying to figure out some type of opening pick, some way into this last that's been thwarting them for so long. It's just going to be scoped up over. Maybe has the opportunity to deny Bomo his engineer crits. Unfortunately, the shot's not going to be able to connect. Poppy still over by 5, just trying to see if he can get any spam damage where in 30 seconds, you can't go for a sack now. It is just going to be an even Uber exchange. It could be okay, even with the sniper, if Ixie can get in a good position with a lot of room and hit some shots, but they got to start going now.
Yeah, the gun is going down. They're going to be posturing towards that 1 and 2 door and actually rotating back. They're taking a lot of time rotating. There's 10 seconds, and they're going to need to stand on this point. And with that being said, once they stand on point without Uber, they're probably going to get blown up. Uber gets forced out. Poppy going to go down. Not again. Not again! Another C9. They were in a pretty powerful position. They just can't stand on the point.
Yeah, the fact that Logan got dropped there meant that it was honestly a pretty okay Uber, but yeah, just a little bit too late from Witness Gaming EU, and now we go back onto mid, which the danger here is that one mistake on mid, you could get mid to lasted, and if you're Witness Gaming EU, you lose the map, because like a G6, they just need one more round. So they have to play so perfectly on this mid just to make sure that they don't get mid to last. But we're here on it, watching the soldiers, trying to see what type of initiation they opt to do. Nothing at the moment, just going to be playing a little bit passive. I say that here comes Hugo, just going to be jumping around over on top of the forward spawn, just trying to see if he can get a little bit of spam. Poppy taking a little bit of damage, might have to go back for the help. A lot of damage onto Kobe, he's going to be able to get the kill. Nice stop from Ixie, rushing forward. Poppy is going to be traded out. Ixie trying to see if he can do anything over in the IT area at all. Tomas over on the point. Hugo can be taken down in with 2-3 picks. That should be it. Like the G6 are going to be able to capture up mid, and I think they're going to try and press the advantage in onto second.
Yeah, and they're just going to be able to take this ground. Lucas may actually be caught. Lucas taking so much damage. They're continuing to pressure forward. Chris trying to get some space, but no one there is to help him, and Tomas is going to get that kill, which may make, they're probably not going to peek into 2, but that may allow for the opportunity for bot mode to run his way back and do his favorite button combination he's ever had.
We will have to see.
Yep. Oh, nope. Yeah, he's going,
yeah, there we go. He was thinking about it,
I
but
bet
no,
you right now he's got the big... Whoa, he's upset. No, actually, he can...
Oh
no, Soapy
okay.
did him a favor, yeah. He
Yeah,
was so
that's
upset.
all right. That's all right.
I thought he was gonna continue running and being like, I need my steps anyways, but he'll have to wait another 20 seconds. I know he had a big smile and it went right to a frown as soon as we saw him walk out. But finally, we get to see how broken is the battalions. It has been in a whole event, and we finally see that. But you know, if we want to go to European rules, we could do that. Game would be over.
Yeah.
G6 up 2-0.
That's true. That's true. Listen, we're just saying superior rule set. But with that being said, we still have to see if the North Americans can be on top, as they're trying to look to take the second map. Bot mode going to be trying to work some magic. Oh my God, onto Lucas, and that's the magic we were talking about. He's been so on top of it this entire land, this entire series. And now, without a demo, it is so much more difficult for Witness Gaming to try and hold all of these doorways. Bot mode just getting a little bit more of an angle. Nice rocket from Poppy onto Soapy Meister is probably going to dissuade like a G6 from going for anything further, but Bomo still up on that sniper, and the thing is, you keep giving him opportunities to get shot. Eventually he's going to go for one. You already saw him go for the deep pick over towards one and get onto the medic, and if you're Witness Gaming, you have to be playing a little bit more proactively here. You can't just be on the defensive.
Yeah, nice body shot coming out, but the same kind of thing happens the other way around. The benefit to the battalion's backup is if teams want to take this time and use it, Poppy's going to be able to get damage and farm this up where they can get that damage resistance and avoid those headshots if they can build up that battalion's backup. But with that being said, he takes away a little bit of mobility, so Kobe and everybody on G6 spreading out, spamming these doors. They get that valuable dispenser down, but Bomo's gonna get on Lucas again. A huge body shot coming out. He's gonna barely hit the reset bind, and the medic is in spawn auto. Bomo waiting for someone to push him. Poppy gonna trade a body shot on to tow us. The battalion's not gonna be in play. 2 for 2, a minute 40 left, and everyone trades out. Kobe's gonna try and get it. Kobe gets the trade somehow, and it's gonna be 3v3 at last, and I think we're gonna see G6 end up. They're continuing, even against the spawners. They get the gun down again. And they're on the point. They're beating the point. We're going to end up seeing Chris go down. They're going to get so much cap time. The Uber coming out. It's just going to be Logan on last, hoping Soapy comes in very, very fast. But that cap time may come to effect if we do a drive push, if we see something. But Otto and Ixie going to be in. Get Logan. Get Logan. Going to still have Uber up. Kobe's here. Not going to hit too many rockets. Just get out. maybe with his life just barely.
Ooh, just barely gets out, and that is going to be a nail-biter of a hold if you are Witness Gaming. Thing is, now they do have 100% Uber advantage. They should be pushing out here. Yeah, and we are going to try and see, are they going to go for it here? This is 100%, but no, it seems like they're just going to be staying on last. Only 40 seconds left. I guess they're just guaranteeing on the fact that like G6 has been having equal trouble pushing into last as they themselves have. If they are going to be trying to go for something, Soapymeister jumping around, takes down the Sentry Gun, but it's going to get shot over by Rollout. Bobo going to be taken down, and I think that actually might now be the call for them to try and push out with 3 down and Uber advantage.
Wow.
No, they're just staying on last. That is insanity.
So this play is entirely just, I think they must think that their mids are good enough where going back gives them a better opportunity than just getting out on the second, which it is a risky play. That was an opportunity to go for it, and it's going to be 5 seconds. G6 has to go in. They have to touch the cap, and it's looking like it's not going to be happening. We're going to see another C9 this time from G6.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. And I mean, it's just going back and forth, back and forth. We are going to go to another mid. I don't know how many round resets we've had so far. I want to say this is the 3rd. I don't know exactly. We were kind of blessed in the first map because Bagel, you can't round reset.
Well,
you're kind of forced into action. Oh, true, product. So we're not going to have to worry about that on the next one. But you know, for Witness Game, we're going to have to see if their strategy pays off. Are their mids going to be enough to secure them a mid to last, or are G6 going to mid to last them?
We're trying to push Soapy out. Scout through IT is going to try and surprise that IT push usually does. And G6 put in this corner. The mid's going to be very large. Low guy's going to live. They're trading 2 for 2. And a lot of damage from Hugo. Logan just barely living. He's somehow staying alive. Lived Soapy. They're going to try and chase him out. Tomas is going to clean it up, but a 1v1. Nice pipes from Lucas, and it's going to be a mid-win from Witness Gaming, and that was a good strategy. It paid off. Now, once again, we're...
Oh, Hugo.
Oh,
no,
think he wanted to land it, but at the end of the day, we get down to the last scenario. Can you break a last stalemate? And I think that is the most important part of this config is you need to be able to close games. And that is the whole point. If you cannot break these stalemates, it is going to be painful. At that point, send larger waves of sacks. Make them come out of last, get out of that stalemate. And you've got 4 minutes to do it. Both these teams have been taking a little bit too much time getting prepared, losing too many players when they're not ready. And it looks like they're going to send a couple people in. They're going to trade 2 for 1. They're going to lose another player. And now they're going to do something we saw on Snakewater against Australia. They send the 3-man, and they're going to leave their combo back up to potentially take a trade and get themselves in a situation they like.
And we're going to have to see if the trade works out. It's like the G6 move forward. Soapymeister going in for a big bomb, but Logan is already taken down. And now everyone on G6 is going to have to back up. They do force the Uber out. So a demo for an Uber is going to be pretty okay if you're G6. But now they're in the position. Do they push out with this Uber advantage? I don't think they do so. They don't have Logan. And by the time they do, the defenses might be a little bit too stabilized on Witness Gaming. Seems like they're peeking it, they're poking it a little bit, but I don't know if they are going to commit.
Yeah, the main dictator of that is if Bomo stays on that engineer class, then they're not going to push. If he switches, and it looks like they're going to kind of take the same approach WGU did. They're going to say, okay, you break this. Both teams have so little confidence in the other team breaking it. Why would they take a risk and allow them to be bailed out of the scenario? And it's going to cost, you're going to have to be creative. You're going to have to look for plays. And I think you're just going to have to change things up. Both teams have tried Sniper, they've tried Spy, they've tried Man-Treads. And eventually one of those combinations will pay off.
Yeah, maybe it's going to have to be a combination of all 3, but at least for the moment, it's just going to be, yeah, that would have been Witness Gaming trying to work their way into the lobby, trying to dodge all the spam. Hugo going in for a nice little skip jump. All right, tier 6, going to be bombing in. Going to get one. Oh my God. They just get absolutely annihilated, the pair of them. Both soldiers not having a good time, but they are going to be down 2 soldiers. Like the G6 are just going to be trying to peek this at bare minimum, see if they can maybe get some damage to work something off of and maybe send someone in for a sack, but they don't see anything, so they're just going to back up onto that comfy last point.
Oh, I've seen this a lot from them. They love their little leather boots on, and they got 2 pairs of them. They're rocking out together, they're twinning, and let's see, is that going to pay off? The main thing about the strategy that hasn't worked in the past is the main point of this is when you have a sniper, it forces the med to play up. And Guy has chosen to play up. Here comes one soldier. No!
Oh my God!
Oh, Bomo comes up massive single-handedly, just not even letting them touch the ground. The Frontier Justice crits and the gun together get those kills. And the best part is that will build him another 2 crits from getting a kill with the Sentry. And it's going to be a little tough for these soldiers to make something happen. Are we going to see it again? Oh. Okay, we are going to see a combination of the things.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm curious to see, are they going to try the same thing? Are they going to try and pressure a little bit more, a little more spam? Lokai didn't even look in danger at all, even with all of that. Built entirely to force the medic, it wasn't enough. And once again, we've ticked down for 3 minutes. We have a minute left. And if you're G6, I think you're pretty comfortable. You've been used to this scenario and gotten out of it a lot.
Yeah, you have to be very, very comfortable, as we are going to see what Witness Gaming can do. Can they work anything at all to try and get some pressure in, as we do have the Piika coming in. I thought he does get the force. They do get the force. They are going to expend 3 for it, but they do effectively get the force from like a but trip onto Chris. That's going to be amazing, but I don't know. They're not going to have a lot of time to wait for everyone. They can maybe get Hugo and Ixie, but Poppy is probably going to be a little bit too late. They're going to have to start going before Poppy is in, because there's only 10 seconds left. They can't make the same mistake, Marmaloo. They have to stand on the point when they use this Uber in, as Tomas going in. They're actually going in so deep without
Medic's alone. Where's the Uber? They pop him finally. They're going to get a soldier down. They're going to touch the cap. That's going to be enough. A lot of players down. This looks like it's going in favor of Witness Gaming EU that's standing on the cap, and it's going to be 1-1. This round is for the entire game.
My God. It has taken so long. I don't even know how long we've spent in continuous overtime.
I think it's going to be maybe an hour-long game.
It is indeed, probably. But they're not out of the woodwork yet. That was amazing. They finally got that last push done, but they still have to do it again, and they cannot. Both teams here could mid to last, and that could be it. It could be over. We're going to see a very aggressive bomb coming in. So
they got hard red.
They get hard red. He's going to barely be able to get out, but he's going to be weak. He's not going to be able to bomb for a minute now. There's going to be space that Witness Gaming can take. Hugo going to be the one to bomb. Just bombing in onto Kobe. It's not going to be able to hit the rocket, but so much damage. Oh, Poppy on the low guy. Oh, but Logan.
Oh, the turnaround. It's just Otto and Toe left, and they're disconnected. Tomas is going to go back to the combo, but the rest of G6 already weak. They're going to clean up Soapy, and Toe looks like he might get caught out. The 1v1, the pistol comes out, and range true from Chris. But with that being said, Otto is going to get out. He's going to have a massive Uber ad, but the middle will end up going in the favor of G6.
The mid will go in the favor of G6, but like you said, Uber advantage for Witness Gaming. They should be able to get on to second. There's not going to be really any pressure, anyone stopping them there. But it's going to be a question of this next Uber coming in onto mid. They've got 100%. Where do they take it? Are they going to go maybe something sneaky through IT? Are they going to go through Choke? Maybe something as different as Sewer. They're kind of posted over towards Choke here. They're kind of taking a little bit of time, getting everyone buffed up. I'm also a little bit nervous as well. Going to be bombing in Soapy. Nice job. Now they might be able to get a scout. Nice damage, but Ixie going down. They do find Bomo, but Kobe is in the backlines going for the backup. He's super weak. Should be cleaned up. Is going to be. So that's going to be 2 effectively for the Uber. They do lose 1, but now they're at the risk of the leapfrog situation from like a G6.
Yeah, Cobert 1920 getting his 1, but that's not quite enough. But we're going to see, like you said, is the medic in a good position? And with no one really set up, it's just going to be these 2 soldiers trying to jump in. Low guy puts himself in a very, very scary spot, but the sticky's coming out. The med is caught. This should be enough. The med's going to die, and it's going to be all around playing around low guy. Do not let the soldier convert, but there's a back cap coming.
Oh, he got the air shot on the low guy, and there's a back cap as well. Tomas versus a soldier might get the pistol kill. No, the soldiers do go back.
Kobe, you didn't do anything. Kobe, get down there.
Listen, he was there. He was there to help. It was part of the spirit. But like a G6 are going to be able to keep hold of mid, or be able to retake mid. But it is going to be Uber advantage because Otto did die earlier. Low guy dying a lot later. But Kobe trying to go in onto Otto, doing a lot of damage, but not enough to get the kill. They're trying to block the point. They are going to force. Oh, nice stop from Lucas Tang. The scout Poppy with a nice rocket as well. They're all trying to get in onto Otto, who was very, very weak, and they're just going to have to back up. And now Witness Gaming, they're in a good position. They should be able to take second. There's no demo. There's no scout. They do have to maybe worry about a back cap in case someone tries to sneak mid out from under the noses, but they've effectively dealt with that. They have a little bit of Uber, Marmaloo.
It's going to die late, too. There's going to be a slight ad, a player ad. Without that player ad, they may have not pushed.
Do they take this? Is that so much trouble pushing?
They haven't been able to break stalemates. This is an opportunity. They have Uberad. They have Playerad. They need to send it. Logan is so close. I don't know if they realize how much what Uberad they have. They're gonna get in. They're gonna get on the bomb mode. A lot of damage. I don't know if they're gonna catch him. They're gonna get the cap time. Kobe's trying to do as much as he can with the cap.
They get it! Witness Gaming EU take map 2 in a back and forth close nail biter process game. My God, Marmaloo, that wow.
Yeah, just some typing in the chat. You guys got us be on one side. Are you for or not for the config? We are finished that game. We have a series. Maps have been traded, and we are going to be going to product. Well, we're not going to see round resets. We're not going to see crazy stalemates like that.
Oh, no.
It's going to be electric, and the pace change for each of these maps must be crazy. You go from Bagel to the slowest process we've seen. Then you're going to go to Viaduct, crazy again. You're going to go to Goalie, all the
Goalie
jumps.
Watch is so slow.
And then it goes to Metal, which is another map with a terrible last hold. The one silver lining is Goalie is a map that you can break pretty easily. We've seen
That's
WGU.
true. That's true.
They've had success. G6 has success. But this is going to be electric. I am curious to see, does WGU have a different plan to approach at this, or are they going to just run it back?
Yeah, it has to be said that this is the first time that they've actually won their map picks respectively. So this grand finals already switching things up.
People win their picks? Oh my gosh.
You wouldn't expect it, but to give us more information and analysis is our analysis desk. Break that one down, guys. You got a lot of stuff to talk through.
A lot of stuff, a lot of volume of time, shall we say, as what a game that was. Witness Gaming EU, they were on the back foot for so long in regulation. They were surviving these uber-ad last pushes so often, go around down, but then the progressive infinite overtime kicks in, and then they grind the game down to a halt. And honestly, I think G6 got a bit frustrated. I think they were really struggling to get themselves going into this. But Witness EU, they had some amazing plays, air shots all aboard over towards Lolguy. What are your thoughts?
Well, overall, I'm happy to see that it's going to be a competitive grand finals, because when these teams matched up earlier in the bracket, it was looking like G6 just had the upper hand. So the fact that we can see Witness taking a map and taking a map that they're behind on. Granted, it was only one round overall, but I mean, it just felt like the game was not in their hands for so long, and then they got the momentum going their way and ended up taking it because of that.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think the only word I can use to describe the Witness Gaming boys is resilience. They were in that for so long. It has to be at least somewhat getting into your head when you're on process for that long. And G6, they were just unable to close out those lasts. They looked so strong everywhere else, but Witness Gaming showed if the other team can't push last, you can always make it back.
We've got to, okay, I guess it wouldn't be right of me to sort of redo this segment and not talk about the effect that the infinite overtime has had on this and how it played into Witness Europe's strengths, and how, as the game went on, as it got longer and longer, Witness Gaming sort of gradually ramped up into it. Do we think is that just me seeing it, or do we think there's actually some sort of tangible thing that's playing into Witness's favor here, Rumpus?
Well, I mean, in an objective sense, overtime hit when G6 were up rounds, right? So, assuming that they don't play any differently, then they would have lost on a different rule set, right? And I do think that a team that has really strong fundamentals, a team that's good with their pushes, good with their holds, good with their mids as well, yeah, this kind of rule set is definitely going to favor them.
Yeah, it is also somewhat of a psychological thing, though, and so even with the fundamentals, it can just get in your head sometimes, and that might have been what we've seen there. Not to take anything away from Witness Gaming, because they did play their game and they played it well.
Yeah, I was I wouldn't say I was worried coming out of Bagel. I think they had a really good showing, and obviously it wasn't their map pick, but at the start of process, I really thought G6 had so many opportunities to get these uber-ad last pushes in. But I think the momentum of the series is flipping, and I think Witness, they might be getting stronger and stronger, and I think this is sort of a point, we're at almost the potentially the halfway point in this series. Who do we see taking the trophy home? I'll start with you, Delta.
If you asked me this an hour and a half ago, there's no way I would have said with any doubt that it would just be simply Witness Gaming. But at this point, I'm sorry, I would have said G6 for sure, but at this point, Witness Gaming, like you said, they're doing God's work out there. They are going to take it home for the EU lads, I believe it.
How about you, Empress?
I'm still thinking G6 because, for starters, I think that their loss here was, it's always going to be a mix of factors, but the big one was their last pushes looked straight up weak. They had many opportunities to get even more rounds, and I think as well, the fact that the momentum was able to flip is in some part because they were sputtering out on last, and if they kept things going, they might have more confidence to do things better on process. But I think on another map, especially that's their map pick as well, I don't know, G6 are definitely equally resilient and more than capable of bringing it back around.
One other thing I want to mention, right, in terms of, we're talking about momentum and sort of the mental that comes with playing in a grand final like this, there was one key moment I want to highlight, and that is the Bomo snipe onto last. They hit the shot. It's a fantastic shot, and then the Uber charge comes in, and like you say, it just didn't materialize. And I thought that was the end of the game. We all thought, we were all running back to the desk. We thought we were going live, and we get here and we see, wait a minute, it's all gone wrong. And from that point onwards, I think G6 might be faltering a bit, like in terms of their mental. I don't feel like they're playing with the same confidence since that moment.
Yeah, and it also wasn't that. We saw a couple more Bomo snipes on last. I think there was one where they had Lucas and another player down as well, and they couldn't close that one out either. Like you said, it seemed like something just got in their head at that point, and the process last was just too much for them.
It does seem like to some extent they were playing a little scared into last as well, because I was not seeing as much creativity necessarily. They seem to be very much relying on Bomo on Sniper, which granted, I mean, after that hero peak shot one, just dropping the medic, yeah, I mean, he's hitting shots, but as we saw, he had another hero peak one, the med was nowhere to be seen, because obviously Witness EU are a good enough team to adjust to something like that, and G6 kind of need to keep up.
Well, in the interest of schedule, this game has gone on for quite a while so far, and there are potentially 3 more maps left to play before we can crown the best TF2 team in the entire world. So I think we need to stop talking about this, and we might throw over to our casters. Take it away, Marmaloo and Tcmano.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Grand Finals, and I mean, what a Grand Finals it's been, Marmaloo. We've only had 2 maps. We have 3 more potentially, at least 2 more, guaranteed. We could go to a third. It's just been out of this world so far.
Yeah, well, we said the finals don't start until both teams win a map. That's just not true. We can't count it out, but now they won. You know, almost got the prediction. 1 round off. They were a lot worse at breaking the last stalemate than we thought. But yeah, overall, just a great game all around. Both teams just vying for control. And the shortcomings of this config is it can't go very long, but that created an amazing match. And what we are not going to see on this next map is that exact problem. It is Viaduct. There is a time limit for each round, regardless if you do anything or not, unless no one caps the point, which we have bigger issues if that's happening. That may be match fixing. They want to get us kicked out of the venue.
That's true. Yeah, maybe that's their secret strategy. They're like some.
They made a gentleman's agreement. They're like, we're both going to tie. Or
just tie. Leave it up in the air. Build hype up for the next LAN. You know what I mean?
In 4 years.
4 years time. You know, come back here. No, but I mean, it's just. Luckily, like you said, we are going to be going on the product. But one thing that immediately stood out to me after I had the internal relief of a no more round reset, at least for right now, is the fact that Bomo, I think, has been the best player on Leica G6 this series specifically. He's been playing out of this world on Bagel. He was doing so much on Process. He was doing so much both on Sniper and on Scout. I think he's probably feeling himself on the moment. Oh, yeah. I think we go to product, he gets on Sniper, and I think he's going to be a very, very big threat for Witness Gaming to deal with.
Yeah, I think the most powerful part about Sniper is not the full-time Sniper, it's switching on and off. Yeah. You always have to be like, okay, do I want to play to deny a Sniper or not, before even seeing that. And just the power of it, you hit one shot, everyone's game plan goes out the window. And that is what we saw previously in that last series they played. But I want to see, did WGEU, did they talk about it? Did they figure out a strategy? We did see some more counter Sniper when they played against the Australians, but the Australians did win that map.
Yeah, No, they did win it. It was very, very close in the defense of Witness Gaming EU. They took it down to the wire. Yeah, but Australia able to eke it out, and that's kind of good because that gives a lot of things for EU to work on, to look at. They did some things right, they did some things wrong. If they take the time to dissect that, they could put themselves in a very good position. But the other thing is, like a G6 isn't Witness Gaming Australia. They may have learned everything they possibly could from that match and still not be ready to take on G6.
Yeah, there's just different teams, different beasts. They do play somewhat similarly, I think, on that map, but it's going to be interesting to see how are they going to deal with the flank. Soapy has had a renaissance on this map. Previously, like, if we went back 2 to 3 years, Soapy on Viaduct just was not their map. They just never played it.
Yeah.
And after this land in this last season, he's really stepped it up, and he has looked like one of the better Viaduct soldiers and really is giving space for Bomo to make moves. And I think a lot of, like what you said, Bomo is going to be one of the guys that is going to make the plays. Everyone else on G6 is pretty constant. It's Soapy and Bomo that are going crazy, and Bomo especially is a little psychopath.
He is
in the most loving way possible. He is a little psychopath on the server.
Definitely, if you're on the enemy team, you might be thinking, what is up with this guy? Why is he just killing everyone on our team like it's nothing for him? But no, he's absolutely come alive, and I do agree with you. Soapy Meister definitely stepped up his Viaduct gameplay. I mean, you would know, having played with him on G6 and also being an amazing Viaduct soldier yourself, I'd say probably the best. You know, maybe he picked up some tips from you along the way. But, you know, for Witness Gaming EU, you know, we kind of said earlier, they were the Viaduct team, the product team in their region. So now, are they going to be able to contend with G6, who are really trying to become the Viaduct team, to put it in your words, of the world? It's going to be very, very difficult for them. I think we're going to see a lot of, like you said, sniper for one round or maybe one life, then immediately back on the scout from both teams. I think we haven't really seen any full-time sniper, even from Witness Gaming EU. We've seen a little bit of it. Maybe Tomas goes on for a life. Maybe Ixie does. I think Hugo is actually kind of their sniper in this scenario. So we might be seeing a little bit of that. Actually, speaking of that, versus Bomo and Hugo, what do you think is better? Do you think giving up the soldier is better, or do you think the scout? I mean, they can do so much. What do you think is better? Do you think it's team specific?
I think it's kind of team specific. The trade-off is what you need to think of is what does a soldier and a scout provide. On this map, trading a scout out means you still have control of connector, you still have control of cliff, and how G6 wants to play and how Kobe wants to play, it really gives him kills. The soldiers have to jump in, and Kobe on soldiers about as good as a scout is at denying players. So it's like, it's not too bad what you're missing. The main thing with having your soldier go sniper and having 2 scouts is you are playing entirely around your sniper. There is very, very little initiation. With 2 soldiers still up, you could be jumping around and make all this space while your sniper is there, but you may be a bit weaker against the bombs. And it's really the play style around it. And I could see either ways being working, but at the end of the day, you want your best sniper on sniper and everyone playing around that if you need to.
That's definitely true. So they're going to just have to coordinate their team compositions around it. And then, you know, the other thing is when you do have the sniper, like you said, you are going to have to try and play against it. And you kind of have I don't think you've actually made the flow chart, but it's a hypothetical flow chart of how to deal with the sniper.
Visualize, they have a sniper. There's the path of, oh, he misses. Yeah. We do all this stuff. We flood connector. We go behind. We jump them. And at every step, there is a line up that goes, did he hit a shot? Every time. And as soon as that happens, go back to start. Every single time. And it's one of those things that can be really frustrating. But at the end of the day and at the top level, we've almost always seen the non-sniper teams, the perma-sniper teams, they almost never succeed. If we look historically, I think like the main one that comes to mind is that Nerd Rage team back in the day. Age is showing right now, I-55. Yeah. They had Flippy, one of the best snipers. We had the I-52,
absolutely insane.
Sheep. In all of that, they still weren't the Viaduct team. That was Froyotech. That basically never ran a sniper, ever.
Yeah.
And that's kind of reigned true forever. The only times we've seen it is back in the day when the Machina was unbanned, Garbukio.
I remember that.
The counter that Froyotech came up with was a pyro with a detonator to light the sniper on fire. That was the best counter they had.
Hey, listen, maybe the Euros are right, that scorch shot. You don't have that flare to go over.
Oh,
so
yes.
Maybe
it would be game over. The sniper would be unstoppable if the scorch shot was gone.
That's true.
That's all you're going to hear from me.
Maybe they got something in the bag, but we're going to have to see if the Europeans over here have something in the bag, as I think we are going to be going live of Map 3. It is 1-1 apiece in the Grand Finals. Witness Gaming Europe versus Leica G6. Thanks to our sponsors, Manco and Physgun, for making this all possible as we go live.
Witness is actually going to be on the sniper. This first shot is so important. It's the first shot in the first game. They haven't done this ever. Lexy's going to be on sniper. Going to see the soldier connector. He's not quite getting a shot. Both teams waiting for something to happen. G6 usually playing that more passive style, waiting for something to occur. And Poppy playing the sniper has calm out. And the rest of G6 should be able to react to it soon. They're going to get a lot of cap time out. And the rest of WG is trying to block this point. But the cap is going to flip. And the sniper now is stuck on an offensive sniper. The problem with this is the angles are shorter, and the longer he takes, the better it is for Leica G6. The clock is ticking. And as soon as this Uber comes out, you're going to see G6 able to Uber across and try and send a soldier onto the sniper. There goes the Uber. They're going to try and get onto Lucas. And a great job milking. And once again, we keep seeing these Chris solo Ubers that just aren't getting results. It's just one guy. In that demo, it just has enough help to tank that. Here comes Sophie all the way flying in, gets the sniper down. Luca's going to get down with that distraction. The Uber coming out, but they're not going to find much. Kobe actually going to get a pick to go behind. Kobe's being a little demon behind. It's going to be a 4v3. G6 having the advantage, and the Uber slightly in favor of G6.
Yeah, Hugo jumping around, just trying to see if he can do anything to give his team a little bit more space to play with at the moment. Not going to happen, in G6 in a good position, already a minute off the clock in the very first round. Bomo going to meet over on connector with the flank of Witness Gaming. They'll be taking a lot of damage as we see Witness Gaming working forward. They can get a bit aggressive here. Nice bomb onto Logan from Poppy. And even though Leica G6 do have Uber advantage, they're going to be a little bit more hesitant to try and take it because they don't have their demo. Luckily, he does have the faster respawners now without having control of the point. Sophie super in deep is going to be taken up, but Chris on the auto gets him with the aggressive Uber. Super heads up play. Lucas onto Chris, but I think the damage has already been done.
No way he gets one more. Oh, he's nice bow coming in from low guy, and Bomo able to live. And just a great play. The point's still in the favor of WGEU. They're waiting for the spawners to come in, but right now G6 is in a point of power. We've seen this on Bagel. It's kind of the same dynamic. With Uber ad, it's going to be on WGEU. They have this time frame until Leica G6 gets Uber to do something, and once that happens, then they kind of have to scrap it all. So they're going to be trying to make some moves right now, hopefully. Make some dry push, go through connector. But Sophie being very, very active, not letting the roamer develop. Keep tagging him up, not letting him get comfortable. And the team of G6 is completely fine with just sitting back and letting them come to the point and take some spam.
We are going to have to see as they try and pressure the point a little bit here. Witness Gaming as two of the soldiers bombing across. Bomo onto Ixie. Great stuff there. Both going to be able to stay alive. Chris onto Hugo. And the aggression from Witness Gaming not paying dividends as Sophie just bombs in. Going to be able to stay and then collapse onto Poppy over on Cliff. Lucas also going down. And the thing is, that wasn't even necessarily a four-man from Witness Gaming. That was just kind of a little bit of a trick.
It was a forced four-man.
Yeah, it was a
They said, we want you to sack, but this is going to lean into the forward hold. This is going to be all on if this Pyro can get enough space and get a reflect. If it cannot, we may see an Uber coming out from the side of WGEU, but it doesn't look like they want to. The Pyro immediately going down, and Kobe and Bomo both pushing their respective flanks. Gonna get on this demo. He's not hitting enough shots. Sudero comes in. Poppy's gonna go down, but Lucas will live in spawn, and that is gonna maybe force them to get out. Is Hugo in the other? Hugo somehow got to G6's spawn and is gonna get put down very late, which means he's not gonna be here for this fight. The Uber is gonna be up. There goes Logan. Otto has that Uber at Kobe down as well, and they're not going to need a pop. Sophie behind, try to make a move, and they really want to get this force out. Sophie doing a great job of just stalling and letting people chase him, but at the end of the day, they want to get this Uber out as soon as possible. They have a 2-minute advantage, but that can slowly get away from you if you just don't pay attention enough.
The spoon attempt from Sophie not paying any dividends, but luckily for Witness Gaming, Leica G6 don't have overtime, so they can let them cap and still have something to try and do about it. Just going to be trying to pressure Leica G6 over towards the cliffside area. Low guy getting close to his own Uber charge. Just going to be waiting until they have it and maybe try and take an exchange or try and get a little bit more time on the clock. Chris running forward, trying to see maybe where he wants to take this Uber. Now here they come, going to be rushing across the point. Otto super far back. I don't know if this Uber is going to get anything for G6. We do have the soldier bombing around. Soapy once again trying to go in the back. Let's going to meet the soldier up in the air. Going to be taking a lot of damage, but the Uber from Witness Gaming not getting anything either. Both Ubers not really doing anything for either team. It's all going to be about the post. Poppy finds one on the Kobe. Hugo going into backline is going to be traded out for Ixie. So much damage coming out from like a G6. Logan just shooting pipes at the enemy demo. Poppy is not going to be able to protect the med, and I think that's going to be it for like a G6. They win the first round.
Yeah, and just so much chaos caused from the soldiers of G6. They both got behind. They themselves did not get that much value, but it forces a lot of people to spread out. Soldiers have to come back. And the rest of G6, it makes so much space for Logan and the rest of the squad to go in. And it looks like they are going to be mirror matching here. It's going to be a little interesting. I take it back. Bomo has given up on it. Maybe that might be a very metagame where he is trying to bait him with the spy check, thinking they have a sniper and baiting him a bad mid. But both teams did not end up checking, so I don't think it would matter. But the team's just vying for space. Sophie trying to get damage on this roamer, get some space, taking the connector and some aggro grab, but the point is open, so this doesn't really net in any cap time.
No, it doesn't. Now the point is finally open. We can immediately see Witness Gaming trying to get a little bit of point pressure. Actually, very aggressive bomb, trying to get in onto Logai. Does a bit of damage, not enough to get the kill. Bomo gonna go down over Ixie, trying to follow up and gets the cap for Witness Gaming EU, as we do see them just pressuring everyone on like a G6 back. As Sophie, very aggressive in that connector, just gonna have to bail out a little bit, taking so much damage, getting so much focus fire his way. And now G6, they want to try and recontest the point. They're gonna have that Uber. Question is, do they go for another Uber change, which, like you said, Marmaloo, have not really been working?
Oh yeah, Chris has been taking solos and they just know it's coming and they just hold S, which gives such a better Uber for Witness Gaming EU. I really want to see the rest of G6 coming into these Ubers and making space, using the idea that they're gonna hold S once you pop, or the threat of it, but the trade coming out, both teams Uber, Tomas wanting to pressure Logan down, nobody really getting anything. But G6 and Chris gonna get this cap, and they're gonna be able to reset now with that control point with the clock ticking down, Hugo being hurt.
Yeah, really great pick. Bomo and Chris finding one as well. As we nice bomb from Poppy onto the point, but I don't think it's gonna matter. So much damage. Oh, Otto! That's gonna be enough to survive. That is insane. I think without that arrow, Otto 100% dies there. So expert stuff from Otto to keep himself alive with onto Sophie Meister. I mean, we know Soldier's gonna airshot, Demo's gonna airshot. You don't see the medic airshot all too often, but with that, it's still going to be Uber ad for like a G6, but they've got to try something to keep them up. They're going to be able to capture onto the point, but we do have Bomo peeking around, goes for the snipe, not going to be able to hit something initially. They know where he is now, hits the body shot, and now it's going to be up to the soldiers primarily on Witness Gaming to try and deal with the sniper.
Yeah, they're going to Uber all the way, and they get onto Otto. Otto going to get picked off, and that is a giant turnaround. Getting a Uber ad scenario is just going to buy more and more time. Sophie masterfully playing on top of that sheet metal, killing Poppy. Hugo in late, trying to get on the demo, not connecting enough rockets, and just going to try and get out. And right now, in a position of power, Bomo has decided that he wants to do his favorite thing once again.
Yep, he is still going to be up, and he actually gets the shot off onto Lucas Stang. That's going to be very, very unfortunate early on. So, headshot on the Tomas, absolutely nasty. Now it's going to be just sticking up China a little bit, just trying to block all of these angles for Witness Gaming to try and come into play. They're getting so much cap time off the not equal. Oh my god, someone stop this man. Bomo is normally good, but not like this. Check his PC. Body shot onto the scout as he peeks over towards Cliff. Sophie just going to jump out. They don't need to get too aggressive here with the sniper. Oh my god, Tomas. He's just been sent to the respawn room by Bomo every single time now. And now they're getting aggressive. They maybe want, oh my god, Bomo.
I think ATF2L might be making a change. Sniper has been banned from the league because this is disgusting. 5 shots, headshot, headshot, headshot. Getting that closed out, and they're gonna get Kobe, so some room will be gained from that. But again, they need to be able to approach. If bomb mode hits a headshot, we're right back to day one and a pipe onto Tomas. It's just gonna be Bomo just chilling out. He's just in Zen state, and they're gonna take an Uber trade across point. Bomo, they ignore him. They're going for the medic. Lucas is gonna go down. Ixie and Otto kind of caught out. Chris is gonna try and kill the scout so his sniper stays alive, and they clean it up. They are completely fine with just resetting the scenario. They don't need this med pick. They can just stand here, and if your sniper's on fire, you don't need to do anything.
don't need to do anything. Kobe is going to try and do something, however, goes in, is not able to find anything. Logan, nice pipe onto Thomas. Hugo very weak over towards Connector, as G6 just have so much ground control over this point. Just a threat of Bomo and the execution from G6 just making it so impossible for Witness Gaming to even approach the point without threat of being immediately terminated. Poppy going to be going down as well, and it just seems so clinical from like a G6 right now.
Oh, Tomas
Jeez.
is not having a fun time. Bomo is just walking around, hitting every shot. I don't think I've ever seen him on fire this much.
I think half of his kills have actually been onto Tomas.
Nope, they have.
It's so bad if you are Tomas right now. Oh my god! He is just absolutely on fire, and they're just all falling onto the point. They use the Uber for good measure, but there's just no hope. G6 2-0.
If I'm EU, I'm pausing. I need a breath. I need to figure out a plan. But he is just dominating the server. Everybody else doesn't need to do anything. An attack pause has come out, and I'm curious to see, are we going to see a pyro scored shot? Is that going to be the counter? But most likely, we're either going to see a counter sniper, or they're instantly going to bomb across regardless. Yeah, but it's going to be interesting to see. Like I said, the tack is 1 minute. There was an actual timer on it instead of the 3 minute tack that is like fake. where Bandy's there for half an hour. Bandy gets a snack, makes some dinner, and then he's like, okay, we're good to go now. But I am curious to see, what do you think they're going to kind of look for in this counter?
It's going to be difficult. I mean, taking down Bobo has to be the name of the game, because it's one thing if the sniper's just kind of there and you're kind of worried, but no, he's hitting shots over and over again. He is a threat.
Last one on the soldier, he's Mach speed. Not looking at him, headshot.
Oh my god, it is just so insane, and you have to shut that down. Maybe the pyro scored shot. I don't recommend it, but maybe they go for it. But just something, like you said, get their soldiers in super aggressively. I think they'll probably try the counter sniper. There's no reason not to at this point. And if that doesn't work, it's going to be a lot of pressure on Hugo and Poppy to really go for something.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. And the best part is they're not even opting to run into it. They're probably expecting a blind counter, where we're going to see a Turk pause, as bot mode has typed incorrectly in chat, but he fixed it. But we're going to see a tech. I am hoping it is not a horrible tech. Oh, apparently his cheats have broke, confirmed from LOL guy. So, just being nice, everyone being nice, letting him get back in, letting him toggle again. It's only fair.
Re-exec the cheats. Yeah, no, of course. You got to get that those hacks up and running. But speaking of something that can provide you reliable service every time, Physgun.com, check out there for your servers. They never fail, but we are just going to have a little bit. Oh. Wait, maybe this is the real game over all along.
HVH, Hugo's going to log in with cheats as well? This is insane.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Apparently there's some type of gun bug that automatically hits everyone when you have they're on your screen. I don't know what's going up with that. It says the players in the chat, so hopefully they get that fixed.
Yeah, Bombwood actually sent a link for Hugo to download it. So, it's only, like we said, it's only fair. He's like, you know what? That round wasn't fair. Here you go. Let's even it out.
Yeah. Let's even it out. Very, very great sportsmanship going on, but the game has resumed, this time hopefully for a long time. We're going to see what happens, and like you said, it's going to be standard sixes class compositions across the board, and we're going to have to see if maybe they can do something as we... Oh, Poppy goes in super deep, Hugo does well. Oh, but Lucas onto Logai, that makes it now worth it, but can they keep Otto alive? He's going to have to back up through Cliff. He doesn't have anyone with him right now. Finally, Bostia's going to meet back up, and this is still dangerous, though.
You know what this might be prime time for? This would be prime Bomo sniper time, but I think he's too far forward. They're not in a good enough spot, but they're going to most likely have to wait for Lucas to get here before going. But we're probably going to... Oh, Poppy getting killed by a trap is going to open this door up. The rest of G6 should be able to kind of brawl on this point, and they're going to have to force the Uber out from Witness Gaming EU if they want this point. So from behind, creating some chaos. They're going to kill Bomo, and they're going to pop their Uber for it.
And they are going to pop the Uber. Nice job getting onto Bomo there. They do have Soapy Meister in behind, being a little bit of distraction. Logan onto Hugo as well. Soapy, nice job on the Ixie. Oh, that is a good serve from Otto to barely stay alive. Kobe with a very aggressive bomb there. Almost gets him. And they have lost the point, but luckily Otto stays alive. Oh, Logai going to serve out to safety there. These pipes just flying in. You can see the... Oh, my God. An amazing pipe onto the scout there.
lock and load, no lock and load, demo still hit all the flames. But Hugo going to try to be on clip. There is a sniper. He has spotted it out, but he's traded his life for it. And it's not much value for him. Poppy in, going to get the sniper down. A clean bomb.
Ixie got low guy.
What a play. That is massive. I would say all those trades aren't really going in favor of WG until you get the medic. Probably the best class you can ever pick.
And it seems like Witness Gaming have tried to find some type of answer to the sniper threat. Thing is, all of this chaos has been going on while G6 owns the point, so they have got a lot of time in their favor. Now, finally, Witness Gaming going to be standing on the point. They've got full advantage, full Uber ad, and if you're G6, you're just going to be trying to force this out at the best opportunity.
Yeah, and that's the problem with having a sniper is your point presence is just less. So if you can get up, the sniper loses its value. Lucas all the way in, on the low guy. Low guy's gonna get picked off, and that sniper's gonna get no value. And right now, WG EU has kind of come up with a game plan to deal with this sniper. Just don't let him get those opportunities, and if they do get put in a spot where on the back foot, then they will have to have some trouble. But they're not giving G6 any room to breathe.
You have no room at all, and now finally, for the first time, it seems like it's going to be Witness Gaming trying to go for the forward hold. They are going to be trading almost immediately. Really great aggression from the soldiers. Kobe going to be able to get one there. Soapy, very, very weak, is going to be go down, but I think this forward hold has successfully been broken without the soldiers to do anything. It's just going to rotate over to the other way. It's going to be open and free, and now G6 can try and formulate some type of strategy to get onto the point.
Yeah, now we got Bomo on scout, so it's going to be all around this kind of drive fight and until they get Uber. We need to see a better Uber. Chris has had some trouble going solo, getting these forces. It just hasn't been happening. So I do want to see the rest of the team kind of supporting. Maybe bring a soldier, bring a demo, edge the point a little bit more to bring people forward. But the flank is going to be pushed by the side of WGU. Soapy trying to kite it away, and both teams just vying for their own space, resetting onto the point. Soapy very, very weak to catch a bow, but this Uber not going out just means more and more time for WGEU.
Yeah, more and more time. Really great stuff, and they need it. They're now finally in advantage, but now the Uber has been used from both teams, and it's just trying to be an exchange across the point as Chaos goes in. Soapy Meister, nice rocket from Hugo to get onto Soapy. Now with the player advantage, G6 still trying to push across the point. Kobe trying to go to the backlines. Really great damage onto the combo. Massive damage onto Lucas. They're going to be able to get him. They do finally find Kobe, but the damage has already been done. No demo. That's going to be enough for G6 to walk across, get point control, but under a minute for Witness Gaming.
Yeah, Soapy's been struggling to get value very recently. I think they're just getting used to how Soapy's playing this. He's always just going behind and just jumping around. So they're just waiting for someone on China, and he's just stuck. So I want to see if he's going to adapt or just kind of keep brute forcing this. But the point is in favor of G6. The Ubers are about even, and G6 is getting aggro both their soldiers. Poppy all the way in, trying to get onto Kobe. Kobe very, very weak. Soapy in on the medic. Little guy goes down. Soapy going to get picked, and we're going to keep Otto alive. And it's going to be a full wipe onto G6. Just Bomo left, and I don't know if I should say just Bomo left with what he's doing.
Oh my God, he definitely could have gotten out of there with the way he's been playing. I 100% believe that possibility, but it is going to be Witness Gaming getting control of the point, and now they've got everyone up. They can go for this this forward hold here. They've got 100% Uber. Low guy only just now building. There's 40 seconds left on the clock. They've got to break this ASAP. That Pyro doing a lot of work to get them some open ground in here. Can they find any pick? They find one on the Tomans. That should be enough to break it. Another onto Ixie is going to be really, really good here, but they've still got the Uber. They can't go too far forward.
Yeah, no scouts.
Oh, Poppy got low guy.
Low guy gets picked. They're going to want to try and get Otto in this post. There's no scouts up, which means Kobe and Soapy should have some good luck, but they're just not getting onto the med. Otto 90% or 90 health. Another soldier, and they get the kill. The melee coming out, killing Otto, and bot mode. Bomo versus Tomas along with Soapy. Bomo's so weak, Soapy's stuck in a weird 1v1. It's hard to kill a scout with low HP. They just won't play in a situation to hit them, but the cap needs to come out for G6 or this round will be up.
It is going to come out. There were just too many people falling over on the side of Witness Gaming, but the good thing for them is it is going to be overtime for them, so they just need to capture it once, and they have been able to win a round in this third map. They're going to be bombing in, trying to get some opening picks. Nice jump onto Logan. They're not going to even wait for Ubers to be in play. They're going for it. A lot of damage onto the G6 squad. That scout, super weak. They find two. Chris and Kobe going to both go down. It's only going to be Bomo and Soapy on the point, and they have been able to get a round on the board.
Yeah, and let's see. I'm curious to see. We've seen like sniper on one team, sniper on both teams, no sniper. How are they going to go to this mid? Because that last mid it was a little interesting. And so far this round it felt like WGU was in control. And I don't know, do they want some more Bomo magic? But I think WGU has kind of gotten used to it, and that magic is starting to fade off. It's getting close to midnight for them.
It is getting a little bit close to midnight. It's very late so far in the competition. A lot of TF2 has been played, definitely for Witness Gaming EU, and even now at this point, for like a G6, I mean, this is the third map in a best of 5. The fatigue might be starting to affect a couple of these people, but they cannot let it get to them. This is only the third map, and we got at least one more. We're going to see Poppy skip jumping around, going in behind, going to be a little bit of a nuisance, causing a bit of a distraction, going to recommitting onto Logan, and not going to be able to get the shot. Logan be able to defend himself, but Lucas with the pipe cleans him up. Here comes Hugo with the big bomb, trying to get in, maybe onto Logai, not going to be able to find the mark, but is going to buy out enough space for his team to get control of the point.
Yeah, but just great job from the soldiers of WGU. They're not necessarily selling out for the med. They see, they distract, they jump away, and it's buying a lot of space for the rest of WG to get a picks. Like Tomas getting Kobe is going to get them more and more time. They're going to be able to take more and more space, and that is all you need in COD. If you can just keep picking players off one at a time, you will win in the long run.
You will indeed win now. G6, they've got their full 6 up. It's even Uber, so they've got to maybe just take the exchange. As we said earlier, the exchange is not working out super well, but you know, they can try again until they make something stick, or maybe they go for the foreman. No, they are just going to rip it. Chris going in very deep once again. Otto backing up all the way, just baiting so hard and not using. Chris does get Lucas. Now that's going to be good. They are going to be able to take him down, but that does make this Uber from Witness Gaming a little bit more riskier, especially with Sophie getting onto Hugo. He does crater, but the trade's going back and forth. The chaos is going to help G6 get control of the point, stay in control, especially with that late kill onto Poppy.
Yeah, Bomo trying to 3v5 the entirety of, and it's Bomo's so weak, but Logai noticing that this is not going to go well, and the rest of G6 just sells out for some time, and just to get the respawns, because it's not going to matter in the long run. The cap should be flipping any second now, and should, well, it does not affect the spawners for G6. It's going to lead into a forward hold though, which they haven't had too much trouble breaking, but still it's a little scary.
Yeah, it can be a little scary. You can be stuck here if you are not careful, but we are going to see what they try and do. Seems like they're just going to be going through the main way, going to be able to bust out a soldier, and that is going to be the forward hold broken. They really didn't stick to it too much onto it if you're Witness Gaming. Just maybe a little bit worried about getting forced in an unoptimal position, and it just keep control of the point instead. So now it is going to be even Uber's little guy now finally up to 100%. Are they going to try and go for the same Uber change that didn't really net them any value last time?
Yeah, just still the clock is ticking. A lot of pipes coming out from Lucas, getting so much damage. It's going to pressure all of G6 back, and he's just going to keep peeking, shooting those lock-in loads, getting a lot of damage. The Uber comes out. Chris with another patented run at nobody Uber, and the soldier's coming in. He's going to be forced to pop. Lucas jumping forward, getting the air sticking onto Kobe, and right now, WGU is playing in such a good neutral position where they don't have to make a move when it's even Ubers. They know what's coming, and they can just predict and deal with it every single time.
Yeah, Poppy going around for the bomb, trying to land on the demo. A lot of damage onto Logan. Is going to be able to kill him, but trade's going either which way. Hugo still alive. Might try and go for something here. Going in for the bomb onto Logai. Nice damage. Gets onto Logai. And Otto is safe and sound the heck out of there. And Witness Gaming seemed like a completely different team compared to the 2 rounds that we saw in the first part of this map.
Yeah, they just needed to get the beating from the bot mode sniper, Bomo sniper, and now they're locked in. They're making moves. Logai's getting picked a lot, and the rest of the team is just playing so well together where they're giving nothing for free. And it's going to be a lot of effort from G6 to create an opportunity, which, you know, let's see if an opportunity can be created. There is one shot. Ooh, I think he's getting a little cold, but let's see. He's got one more shot to kind of limit test. Here comes the demo Ubering, and now, once again, Bomo not in a great spot. Whenever he's on sniper, the other team is Uber. They're going to trade 2 for 3, and WGEU will end up on top in the situation. Both medics have lived, but Sophie in an interesting spot, and I do think they know.
I do think they know. Yeah, they have spotted him as he tries to get back onto the crate. Not going to be able to get a trade. Unfortunate for him. A trade there could have been really good. Delays for time for Witness Gaming to get on because they don't want to delay their spawner, but they do get on. It is going to be, however, very big Uber advantage for like a G6. Sophie already up and ready to join the squad as they try and pressure in. This could be good for G6. Their even Uber exchanges haven't been good, but they've been pretty good when they do have advantage. Actually getting stuffed a lot. A really great kite from Otto all the way back, and now this This is so bad. Are they going to give them overtime? No, that's very crucial. They still could maybe win this, but it's going to be so difficult, and especially with Bomo going down.
Yeah, and they just look like a different team in the second half. WGEU is just making them so uncomfortable and playing this map so well. They're just taking it so methodical. They have Uber on point. All they need to do is stand on it, pop when people get close. They have the cap. That is the round. I would want to see attack pause now from G6. They need to rethink and figure out what they're doing and how to make it better.
Well, are we going to get a tack pause from like a G6? It doesn't seem like it, at least at the moment. No, they're going to let it go to a third. And I mean, of course, it's not first to 3. We're not Europe, okay?
Oh, yeah.
It's first to 4. So they do have one more to try and work with. But speaking of, the Europeans are looking really, really strong on product right now. And that's going to be scary for G6, who it's kind of been their map. Bagel and this now both meeting equal resistance so far. 2-2 tie game. Almost a mirror of what we saw on Bagel. We don't have any fancy off classes just quite yet, and we haven't seen anyone go for a bomb. Actually, as I say that, the soldiers for Witness Gaming Poppy landing in. Oh, you go on the low guy! Expert stuff right there, but they do lose 2 in the process, and they are probably going to have to back up. Just keep Otto up and alive.
Right now, I think the main difference so far is Hugo is having a lot more impact than Soapy right now. He is getting on low guy over and over again, and Soapy just keeps getting denied, not in good spots to do things. And it's really hard to win. We said this before, if your medic is dead, it's pretty hard to win the game. But right now, Soapy, once again, trying to be in the connection, gets forced out. The rest of G6 just trying to keep this point. A lot of damage coming out, but the Uber from WG just means if they get too close, it's coming out. And here it goes. Lucas trying to get some damage. A lot of damage, but great job from Kobe helping out. And Lolgai is going to end up evacuating completely and living. And during this whole time, the point has been in favor of G6, and they will continue to.
Yep, they're going to be waiting for the response before they capture it up. Now they finally can, but the thing is, G6 are already here to try and defend the point. They do capture it up, but they've got this Uber to use at a moment's notice. Chris is very weak. Killing him there would be disastrous, but we do have some more coming up onto the field. He's going to be able to go for a shot, but if you are Witness Gaming, it's a very tricky position to play. Oh! The body shot onto Otto.
And watch out, everyone's going to fly, and the sniper's dead now. Everyone's going to sack. You're going to try and get as many important classes as you can get. You get Bomo, you get Soapy, but the one you're looking for is Lolgai, and Lolgai is completely covered by the team. There are no soldiers to jump. It's just going to be the scouts trying to sneak around, and eventually maybe Lucas jumping in.
We are going to see finally, it is going to be a nice pick onto Ixie. That's going to be at late def. Luckily, spawn just comes through. Going to be much shorter actually with the respawn time, but like a G6 in control of the point, they've got Uber advantage and they also have Bomo. So if you are Witness Gaming, it just makes it so difficult to try and go for anything. They are going to be able to get the force off. Really great stuff from Hugo, actually managing to live there. We have a very aggressive bomb from the soldier. Trying to go in super deep. Soapy not going to find anything at all. Poppy is going to die, but now they've given up so much space if you're like a G6. Hugo working his way in, going for the high bomb, just wrapping around. Oh, get some good damage onto Lolgai, but Bomo onto Lucas, and they're being able to defend this.
Yeah, Bomo just gonna be sitting. Kobe comes back in, gets 3, and at the end of the day, it's like if you can't get on the sniper, he's eventually going to have a chance at a shot, and he hits it, and it ruins everything. And you're just thinking now, always like, oh, where's the sniper? We need to deal with him again. It's gonna be a slight Uber ad for WGEU, which if they would want to, they can take it forward and try and get the man, try and get the sniper. Ooh, the sniper angle. This is such a good hard read. Last time they pushed through there, but now they're going to be going to the other side. The pop comes out, and Bomo should be just running for his life, stalling as much as possible.
Oh my God.
Hugo killing himself over there. And now, once again, the sniper, one soldier is down. It's all on Poppy to put some pressure out. But WGU should be fine trying to just have Lucas layer some damage on that point. Poppy in on the sniper. Good direct, cleaning it up. Logan dead, and now Poppy is behind potentially for the collapse onto Lolgai. Just pushing through onto the point. Poppy's very weak gets cleaned up, and a great job from G6. Even with Bomo going down, they have cleaned up the rest of the fight. The Uber has been forced out from Lolgai, but that is a good enough play by them to take it.
That is, now they might be in position to try and go for a forward hold. Seems like they're trying to set it up, and that could waste a lot of time because there's only 40 seconds left before Like a G6 take another round.
Look at the Bomo angle. this is so interesting. You really always, when he's a forward hold with the sniper, you're like, where does he play? And I like that. The whole point is they're going to get all the way through, and they do all this stuff just to catch a body shot or a headshot, and they get a pick. They're going to slow them down a little bit. You will take a 1-to-1 soldier trade when you have a sniper. It makes them wait. They can't do anything. And still, they have to close the ground. Poppy's been doing a phenomenal job of getting all the way back, and it's just going to consistently put pressure on Bomo just by being alive behind.
He is, and he's been able to stay alive now, being a nuisance, is going to be able to get... Bomo saying, no, you don't. You do not get away from me. Not that easy. Now we have the bomb coming in from the other soldier. Hugo not going to be able to land the shots. The Ubers have been traded across the point, looking a lot better for G6 right now. Chris just trying to chase the scout on Ixie. Going to be able to get on Soapy, but Chris onto Tomas. It's only going to be 3 up for Witness Gaming, and they're not going to be able to contest the point. They capture it up with only 14 seconds left for G6 once they get this.
You know, a famous gameplay strategy by the old Froyo Tech rosters was Jay go kill, and now it's looking like Bomo go kill is a very valid strategy. And if he gets a headshot in this fight, it's going to be really hard to win. The whole win condition is the sniper gets less value than a scout will. And if he can't connect a shot, it's not going to be worth it. Like, for example, Bomo gets picked up by Poppy, but Soapy comes up large and gets 2 players. It's just going to be 2 players left. G6 getting to match points. And this is a very pivotal game. If you can get to that 2 map wins, you just need 1 left. It's a very obvious statement, but you want to win this map, especially if you are G6. This is your map pick. You have had a 2-ban advantage in the series. You need to win these games.
You do need to win these games, and this is kind of a mirror of what we saw in Bagel. It was 2-2, it was tied up. G6 then finally were able to turn it around and get their map pick under their belt. Are they going to be able to do the same thing here? And we instantly have Bomo taking no prisoners up on Sniper, and we immediately have the soldiers trying to make sure that he doesn't have any impacts. Lucas, nice damage onto Chris, is going to be able to get the kill. Very, very weak as well. Is going to have to back up Poppy, waiting for an arrow, not going to be able to receive one. It's going to be taken down, and that is going to slow the roll of Witness a little bit, make them think twice about trying to cap up this point.
Yeah, they're trying to spam this medic down. Kobe and Soapy together, the dynamic duo, the headshot comes back on Toe. Toe's having nightmares again. Here comes Kobe, a great vote from Otto. Otto just gonna get out, just doing a great job of defending himself. And they're gonna end up keeping those even Uber scenarios, but still, they need to walk up against Bomo, and he can't hit a shot. Every time Bomo hits a shot in a fight, they should win or have a very good chance. It's on the angle again. He got the opportunity. He's got the opportunity. He misses the shot. It's not enough. They're going to end up rotating. They see the sniper, and the shot's not ringing out. The Uber is going to be forced, and now they can close that distance and potentially pressure the sniper.
They have to try something. Doesn't seem like anyone's going for anything too aggressive, actually. Bomo just going to go down onto the low ground. Oh, Lucas onto low guy. That's going to be so huge. We have the bomb coming in. Hugo, super deep. Not going to be able to find anyone, but Poppy does find Logan. But the trade's going out to Bomo onto Ixie, the man. Oh my God, this is so dangerous right now because they want to try and fight this. They have the heals advantage, but there is the sniper still.
This is a crazy play. I think they know, but good body shot. If he connects a headshot, it could be over, but it's so hard in that situation. But a great awareness by Otto, taking that corner very, very narrow, avoiding that angle. And they've been doing a very good job against the sniper, but there's only so much you can do when he's hitting his shots.
But we do have a soldier over by Connector taking a lot of damage. This is going to be Soapy Meister. Does manage to get out, but there's just so much positional advantage right now for Witness Gaming. Getting a lot of cap time onto point. Tomas, very, very weak, is going to be able to stay alive for the meantime. Kobe and Poppy do trade out Soapy, jumping around once they lose the control of the point. And it is the slightest of Uber ad, but with Tomas going down, I don't think this Uber is going to get anything, especially now that G6 have used their own.
And yeah, trying to get that demo down. Soapy's trying to get on the medic craters from Bomo anyways, and they're going to be able to sit around low guy. It's all these 2 soldiers to make something happen. They've been spotted, their health's not good enough. I don't think they're going to be going for it. But in that whole interaction, they're going to wait for Soapy to spawn, and they're going to end up building a little bit extra Uber with that spawn being extended from Otto. And I'm curious to see, are they going to end up going for a forward hold? And we're just going to see a quick little spy check coming out. They realize that there should not be a sniper, there should not be any funny business. This is cookie cutter, standard 6s, TNT.
Yep, Witness Gaming a little bit against the clock right here because Logai very, very close to his own Uber. They can try and do something before Logai does get, but they have to act fast about it. They're getting onto the point. Lucas just firing some Sticky Scruff, trying to get some space, some damage for his team to work with. Lots of damage up onto Kobe. Hugo does follow it up, but he gets traded out for it. Now Poppy running in behind. Maybe had the opportunity to go onto Logai, but not going to commit, just going to be able to play his life. Instead, Logan taking so much damage, and I think Witness might be able to take control of the point. They do so, but the Uber immediately comes out, and they do not have on Witness Gaming.
Auto's weak. Auto and the rest of the team back up, and that Uber is going to be not very good. They're going to get a little time with it, but they're going to end up probably converting into a forward hold. I'm curious to see how they're going to break this. Are they going to do the Pyro gun? Are they just going to ignore the Pyro? This is a very interesting heads-up play. They actually sniff it out. They are all on top of it, making sure to actually clear out Cliff. A lot of teams will just kind of wing it, but great awareness and just protocol from Witness Gaming EU to make sure that that soldier hiding in the corner was not enough.
Now that's unfortunate. He's been having so much success on just about every single class that he's tried to touch this series so far. Not going to have it anywhere there, as we do have a Leica G6 trying to pressure out, actually getting some good kills onto Hugo and to Ixie. That is going to stop the forward hold. Lucas finds one on the Chris, but the damage has already been done. The Genie is out of the bottle, and G6 are out of their spawn. They're going to be able to get a little bit of space here. Tomas rushing forward, just trying to play the point, ready to take this Uber at a moment's notice if he thinks he can get any type of damage. Poppy in behind, drawing a lot of eyes. She's going to be a bit of a nuisance, get some damage off, not enough to get the kill, and that is just trying to just buy time for his team.
Yeah, and let's see, the Ubers are even, there's Poppy down. They're gonna get a trade onto Kobe, which means it's completely even. They're gonna force across the point. The cap is still in favor of WGEU, so this is all great for them. They can stall as much as they want. Hugo behind is kind of caught out. He's gonna want to trade. He does get the trade, and it's gonna allow his team to continue to brawl on the point with that respawn advantage being in favor of G6. It's not the best for them.
No, it's not the best, and there's only 25 seconds left before we go into continue until overtime for Witness Gaming. EU Poppy on the Kobe. It's going to be a really great pick, and Logan is out of position. Ixie finds that one. Poppy just going to jump back, and they know what they have to do. They don't have to go in super deep. They don't have to overextend. They have to make sure that Leica G6 comes to them, and in this position, the sniper isn't really in play. Lucas finding one on the Bobo. They almost have Uber as well. Sophie Meister is going to go down. Kobe trades. They get on the auto, but it doesn't matter. It is 3-3 on the third map. It is all to play for. And the thing is, whoever wins this has still one more map to try and get.
Oh, geez, yeah, if you are G6, you came in here, I think, from everybody being the overwhelming favorite. If you lose this map, you are going to be a little starstruck. And it looks like Tomas did do some spy checking, so they should know all the information they need to. But it's curious to see. This is where it all comes down to. This is the last round for all the marbles. They've checked, and the checking means they are ready to complete the counter plays. The double bomb comes in, and it has not worked. They did not expect him to be there. There goes Poppy. Sophie's going to go down in return. Hugo getting picked. The players are in favor in terms of G6, and now there's no soldiers. There's nothing on Bobo besides a crit ball across the map and an ornament to the head. Means that he's going to get some pressure and have to back up, but there's nothing they can do against this sniper. They would need to send it forward or get Uber. And Kobe should just have free reign to spam, and the rest of the squad just sit on the point. Momo has an opportunity to hit some shots, and there's one.
My God. Hugo comes in and tries to get in, but he's just not there in the right time.
Oh
my Bomo onto Ixie as well. The man is unstoppable here on Sniper.
Toe run.
Toe has run away, which is the good play. You know, some may call it the coward's play, but is it really that if your life is on the line? Now, it is 100% Uber for Witness Gaming. They are getting forward held by Leica G6. We have seen them break this before. They got the Pirate out. Oh my, they just get absolutely stuffed. A headshot rings out as well onto the demo. They're going forward. Are they going to try and spawn cam? Oh my God, this could be, he backs up. That was so close to being utmost disaster for Witness Gaming.
Yeah, this is scary. They've stalled long enough to get Uber, and we're most likely going to see an Uber come out. Ixie's going to stay on Pyro. The scary thing about this is that Sniper is still probably going to have an angle on this, and they're doing such a good job of stuffing this headshot onto Toe, and they're going to trade 1 for 1. Uber has not been forced out, but with no scout. Oh my God, Bobo!
Oh my, yeah, he could have hit that. If you said he would have hit that, I would have believed you because he's been so unstoppable so far. But they have managed to break the forward hold effectively now. But there's already a minute off the clock. He gets a lot of damage, not enough to get the force. I thought they maybe would have used to that, but they're going forward. Tomas onto the point. They want to try and get this cap up for as free as they can, but now they do finally use the Uber, also being used from Leica G6 as well. A little bit better for them at the moment. Just going to be flashing around, trying to save as many players as possible. But the thing is, they have no one trying to get pressure on the Bomo. Actually, Hugo getting onto Soapy. Actually, no, they just all falling right now on Leica G6. Tomas getting 2. He gets a 3rd as well. Hugo finding so many.
What a lean fight. 6 up, 6 down. And with that, on other maps, it's influential, but this one allows you to get a forward hold in. And previously, we've seen Pyro, we've seen Sniper, we've seen Spy, and just a great stuff from Hugo instantly. 10 seconds down off the board. And what they need to do is they need to catch up with all this time. It's going to be interesting to see. Are we going to see a Pyro? Are they going to kind of keep sacking until they get Uber? Another pick. Hugo is just dominating right now. Just getting another kill on a Chris, which is going to buy some more time. It's the kind of an interesting scenario. They just keep stalling and feeding players out.
Yeah, they do. You would expect them to try and go for something a little bit more organized, all together, all as one, but maybe just having a little bit of a thing as Logan goes down. That's not good.
No,
no. He might get the crater. He craters. That's it. That's enough that they need. They should be able to push out now. I mean, I don't know if they needed to go for the feed. They should have still gone for something all together, all as one, but they do make it work. They are not being forward held anymore, and even better, there is a demo down so they can take this exchange without even having to worry about the demo.
On a Spy player, you know, not going for the one hit backstabs, just really working for it. And they're able to get over. And the times are getting really close. The Super's looking a lot better from WGU. They're forcing flashes. They're forcing people back. Bomo's going to end up getting picked onto Hugo off on Sniper. Tomas really weak, going to get the trade onto Logan. A soldier on the flank coming in, trying to live and get some damage, but it's going to end up evening out. Bomo doing a drop down, and he's trying to get a shot. But the longer that takes, the better it is for WGU. And Poppy in again. And he's done such a good job shutting down Bomo.
Does a really, really great job, and the picks are just going either which way, but they're consistently favoring Witness Gaming, and now finally in this round, they have less time on the clock that they need to whittle down. Hugo going in for a super big bomb, getting so much damage on Logan. Lucas with the pipe, follows it up, and now we have a bomb coming in from Soapy, getting it on the Auto. No, he's not going to be able to do it. Auto is very weak. He's going to have to back up for a pack. Ubers are basically even very slight Uber advantage for Witness Gaming, but I doubt they do anything off of it. G6 have a couple more attempts to try and do something here before they lose this map.
Yeah, and the one thing they've really been struggling with is taking Uber trades on the offense. They just can't seem to get a force. They can't seem to get value. Well, WGU's been doing a great job, and they can just sit here. G6 has not proven that they're good enough for that, and they're just going to be waiting, taking so much damage. There goes Chris, and there goes a lot of their opportunities. They're going to continue to go because they have to. But they're already down their kind of main combo scout. They're just kind of waiting and just gonna back up and reset for one last fight.
One last fight. That could be it to determine it all on this third map. It's just going to be Witness Gaming in position. You can see they're not overextending. They're making sure that G6 come to them. Here comes the Uber trade. It's not been working out for G6. Can they do it this time? They're just stacking the point, making sure to get so many. Now the counter Uber comes out, and you see them just immediately mulching onto Logan. The air shots attempts coming down the low guy. He goes down. There's so many weak players on like a G6. I don't think they're going to do it. They might have the opportunity, though. They're trying to get onto Auto, but they have to focus the point.
And they are electric on the stage. They are feeling it, and from defeat, that upper bracket was a rough time on a map they've had a lot of trouble with. They pull it together, and this is their match point now. The pressure was entirely on WGU this entire weekend, and they are going crazy over there. They are feeling it.
They are really feeling themselves. Of course, I mean, you got to give them props. That was G6's map pick. G6 have looked so good on it this entire lane, and Witness Gaming comes through. It's close, but they clutch it out when they need to. Of course, they should feel good. They should feel excited. But for them, they still need one more map. And for G6, they're going to be feeling down, but there's still at least one more map for them to get back into the game.
The downside here is this is the pick of WGU. Losing your own map pick puts a lot of pressure for this entire Yeah, this entire land, they've been the favorites, and we're going to hear
Yeah.
what the couch has to say about this one.
Wow. I am genuinely like, what do you even say? Like, how do you even intro this, man?
I told you, you guys doubted me. You guys made fun of me. I said I thought WG was going to take it after admittedly I saw, the process game. But I don't know, something about them, their energy, it's infectious.
It's crazy, isn't it? 4-3. This game is going down to the wire. Every single map, every single round at Witness Gaming EU. They're managing to get a lead, and they are now one singular map away from glory.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine that they're getting themselves in this position because, again, G6, this is their home turf, right? They're such a strong team, and yet something just seems off. They're getting so close on both of these maps, but just unable to convert.
Yeah, like you said, not only is that a strong map in terms of their DM, but their playstyle on that map really throws teams off due to, as I think Wild Rumpus actually mentioned this yesterday, they just switch bot mode on and off, or Bomo on and off of Sniper. They don't keep him on it, and by throwing him on and off, it just gets so hard to predict and to play around. And G6 was doing that successfully, but it still was not enough, and it makes you wonder, if that wasn't enough, how do they stop the bleeding here?
The thing is as well, right, what's kind of even worse for G6 is they had the sniper, and honestly, like, Bomo kind of had a worldie that game. Bomo was absolutely just hitting everything. Air headshots and jumping soldiers, medic kills, the lot, you name it. Sometimes even multi-kills. Like, the frag video from that map alone from Bomo is going to be outrageous. But the thing is, what's concerning for G6, despite getting all these picks on sniper, all these high-impact frags, they still don't manage to get it over the line.
Yeah, that's true. And honestly, the Bomo sniper kind of just carried 1 or 2 rounds there and gifted them on a silver platter. But it's not a sustainable plan because we saw Witness EU's soldiers adjust really, really well. And soon enough, Bomo was only able to get a couple shots off before dying, or he just got spotted and traded out. And yeah, it didn't work out.
Yeah, as you said, especially I think the highlight of that was when Thomas started spy checking at the start of those rounds. And so they just had ways of knowing what would happen. And like you said, Witness Gaming, they didn't let it catch them off guard. Another thing is, this is the 3rd day. And so you have to imagine at this point, Witness Gaming, if before the LAN they weren't aware of Bomo going on and off of Sniper, they knew by now. And they probably talked about that. And I think it shows they prepared well. And again, it calls into question on the next maps, what do they have prepared for G6 there?
It's going to be a weird one because this next game, it could be the last map of Physgun Fireside Denver 2025. It could be it. If Witness take it, they take all the marbles. The trip over here is 100% worth it, and they are like etched into history. However, that might not be the case. G6 could bounce back, but now the 2 cost maps are done. So like we're back to 5 CP, we're back to process, and 100% on process. Like, can we like sort of glean from that, like maybe what G6 even like on these other 5 CP maps, or is like, do you think it's different enough? We're firing through the series now that like I shouldn't be putting too much stock into that process game.
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell because, again, you could chalk it up to last pushes and failed last pushes from G6. Obviously, there's all sorts of other factors, but if you fix the last pushes, they would have won. Now, I think process last is not a particularly difficult last to push. I think it is a pretty standard last to push, all things considered, and it's one in which you are very much rewarded for good fundamentals, for choosing whether you want to cross or not with your Uber, for post-Uber positioning, target selection, door selection, all sorts of things like that. So I think that if G6 are having issues pushing process last, I don't know if it's entirely a process phenomenon, and it might be indicative of maybe some deeper issues.
Yeah, as you said that, one of the things I noticed on process was Witness Gaming, they did the same last hold every time with the heavy up top, heavy rotates when he gets bombed through heaven. And so, as you said, it might be indicative of a deeper problem that G6, they saw that same last hold 4 or 5 times, and even though it was done the same way, they couldn't overcome it.
Oh, do we have some logs? I've got Looster here. He's got his laptop ready. Maybe we can, if you get those on, that's great. If not, it's no worries. We can keep looking forward because we might have, I believe, is it Gully Wash coming up next, or is it, I think it's Gully Wash, right?
I do not remember the maps.
I think it's Sunshine and Snake were banned out early.
Okay.
And then,
So Gully is next. And then Metalworks is last. Okay. Interesting. Now, Gully is the Kobe map, and Kobe is just an incredibly gifted soldier.
Went huge yesterday on it against Witness.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's definitely going to be a nice asset to have, and I'm sure Gully is going to be comfortable for G6. Honestly, I'd love to see G6 like taking more risks and trying to control the pace more often, because I do think that they have so much explosive power, both literally and figuratively, that they can absolutely overwhelm Witness EU if they actually take charge.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is you have to question, isn't it an advantage to play a team on the same map the other day and win, or do you actually want to lose? Because Witness Gaming EU played G6 on this map yesterday and lost it. And so Witness Gaming EU, they looked at that, I'm sure, and they probably had time to make adjustments on that. And so what are your guys' thoughts on that, if you have any? Would you want to be in G6's shoes right now where they won yesterday, or do you want to have the chance to lose and then adjust?
I think sort of it's obviously good to sort of adjust, right? And even if you win, you can still adjust some things if there's things not going perfectly. But I think the Witness we saw today, particularly for that like the overtime section of the process game and that product map, I think they are an entirely different six players, since yesterday. I think they are like they have kicked into gear, and on the stage, I think it just elevates them. And I almost don't want to put much stock into their performance yesterday, because this is an entirely different scenario now. If they win this is their life at this point. This is what they've dedicated an insane amount of time to do, to travel out to America, to play the Americans and win on LAN. And like when you've got that drive, I think like forget the map yesterday. Like this could be it for them.
Yeah, and honestly, I do think that, you know, it's easy to overlook maybe the matchup on a map you've already won if you're G6, and maybe focus on some other things, especially when you don't know what maps you're necessarily playing, and think, oh, well, we already beat them on Gully, so we don't really have to worry about that so much. Let's review something more pressing. Versus when you lose that map, yeah, it's definitely something you're looking at specifically. And yeah, I mean, even if G6 were really studying up on Gully and trying to improve it, you still can't anticipate what adjustments the other team's going to make. So it's still going to be quite difficult from their perspective.
Yeah, definitely. And it was mentioned at the start that Gully Wash is a Kobe 1920 map, but we have seen the explosive classes on Witness Gaming turning up. Lucas Tank as well, strong demo, so we will have to see what happens there.
And it's not just the Kobe as well. We've seen some Soapy magic as well these games, particularly the first two maps. I didn't see it as much on product. I had a couple of moments, but Soapy is like really turning up, getting huge impact frags, getting in behind, being a real nuisance. And I think Gully Wash plays to those strengths. Obviously, Kobe was the one doing the insane numbers yesterday, but I think Soapy on the flank is going to be a force to be reckoned with here on Gully Wash. I guess. Do you want to like what do you think the win conditions are maybe for Witness? Is there anything like you think they could do to like counter that, or what do we think they're going to do to push back against this?
That's a difficult question, because obviously, I mean, the first place you have to look is the mid fight, because Gully Wash, already the mid is just important on any map, but Gully Wash in particular, mid to lasts are extremely common because, I mean, mid is quite choky, so it's easy to overstay your welcome when things are going wrong and get caught and you're in this mid to last position. But also, you have pretty wide margins for a mid to last, because the transition from mid into second into last is so quick. The map is quite scrunched up in that sense. So on top of the fact that there's a lot of tricky things you can do with soldiers rolling out fast, getting up behind through drop down, and just high bombing instantly, you really have to, you know, have your mids on lock, I think.
Yeah, one of the things G6 does so well is it's not just one player where if you counter that player, you beat the team. G6, I think, for all the teams here that are also good, G6 does the best at kind of having everyone step up when they need to. And so it's going to be really important for Witness Gaming to not get baited forward into kind of trying to focus one player, because that's kind of what G6's game is. They want other teams to focus on one player, and then everyone else on G6 can kind of just take over from there.
And we're getting word the players will be ready in a moment, but we do still have time to do some predictions. Do we think Witness are taking home the trophy on this map?
Man, I mean, I think it would be a little anticlimactic almost, because I kind of want to see more. And I really did think that we might have been done at this point. I thought G6 were really taking it. So Witness clearly have the momentum, but if there's anything I've learned over these past few days, there's something about this stage that games just have to be close. So I think that G6 just have to win it somehow.
Like you said, I'm hoping for a close game, but I have to go for Witness Gaming.
I'm going to let my biases get the best of me. Witness take it in 4, and that's my call. But we can stop talking because I'm getting word that our casters are ready for perhaps the last time here at this LAN. Take us away, Marmaloo and Tcmano.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Grand Finals. And this has been so exciting, so tense the other way. I mean, that last one went down to the absolute wire, Marmaloo. You could not get closer than that. 3-4 on product. It's just anyone's game.
No, every one of these games have been insane. The least close game was a 4-2 that could have gone either way. It was dangerous. We go to process. It is a nail biter across the board.
Yeah.
And WG comes back, wins from a devastating score of 1-0. They come back from 1-0. But still, on this Viaduct game, it was all over the place. We had random rounds that were just bot mode rounds, or bow mode rounds, it felt like. But then at the end of the day, WGEU just had such great fundamentals. When they had the point, they just kept it. And they kept working together and making it happen. Even through all the shenanigans that were trying to happen, they persisted and went through. Now we are on their map pick. That being said, there were 2 maps left. So once you get to the end of the pick, man, it kind of is everyone's map pick, but they wanted to play this one first. This is where they want to finish this series off, and I am curious to see. This is where you pull out all the stops. If you had any secret strategy, this is the game where it comes out. Are we going to see any funny unlocks? What I think the most important part of this game is going to be, well, obviously mids, and breaking last holds. This is the map, and probably the easiest map to break a last hold, where you really can do it. You can work water, you can break the gun, you can do all of those things, but it's going to come down to, we really haven't seen G6's ability, or I haven't seen their ability at this LAN to do that. We've seen WGEU. They have demonstrated the ability to break that last hold consistently against the Australians.
Yeah. No, they have, and I think they were the ones who actually just stood on the point. While both teams had Uber, they just snuck a scout and a soldier all the way through water. Soldier didn't even have paint train on, just that ×3 cap, stood on the point, and they were able to get around. It's like you said, Gully Wash is the best last for being able to break it. So hopefully we won't see that many round resets. That's kind of like the silver lining. The only thing is maybe if they get stuck on like mid to second, but even then you would expect someone to try and do something, even if like nothing has happened. So hopefully we won't see what we saw in process. But it's like you said, for the Europeans, they do want to close it out here. Like, this is their map pick. They're riding off the momentum from the KOF product win. 4-3, very, very close. That gives you even more momentum in a sense, because you won on a close game. You know you can clutch it out in those scenarios. So they're going to be feeling really good heading into Gully Wash. And if you are like a G6, we kind of talked to a little bit of them earlier, you know, they were feeling pretty good about Gully Wash before this, because they had actually a very strong showing against Witness Gaming EU earlier on in the tournament on Gully Wash. So for them, if they can go back to that strategy, if they can go back to that confidence that they know they have within themselves, have a nice mental reset, they should be able to have a very strong performance on Gully, take us to a 5th map, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a crazy, crazy game, and I really want to see that. But the main thing is losing a close game like that, winning definitely has its impact, but losing in your head, you're going to be thinking, if I did this one thing, we could have won that game. It was so close. We basically won that game. It's like, at this point, you need to scrap it. It's over. I didn't see the stats. If we have the stats, I kind of want to see the last map really quickly before we start, because I do want to see. Yeah,
okay.
Main thing is I quickly saw during the game, Tomas had like 9 deaths, and I'm pretty sure at least half of them were from sniper. So no one was touching him besides the sniper.
No, that's true. That's true. That means that, like, yeah, he was having free reign except for when Bomo was on the field, and some of the best success that they had was when Bomo was just hitting everyone. I mean, when you have a sniper headshotting every single person, that is kind of how it goes. And we are going to be going live, so I guess as we roll out on this first mid, you can take a little look-see over at. No, never mind. It was just a cop-out.
Okay, we actually have the stats now, but Bomo at the top, and it's like if we just look at the damage. Chris doing really well, but Toe, 26 and 17. Are these the right logs? I guess they are. But yeah, Otto having a rough game. There's a lot of. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong numbers. Low guy getting a couple more deaths, and overall just a back and forth game. Nobody really dominating the entire time. There were rounds, there were moments, but overall it was just back and forth. There was no a single individual who was maybe lower than others. Everyone was pulling their part, but at the end of the day, I think just the macro and overall team play of WGEU stood out, and together they did accomplish that win.
Yeah, they did, and now, but thing is, we kind of talked about it earlier before product, but this game is, this series is such a good look at TF2 because we're going all the way across. You know, it's not like it's only process sunshine.
We're in the mainframe.
Oh my God! Wait, maybe this
is what Bomo saw. Yeah, this is what Bomo saw.
The Bomo cam. We are going live, so maybe we are going to see a little bit more of the mainframe as we go live on the 4th map of the Grand Finals. Witness Gaming EU up 2-1 in the series. Like a G6, have to claw back 2 more maps if they want to take it.
Drop.
Hugo. Oh, Logan, nice pipe to defend the medic right there.
Oh, Kobe can drop as well. They're going to get Toe down, and the flank coming in. Soldier up, drop down. It's not going to connect, and they actually overextend a little bit. 2 are down, but they trade 2 for 3, and Tomas once again cheating on a Invis watch on Scout. I don't know how they keep letting him do it.
You know, maybe that's the new update. That's the heavy update right there, and we do have it fixed. So luckily, no more cheating here at Fireside. Not that there ever was one, but it is very disgusting. What's disgusting right now is the position that they currently find themselves in. They're going to be over on their second. Equal Ubers for both teams. This is the first opportunity for a stalemate. And this one, you can break. You can send people behind pretty easily by going through Big Door, getting someone in through Baby Door, through Wood. And I think we will see, like a G6, try and do something like that. But it all depends on what Bomo and the flank really want to do.
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of different places you can go through choke, through Big Door, go behind. You can have a bunch of different avenues of going at it. And the only problem, and the thing about Gully Wash that is difficult, is to get through into second, the doors are so small. There are 2 main doors, and they're hard to get through. So you really have to kind of work around, bait, trade damage, get behind, and if you can get in the lobby, it really opens the map up. But by now, I think it's safe to say they understand what Bomo is doing. He is, once again, on his favorite class. And I think he is feeling it, and that is just a little scary thing in your head. It's like, I don't want to peek. Maybe you're not doing enough. And he's slowly walking forward, and at any moment, they can peek, spam him out, take him out. But they have a soldier in lobby with a kind of pinch. So Soapy and Lobby able to spam in while they're trying to defend against the sniper. And eventually what we're going to see is probably Toe wanting to take a trade someone, wanting to take an aggro Uber. Soapy in on the demo down, and that's a massive pick. It's going to allow for so much space, and what we're probably going to see as a reaction is an Uber trade straight into Big Door from Tomas any second now, but they are fine. Poppy is trading damage, and they just don't want the sniper to get around. They're going to rotate around, kill Kobe. Kobe overextended a little bit. They're going to clean it up, buddy.
Oh, he gets 2. He gets the drop. How does that happen? How do you let that happen? You should be ready to use at a moment's notice, but it doesn't matter. What has happened has happened. Like a G6 are in the very good position, owning mid. Now they've got 100% Uber. Bomo still up on that sniper, so trying to peek and go for the force is so much more devastating if you are Witness Gaming.
What is happening?
Have Tomas going to be running straight into the melee
no
weapon.
Way, he was so weak.
That is absolutely insane. Tomas does win that one. So they do know that there is a scout behind. They might have been able to slow like a G6 down a little bit, but with Poppy going down, it's going to even out the players, and they might just decide to say, let's go for it.
I do think it is an interesting play to go on the current strategy here. They're going to spam the gun down, the scout's still behind, and they're going to start trying to go for kills. No one's going for point. Now, we have to remember, Lucas will be in that water. He's going to get a kill. Tomas with a 1v1 on 2 gets the kill, and he's going to finish the back half. With that being said, he will have the pinch onto Logai and Logan if he's on the right door at the right time. Enough damage into Logai. Logai's going to get picked. Nice pipe from Logan, but too little, too late.
It is too little too late. Logan is trying to get out of there, but I think he might be caught. He is going to go down Poppy with the cleanup, and that is the best push out for Witness Gaming. They take down Lol Guy pretty late into it as well. A late death compared to everyone else, and they also have an exceptionally big Uber advantage to work with. They're going to be rotating over towards Big Door, but Bomo onto Poppy is going to slow them down a little bit. They're probably still going to try and go forward here, but it is going to make them think twice about things.
Yeah, some decisions they've made in the past are really coming to affect them now. The Sniper in Forge is really powerful, and it is such a good denying tool, especially because you jump the Sniper and he just teleports out through the next respawn. And it's going to put a lot of pressure on Witness Gaming EU to try and get through this door, make some space, and put pressure on the Sniper. Another shot from Bomo. The Soldier is on the high ground, which should pressure it out, but here comes the crit finally.
Oh my god.
Another, oh, the sticky was so close, but they're going to get Logan, which is a massive pick, along with Kobe. But with that being said, the Uber is charging up, and it's going to be a little rough being stuck on Crit's Creek. It has its moments, but consistently, Uber will do a better job than Crit in almost every scenario.
It will, and now they are going to be trying to sack in the takedown. Oh, they get the force out. Really great stuff from both soldiers. Poppy and Hugo are going to do that. They are going to both fall. Can this Uber get anyone else? I don't think so. Everyone has managed to get out of lobby, but they are very aggressive over in River. Thomas going down is going to send them packing a little bit, and they are going to have advantage with the Crits Creek, but they are going to lose second because of it, so they might be in a very awkward leapfrog situation.
It's always tough to play against the crits. Do you want to go in and close the ground so they can't just snipe you? Or do you want to just back up and give them space where they have to hit those difficult sticky snipes? And there's a lot of counters, crits, and they're going to be walking forward, trying to get something with this. They're going to get spotted out, and it's going to be all about this first sticky. Oh, guys in range. The sticky's coming out, just dodging it barely. Big damage onto the top, but the drop down from Sophie. They're going to get Tomas, but the crits on the scout is going to seal it. But the back cap from Bomo, this could be very, very hard if they're not coming back. The entirety of G6 stuffing that choke door, and it looks like they're going to get the back cap, and they can keep rolling. The unique thing about this map is that mid cap and second cap are very, very similar. Kobe's in. Kobe has a lot of damage. He's going to get on the bed. Otto's going to go down a massive play.
Oh my god.
But Ixie gets two. Ixie 1v2 kills both of them, and it's going to be Sophie and Chris left at the choke, but just great play from Ixie and the rest of WGU to snuff out that flank play.
That was an insane series of events. Both Bennett's ending up going down, and it is going to be Witness Gaming in control here. The good thing about Otto going down is that they don't have to be on Critch Creek anymore, but I'm sure they would have been A-okay to have their medics stay alive anyway. So they are just going to be able to go up. They have control of mid, and now they're in the exact same spot that like a G6 were in. How do you break in onto second and try and get some ground and start to get some momentum here?
Yeah,
so,
I do think Gully Wash does have a lot of the better stalemates to try and break. It's not nearly as punishing. There is a lot to do, especially being able to get in big door. Now that they hopefully know that there is a sniper, it's going to be a same kind of mirror match. Are you going to push choke? Are you going to push big door? The kind of cat and mouse game that is you don't want to peek the sniper, but you don't want to give sniper all the angles. So as soon as they get too far forward, you can take the Uber in and have a better trade just with them flashing more. But it's going to be all about, are they going to focus on controlling lobby? Are they going to focus on trying to fight choke? There's many ways they can go about it.
There are indeed. Seems like they're trying to peek Baby Door a little bit, and they haven't been able to maybe get someone behind. But for the moment, it's still going to be like a G6 on their second, trying to defend. Oh my god! Ixie onto Chris. He maybe thought that something was up, and now they have to commit players to this. He can't just let him stay behind. Does he get it? He's with it. Oh, Bobo is going to be able to take him down, but he's bought so much space for his team. They also get the force out as well. Low guy in a difficult position, maybe wondering where the sniper was, just had to use, and now it's going to be the Uber coming up from Tomas, doing so much damage to his soldier, going to be able to get back into spawn. Lucas locking them out, getting so much cap time out to the point they've got the heavy Chris coming up, and that might be enough. They've gotten two, they've gotten three down on Witness Gaming.
I don't know if they know. They spot him out, but that soldier does not have enough help. Hugo's going to be a pain to deal with. He's playing so well on this, but Sophie's going to end up getting that kill in another interesting moment. But pushing out of last is always sketchy with things going on, and it's going to be a slight Uber ad for the side of like a G6. And with the spawners coming up from blue, are they going to be able to hold? It looks like they finally see Lucas on last. He just does not have that much health nor enough time. He's going to stall long enough. Lucas is going to get killed, and Bomo on the Pyro along with the Spy. They've sold out entirely for this back cap, and it's been snuffed out. With this being said, they're going to be able to take mid. They're going to be able to take second. That was a giant risk, and now we have flipped the entire map on its head with even Ubers.
Seems like they want to keep going forward. Chris is gone. The aggression tries to go in, but they do have forward spawners from Witness Gaming. They have a heavy right there that can use at the moment's notice, and they are going to be able to get the mid, but can they get second as well? Witness Gaming are here to try and defend. They find one on the Soapy Meister, and I think with that pick, they are going to confident to try and get back in here. They both have Uber, so it's probably going to be an Uber exchange. We still have the Pyro up, and a little bit of Mela vibes coming out here from Bomo. It's going to be rushing in.
On the scorch shot.
Oh, Tomas gets taken down, dropped from the Uber.
The scorch shot is in the server. I think it might be over. But Ixie and Choke fighting the scout. 1v1. Pack up for... If Ixie still wins this is insane. Ixie's so close, but it's not enough. He's definitely terrifying Chris a little bit. But Bomo on that Pyro is on the Nightmare of the Europeans. It is the scorch shot. It does shoot fire, and it does juggle you. But it is an interesting weapon. You cannot detonate it in midair like the detonator, but what it does is if you direct hit someone, it creates another flare and kind of bounces them in the air. And the annoyance of it is you can just constantly light people on fire, which if you're on the heels, it's not a big deal, but being a flank player, maybe a soldier on the ring, that completely makes you have to leave, or you're taking like 50 to 70 damage right away.
Yeah, it is it can be a very annoying weapon. Is it overpowered enough to be banned? I'm not sure, but we'll see if maybe like a G6 can use it to its maximum potential, as we do have the very, very rare Pyro v Pyro off, both teams running it. You don't see it too much, but who would have thought we would see it in the Invitational International Grand Finals when the stakes are the highest possible. Listen, Pyro's competitive, trying to go for the reflect onto the point. He gets the stickies off, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I like the idea, but Sophie just going to be caught out a little bit too much. And they find another onto Chris. They should definitely try and at least peek here.
Those lock and load pipes through River were terrifying. But with 3 players up, they don't have a scout, so a trade here would be a little sketchy, but I don't think they want to give it up for free, but I don't know if they'll have much of a choice. If the entire... Oh, a big juggle on the toe. Toe gets airshot, but Boat as well. The sticky coming through to clean it up. But what a play from everybody involved, and it's going to allow us to go back to that reset scenario. And a lot of this last is all about that water. It's all about that point, and a lot about peeking all of the doors. If you look at it, there are 5 different ways in the last, and that's what really makes the pressure cooker and all of this strategy a thing.
It really is, as we do have a heavy on the field. Ixie just trying to spam around and see if he can get some any damage off, but for like a G6, they've got to try and figure out some way to break out onto this hole. They have Chris over in water, just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. They got the Pyro with the nice reflect, just air blasting any damage that might be inflicted on their team. Oh, get it. I think so. That was a little crit over onto the demo there. So maybe being able to make Pyro a little bit viable here. They're going to be building up the Andreas. They're settling into the stalemate. You don't have it initially because you're worried about maybe the instant aggression, but now they're in here for a little while. They're going to be having the sentry gun come up as Chris still tries and place a point, and you can get a lot of cap time here if the other team isn't paying attention. The Pyro actually so aggressive over by Shutter, just not caring whatsoever, as it seems like
a lot of
G6,
damage on the gun.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the gun, just trying to see if they can do anything at all to try and get something. They only have 60 seconds. Gun down. Maybe a time for them to rush the sack. A very, very weak demo as well. They can try to... No, he gets the arrow, so not going to be the target. And G6 are taking so much time here.
Yeah, they're really trying to get this water to get going, but no one's peeking other doors. They're not really putting that much pressure out. It's just really Chris alone, peeking in the Spy, finally slow cooking just to get absolutely burned out by that heavy. Just minigun to the face, and we just spent about a minute and a half doing absolutely nothing. And this is gonna have to turn into an Uber trade in going to point. This point isn't as friendly to go to as something like Process, where you're in the open, you are committing onto the low ground, and you most likely will die. So it's gonna be a lot of pressure onto Chris and the rest of the team to get that cap time during this Uber exchange.
It is going to take a lot of time as well. There's only 10 seconds to do it, and they're going to be going in. They haven't been able to get anything. They finally do get the gun, but the Uber has been coming out from Witness Gaming EU. They're in a really great position. They take down Chris, they take down Kobe, they take down Soapy. They're not able to get to the point in time, and we are headed to a round reset. You know, I said we wouldn't be seeing as much of these because, you know, Gully Wash so easy to break in, so many angles, but it's just so close. I think these teams are playing so simultaneously aggressive, but also conservatively, because this is grand finals. And if you are like a G6, you lose this map, you're out. You're out, that's it.
And it's not like both these teams haven't seen elimination, but on the biggest stage of your career, especially when you were the favorite leading into this, it's a little stressful to be put in a position of just danger, elimination. They haven't felt it today or this week. And now, great bomb from Hugo. Poppy on the side as well, trying to draw some eyes, let his team get in, get some space. And right now, it looks like G6 is still trying to fight. They're going to get Hugo down. Pixie on a flank. They're going to get a soldier and choke. Pixie behind, they may be able to get onto Lokai. This is a massive play onto Lokai, and the collapse, a massive mid from Witness Gaming EU, giving them Uberad mid and second, and this is where they have always talked about where EU shines, the last pushes. We've seen it a lot. It's going to be a lot of focus on going in, killing the gun, getting them. I don't think we're going to see Logan in water as much as Lucas. So let's see how they're going to act with this different hold.
We'll see. We do have Chris up, just swapping around, trying to see what class fits him best. Bomo going to be up on that trusted engineer as Witness Gaming move in, and this is going to be a perfect opportunity to get a lead in this fourth map. Going to be rushing forward, going to be shooting down, taking down the sentry gun. They're getting a lot of damage on the Pias over in spawn. Soapy is going to be down, playing a little bit of cap time. A nice little rocket to take him down, but they're getting frags as well, like a G6 are. They're getting one on the Hugo, another one on the Ixie. They should be able to hold this. It's only Poppy, Lucas, and Otto left alive. Poppy goes down, and Lucas and Otto trying to escape. Otto should be out of there, but
I don't know if they spotted him. I don't think he has enough time anyways. He doesn't have enough health. There's a soldier on last. He'd have to like sticky pipe him. And he doesn't have enough time anyways. But Lucas, he keeps going for these plays and they're not paying off. And what that's going to mean is there's no demo for mid. There's Uberad. And it's a big risk he took and it just did not pay off. That's the play style we were talking about. Where if it works, that is a round. And so far in these games, not that many rounds have been happening. But Chris trying to break through choke, doing a great job. They're going to force the Uber out. They see enough players, and they're going to get so much damage. The big ball from Soapy, they're going to catch Lucas out again. It's just going to be Otto and Toe on last. And with this being said, what they should be doing is getting ready to go in as soon as possible. Getting some space, getting some spam, of course. But with second being very, very late, it looks like they're going to opt for just building their Uber up and making them push out of last. Do you think they're even going to push?
I highly doubt it with the way this game is going, but actually it seems like
peeking it.
They are peeking it. They are mobilizing a little bit. Maybe, you know, they're feeling themselves a little bit as they, you know, all right, listen, come on.
Maybe later. Maybe
we can pub later. But right now there's a match on our hands as they do take down bot mode. They're going to be able to get out of their last, and they don't have to use Uber to do it. Really, really great push out from Witness Gaming EU.
Yeah, that was clean. They just took it and didn't need to pop or anything. And now instead of being on their last legs, they got a little more. They got another life here. And now I'm curious to see, are we going to see some more big door play, some choke play, a Uber trade, a sack? There's so many options you can have. And the problem with the well, not the problem. The nice thing about the 4 minutes is you don't just sit there for 10 minutes trying every single thing. You got to choose something decisively and do it fast. It gets rid of a lot of that dead time. Interesting trap from Lucas, actually replacing the sticky reveals that pallet trap, which I don't think they were looking for.
No, I don't think they were looking for it either, but they're going to be happy to have it gone. Soapymeister has made his way in through Shutter, and now they can try and go for a little bit of a pressure cooker over on second. There's enough angles over here for them to really kind of force Witness Gaming into a very, very awkward position if they're able to play it right. The thing is, though,
Otto is in a very weird spot.
Yeah, he is. Oh, Kobe and Poppy trade, so that means there's no one watching choke at the moment. They could flood through, and that is going to force everyone on like a G6 to rotate back, and meaning that Soapymeister kind of left out to dry a little bit. He's just going to have to back up, slow down a little bit, and that's going to buy time off the clock for Witness Gaming.
Man, it's a little sketchy. WGE is kind of going more towards choke to avoid that little choke point under the river where you get spammed really badly. But what that does is it kind of takes the beam away and some pressure, allows G6 to get a little further up into Big Door. Soapy's still behind. I don't know if they're looking for it exactly. He could have a massive bomb if he gets his timing. He's waiting a little while. Hopefully he doesn't get caught. He keeps waiting. He really should just be going, but he's waiting for his team to set him up. Oh, they're taking so long, and I'm scared for the results on this. It looks like the scouts walk by. He's playing it perfectly.
What the heck?
He's a
Oh
super
my
agent.
god, that is insane. He's
running a pacifist run.
I mean, listen, if he stands still, they can't see him, right? He's going to go into a dinosaur roll. And he's going to be able to try and do something here. The Ubers are exchanged, but it's looking so much worse for Leica G6. It's going to be a much later use from Witness Gaming. So Meister still up in the high ground over in River, but he's going to be taken down, and the wraparound play going in behind doesn't work out for them.
I really don't like that play. I think he had a perfect opportunity to go for a one-man sack. They had to push him into a sniper, and they end up taking a trade and getting blown up in choke. They were already down 2 soldiers, and there goes their sniper. And just on a foot on their neck, and they just get sent right back again. WGU, they're unbreakable. WGEU.
Yeah, they're looking so good at the moment. Definitely the team to beat. They are going to be trying to get some players up behind of their own. Now just going to be going into their Big Door Niner, wrapping around over towards choke, making sure that what happened to G6 doesn't happen to them, and they don't get wrapped over through choke side. Just going to be trying to figure out how they want to break in onto the second. They don't have any alpha classes at the moment. They're just going to be going the standard 6v6 roster. They don't have any fancy, like, you know, crit spring or something to spring a surprise trap on. So it's just going to be all on, really, the playmakers from Witness Gaming to really coordinate some damage, get some space, get some momentum here.
Yeah, if they want a real good play, Tomas should get that Invis Watch on Scout again. That would be a game changer. But 2 kills, Logan just delivering. Both soldiers down, which means that these chokes should be free as long as they don't choose the door Lucas is at. They should be able to get some pressure and a force. They got a soldier in both big doors, a scout up. There should be some pressure to get a force, but they're getting dealt with very, very well. Damage onto Otto. Otto's still milking it out. What a play! Lucas gonna get killed in the background, the Uber coming out. It's going to be a lot better on the side of G6 if they have to pop. And here comes Chris. Chris is going to want to get on this medic, secure this now, but he's taking a while on it. The rest of the team, there is a back cap, so all of G6 is going to have to go back. And is Toe going to keep going behind, or is he going to kind of stand and fight? Looks like he's going to stand and fight with his pal Hugo. Hugo back in, going to get body blocked by the soldier. Some damage, but it's not enough. 2 late kills is going to buy some time for some spawners to come up on second, but losing 2 players, it's going to be tough to hold.
It's going to be very, very tough to hold. It's going to be very great for Leica G6 to try and walk in on to second. They're getting stuffed a little bit over on choke by Poppy, but he's going to jump away, recognizing that it is too many players for just one man to contend with. So they're just going to back up onto last, and G6 in a great place, a great position to try and take a round with this Uber advantage. Lokai at 80%, only 40% on Witness Gaming. And they do have a fire up Ixley on that dreaded scorch shot, trying to see if there's anything he can do, but he's getting in position to try and stuff this Uber. They have spotted him out,
I love
so they
this
should
play.
know about it.
They need to deal with Lucas in water. This Pyro's not done a great job, but they need to be able to deal with him where he's hiding. They're going to get 2 players down. Lucas actually rotating. I love this. He's keeping them on their toes in secret. The trap should kill the scout. He's going to get a scout, but everyone else on his team is getting killed. Lucas himself is just the last one left really to do something. He's doing so much damage. Is it going to be enough? Otto's in. The scout's in.
Oh, they might do it. They might do it. Oh my God.
Lokai clutches up with 2 kills. Soapy was so close to dying, and that is exactly what you need. It's coming down to the wire.
It is going down to the absolute wire. Insane stuff going back.
My 2 cents here, do not unban C-Tap. I'm sorry for you. It's not that hard to learn. I'm going to be that guy. I'm a purist, I guess. But we're going to see another mid here. And Soapy really fast. He's actually going to get on the demo. Really, I don't know what happened. His jump kind of got messed up. But both teams are going to kind of trade some aggression, not really go all in. The damage is really weak on the floor. Poppy is going to get killed, but damage all over. Kobe's going down. Soapy going to catch a bow. Go in right now. So much damage. Not enough to clean up Otto, and there's no follow-up. He's going to end up getting out with his life.
Oh, Ixie going around, might be even have a chance on the medic. He gets on the low guy. He might get enough fuel, but they're all so weak over in Victor Tomas. So many weak players. He's just going to go back, try and meet up with his medic, make sure he can keep Otto alive. It's not going to be able to escape, so it's only going to be Otto and Lucas. But we have Chris coming in, trying to make some plays. Here comes the soldier of Hugo, meeting back up with the rest of his squad. And I think with that, G6 have... Ooh, that was close. G6 have recognized that they cannot stay in this fight any longer. They are backing up onto their second, and it's going to be a mid-win, an uber advantage for Witness Gaming.
You know, these round counts are so low, and that one round win is everything. Right now, they're trying to bust through truck. Poppy gets in pretty scot-free, and they may be in for a surprise. I think they have sniffed it out. He's in the lobby. Bomo's not hit a shot. He's getting pressured from Big Door. Hugo going to get it picked off, and Bomo's really weak. It's going to be tough from the peak. Sticky's in lobby to support him, but the rest of G6 scared of this Uber. They're going to end up backing up, and that sniper, I think, has stalled enough for them to get Uber and be fine on last, but now they have to be able to hold against the pressure of WGEU.
Yeah, they do have to hold. Luckily for them, like you said, they did get 100%, but this is going to be our first chance really seeing what WGE, what the Europeans can do, to try and pressure cook in here. Bomo over on that scorch shot still, once again trying to see if there's anyone he can set alight, anyone he can give a very annoying time to with that flame damage. Yeah, you know, get some mental damage going, but at least for the moment, we do have some players trying to sneak behind over into water. Might be trying to go for the same play. They went for the Australians, but no, they've been spotted this time. A lot of damage onto Kobe, just 10 health, and managing to stay alive. Chris.
Kobe's so weak, and he's just barely. Oh, the stickies are going to
knock the stickies to Logan.
Oh, there's no gun up, and that soldier gets in clean, but that pyro just puts him in a locker.
Oh, Lucas is going to be taken down by Soapy Meister. Really great stuff there. So now G6 could peek a little bit if they want to without the demo, but I don't think they're going to. As it's just going to be Witness Gaming trying to make anything happen at the moment. And they have spotted out Hugo, or Poppy, over in water. Not going to be able to escape out the safety. Logan cutting off that exit route. And so it's just going to be time whittled off the clock. 2:40 left. A lot of time for a Witness Gaming EU to play with, but it seems like nothing they've had so far has been able to work.
Yeah, Kobe helping Soapy out there, but they don't get anything. It's just going to be a reset scenario. But now we're going to see some a different change of pace. And like we said, it's very important. Chris is very scared of a spy right now. But everyone, there's no sentry up, and it's really, really freaking me out. A sentry is that kind of heart of your defense that is always going to hit its shots, always going to be there and deny. And it's not a player. If it goes down, you're fine. But without a sentry, it kind of puts a lot more pressure on the aim of the players. Gets the body shot through main, and he's going to get some free shots with the bait on the cap. It's not going to be enough. And more cap time. The Pyro has to fight it, but they're going to keep baiting players on a point. Tomas getting the kill. It's going to be a fight into water. Tomas with the soldier coming in to help. It's just going to be Soapy to kind of deal with this point. It's going to be so much pressure on him. And Ixie, once again, some free shots. Chris trying his best to deny these fights, but the cap time comes out. Some damage, a lot of damage onto Logan. Tomas is living ahead of the Pyro.
Onto Bomo. Oh my God, they're in such a good position right now, but they back up. They get the force out, and now they can come back in with their Uber. Going to be waking their way in through lockers. Tomas getting launched forward onto the demo. Logan goes down to his stickies from Lucas. Is going to soldier on the point, not going to do enough, and they tied it up 1-1.
What a play, and I'm loving the last pressure from WGEU. They've done such a good job of just always constantly rotating, putting people in rough spots, and it's 1-1. We're tied up again. We still have a lot more time to go. That round timer or that match timer doesn't mean anything. We've seen they like to go beyond that. We have 3 minutes left until we get our final score line that we need to hit. But right now, both demos getting to mid, and I'm curious to see, is anyone going to set a double bomb? Anything super aggressive? Are we just going to see the standard play? Hugo jumping in high. They're going to land on their own side. Onto the demo. Logan taking a lot of damage. They're going to clean it up. 2 players down. No one on WG getting killed. Nice rocket from Hugo.
Amazing stuff. Here comes Bomo trying to do anything. Tomas takes him down. He's just on the aggression. Sees the soldier over and drop down. Gonna try and come back up. It's gonna be met with a world of hurt as Ixie takes Sophie down. And that is going to be a very good mid-win for Witness Gaming. The silver lining for Leica G6 is that Logai is still up, still has Uber, and they can maybe try and contest second if they're feeling brave enough. They're looking around, they're peeking the doorways. I don't know if they're gonna commit for it though.
The soldiers from WGEU really controlling the pace, making sure everything's going their way and establishing what is going to be happening on these pits. And with how this conflict works, even if you get a stalemate, if you can't win the mids, you can't win the game. And it's going to be a lot of pressure on G6, especially since there's so few mids in this game. Every one of them matters so much. We may only have one more mid after this, or this might be it.
It could indeed be it, because there is only 2 minutes until continuous overtime. We're looking at another 2-1 something game if no one is able to cap within the next 2 minutes. So, or sorry, no, yeah, 2-something game if no one's able to cap. But we do see them try to pressure Ixo, getting very aggressive.
What a
lot of damage, really great stuff. Going to be able to get that force out. And this is kind of an exact mirror of what happened last time. But it seems like a G6 committing a little bit further to try and see if they can get the force out, not on their last. They get Lucas, Palmo with the fire, with the scorch shot, and Thomas getting taken down as well. And G6 have been able to buy themselves a little bit of time and space here.
Anything but that damn scored shot. But they're going to have a demo and a scout to work with. The Uber is up for WGEU. If they see enough players to go, they are going to send it. The nice thing, oh, big bomb from Kobe. Kobe's going to get some damage. It's not going to be enough. It's a drop, what a rocket. And it's going to be a massive play. That's when you need your playmakers to make a play, and he comes up huge. This Pyro and Choke buys so much space, and it's going to be a lot of pressure. They don't want any place to be had, and a great job from G6 kind of dealing with all these players and allowing them to come in. Oh my God!
No, does he? Oh my God, that was so close. Oh my goodness, they were seconds away from disaster. After the amazing push that they just had, that would have been so demoralizing.
It was so sad. They're moving at the same speed. He just can't catch up. And once again, that's another one of those plays where Toe is in such a good spot and just barely doesn't get it. Where hopefully that's not there to haunt them, because this game is about to reach its climax. The only downside is there's 30 seconds left. If G6 wins the round here, they still need to win another. But they're going to pop in. They got bigger things to worry about. The gun is down. Some damage on the Soldier. Soldier's really weak in the left spawn. They clean him up. Demo, I think, is wrapping through River. Scout's dead. This is going to be big. They don't want to win here. They get the win, but that's not it. This may haunt them. If they waited 20 seconds, that would have been game over. But with that, there is a tack pause, and Bomo and G6, I really like this move. They need to win this mid, and this is the thing. There's some little meta games about this config. You don't want to end the game there. They need to confirm one more round, and we've seen how hard that is in this game.
It can be very, very difficult. I mean, it's been 30 minutes, and we only have 3 rounds on the board so far. It's been so difficult, and I do 100% agree with you. I thought that they were going to get a lot of cap time, go for kills, maybe try and spawn camp, because you can do that, you know, try and get them locked
especially
into
on this
spawn.
round.
Exactly. You know, it's not like maybe a process where the doors are super far away or something like that. No, it's pretty doable in Gully Watch, but I mean, the good thing for them is that they do have at least a 1-round buffer.
Yeah, but that happened that happened in process.
That's true. That's true.
the same
They did
thing.
go. Oh
and
my God.
It's one of those things where you will be haunting yourself forever on that one decision. Bomo on the point wants to go forward. I saw him. He's like, I want to get off the point, but he was in the middle, and the cap time just expired. And we're going to see what is the mid plan on this. I think we're probably going to see something pretty aggressive, or maybe I'd love to see if Sophie rips a fast rollout and tries to just win the game himself. It's a risk, but so far their mids have been looking a little bit suspect.
Have been looking a little bit suspect, but this could be the final mid. G6 coming up. They just need one more round to walk away.
Oh, he did get called out. Sophie goes on the play, and Lucas is just on top of it. They're going to get a Soldier and big
They have
potentially.
no space. They have absolutely no space in this mid. They have
Tomas
to back
is
up
cheating
right
again.
now. Tomas is
How does he keep
installed
doing
Bobo's
it?
picks. He's gone in. Now, it is going to be, they're a little bit frazzled right now, but it's not too bad. They only lost 1 player. They got everyone else out, so it's not completely done for Leica G6. They do have to worry about the players in behind now. Ixie, they find him. Really great stick he's coming out from Logus. Hugo is going to be taken down, and now it's going to be the opportunity for them to push in onto middle. They're going to have their Uber now to use at a moment's notice, going to be working their way through choke. Just have to dodge all of the spam coming in their way. They want to clear the stickies. It is going to buy time, however, for Otto to get his own Uber. Poppy just jumping around, trying to force the flank of them back, and I think that's effectively done it. And G6 are not going to be able to get onto mid this time.
Oh, and we're going to see some things. But like once again, this stalemate has proven very difficult for both these teams. There's a lot of opportunities, but you need to be able to confirm these scenarios, and they've had a little trouble getting a substantial pick. It's been a little bit, and then it resets. But I want to see. This is, like we said, this is, you leave everything on the game, and there is the first headshot. Ixie says, I can do it too. There goes Kobe, and that's a lot of the pressure down. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Soapy. Soapy has to be at choke, and that just means you don't have a soldier at big door to help. He's going to kind of rotate over. They're going to put a lot of emphasis in, and a soldier is in lobby to get that cross spam on this fight.
Yeah, now Poppy going to be going in. Oh my god, great stuff onto low guy, and that is going to be the force. Hugo is going to get out. They only lose one for that, and now they're in the perfect position, and they are already going in. They are already taking so much space here. Soapy trying to get the force. Is going to be able to do so. Does manage to live, which is going to be really, really good for his team, and now they can try and push out Kobe. Going to be traded out for Ixie. A 1v1. Chris is indeed behind. Might be able to go for some type of pincer play as Witness Gaming. They still want to try and fight this now. With Lucas going down, they're going to back up. They don't have the demo, they don't have the manpower to stay in, and G6 are on the attack.
Yeah, the two soldiers, it's going to be on them to lock out this choke, and they've done such a good job. It looks like G6 is going to reset. They are like, we are fine, we're not going to risk it. They can't break this hold. Even with that force, they still haven't broken it. So I think they're pretty comfortable. They're keeping this choke with a slight ad, but it's probably going to reset. And with all that being said, they're going to have about a minute 30 once the Uber takes up to make something happen.
Minute 30 on the clock for Witness Gaming EU to take advantage of their middle position, as they probably just waiting for Ubers to be up on both teams before they start to go for anything too aggressive at the moment. Just going to be headed over to Big Door, maybe try and get a player in behind, as they've done a couple of times across spam, kind of working out for them a little bit, being able to be enough of a distraction for the bomb to come in and get the force out of the low guys. So that might be their game plan to try and do it again.
Yeah, and they're taking the time, and it's like, it's nice, but I want to see what they're going to do. Another choke bomb from Poppy. They're actually going to Uber through choke, taking a trade. They're going to get a player down, and it's all on how G6 can react. Can they get something from this? Can they lock players out? Oh my god! Poppy! Here goes Hugo on the man. Huge rockets. Get rockets on the scout. It's all going to be playing around auto.
Oh, they're melted. They are all melted.
Oh no.
Kobe, I don't. There's nothing much he can do. He can maybe just get out and be another person to try and defend last, but they're already walking in through lower. It's only going to be.
He's getting so much damage.
Oh my god! He gets on the auto.
Cap time.
But then the cap time. Oh my god! They get it anyways. This is it. This is 2-2. This is match point for Witness Gaming EU. They could decide it right here. They could walk away as the grand finalists, as the winners. This could be the first time ever in the history of TF2 for Europe to win on North American soil. It has never happened before. Not at Rewind 1, not at Rewind 2, but it could happen here tonight. The EU could do it.
Yeah, and it's going to be all on this mid. If you want to be... Oh my gosh, he's pulling out all the tech. They're locked out Logan out of mid.
Oh
the fast rollout to lock him out is going to be so interesting. Logan has no pack to work with, and he's going to be locked out the fight. It's on the rest of the team to make something happen. It's mid. They pulled out all the stops, and WGEU are geniuses with that play. It's going to be all... Low guy and Logan are caught.
Oh,
what a play from Hugo. This is incredible.
Oh, my Poppy on the low guy. An amazing air shot. They're in such a good position right now to close this out. It is all on Bomo. He's done so much before. Can he do it again? He's given his team so much this entire series. Can he do it again? He has to do it again if, like a G6, wants some type of chance at staying in this. But if you are Witness Gaming EQ, you have to take this calm, cool, collected. You've done this push so many times. They're getting air blasted by the Pyro. The Pyro doing really great work. They're taking a while to take him down. He's still not taken down. Finally, he is going to.
On the cap.
Auto on the point.
Soapy with two.
Oh my god, they're going to be able to defend it.
Two scouts up.
To do it.
They're going to clean up the scouts at spawn. He does so much, but it's not enough. It's just going to be Toe left, and he's going to find a soldier in River. He's going to go. He's so many people to deal with. But the nerds, Soapy, when the lights are on, he gets a 4K, the combo, the point, and it is so scary. As soon as someone goes to the point, it's so hard not to have everyone rush back. And with that, no scouts up. That being said, the soldiers and all the projectiles are here. They can deny the choke. Hugo's trying to just stall as long as possible, doing some Tony Hawk Pro Skater, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh my god. Yeah, you got a kickflip in there somewhere, but it's going to be very good for Leica G6. They've got a lot of space. They got a lot of position. They've got uber advantage. Sure, they lost Kobe. That's not going to be that big of a deal. They just have to make sure that nothing catches them out. The stickies, they get the stickies. That's going to be good. They don't have any super disastrous drops. They're going to be working their way in. They're going to see both the soldiers. Soapy just calling it out for his team. They don't want to get caught off guard here. If they use uber, that's okay. They just want to make sure they use uber on their terms, but they don't have to. Even better, they're going to force everyone on Witness Gaming EU back onto their last. But this is going to be okay for Leica G6, but we've seen them struggle here, Marmaloo. We've seen them struggle trying to force on to last.
Yeah, and it's a... Ooh, we have some interesting moves, but it's really difficult. It is crazy how we can transition so far. We are on one last, and now we're on the other. So much pressure onto the side of G6, and now they've reversed it. This is WGEU's chance in this game. All this hard work could be wiped away by one move from either of these teams, and they want to extend it. We're gonna see the Sentry, the Pyro up.
Yeah.
Yep, and we're gonna see how it's gonna go. It's gonna be interesting. They're gonna want to get this gun down. A standard hold. They got a soldier in water, and we're gonna see. They're gonna peek out. They're gonna want this gun down, but it's very difficult. They've not done a great job of spamming everything down. The gun getting shot. It's getting repaired. There's so much damage out, but we need more players peeking, more damage. But they're just not all synced up. It's pretty sloppy.
It's not working out well. We see them trying to pressure through water, trying to get onto the point. Soapy over towards Shutter as everyone else over in lobby. They need to either maybe take down the sentry gun, maybe just go in for something as well, but it's not working. And they do have time to play with. It's not like they only have a minute left. They've got round about 3 minutes, so they can afford to, poke things out, try and peek and prod, but they have to try and get something working here because this is an amazing spot.
They're setting up for a special play. This is the play. He's on the man trap. It's not enough. The dispenser, the gun, everything's there, but they were trying so hard to set up for the man treads. That's what the whole walk back from Soapy was, and it wasn't enough. They just wasted 2 minutes for that play, and Auto with that dispenser are just a dynamic duo.
They are a dynamic duo, being super safe and sound at the moment, not taking any damage. And like a G6, they have to start getting creative here. I mean, the Mantrix is pretty creative, but it seems like Witness Gaming EQ is pretty well adapted to it. Chris over in lower is going to manage to maybe somehow get out. Yeah, he does. That is so close right there. But that does mean that the like G6 can continue to go for things. They don't have to wait for someone to try and respawn as
them killing Ixie there means the gun's not in their desired spot. It's in a safe spot where they can build it up, which means that it may not defend the point. It may not defend the bombs as well. They're right away working it. They're trying to get some pressure on the point, but they need more pressure from other places. Logan getting a lot of damage, but taking some more back. The cap time's rolling out. The Pyros drop to the point. The rest of the team needs to be pressuring while this is happening. Everyone's taking the low ground, and it's not really netted in a lot of success. Soapy's still trying to make it work, but the soldier on the ring is just going to be a thorn in his side.
Yeah, Logan gonna do his best to try and get that soldier off the ring with those stickies, but he's taking so much damage himself. Lucas doing a really great job just commanding this entire point at the moment. As a Soapy Meister goes down, it's gonna be traded out for Tomas. Chris trying to get a little bit of cap time over on the point. Not gonna get enough. Actually does manage to take down Tomas as well, so it's gonna be all right for them, all things considered. And there's only 60 seconds left. They might just take this pick onto Tomas, go for the trade while they have the little player advantage.
Yeah, they're still trying to spam this gun down, but with this map being so small, an Uber trade could be massive. Auto has to play somewhere far up to help his team. They're gonna pop in. They're gonna get on the medic. They're gonna get so much damage. The force is coming out. The rest of the team needs to get in, spread out, get some pressure. And this Pyro is just walking at Kobe. There's nothing he can do. Both soldiers getting denied by this Pyro. They're on fire. The thing is, the Degreaser just doesn't do that much damage. Reflecting rocket. He's hitting every rocket. Hugo with 2. The cap time rolling out. It's not enough. And Volkai and Logan end up getting out along with Soapy. So there is a chance for some spam on 2, but it got a little sketchy with that cap time. And it looks like with 17 seconds,
they're not pushing forward.
They want to go back to mid.
And I guess they're just so confident in their mids. I mean, we saw the tech that they put out. They locked Logan completely out of mid. I think like a G6 were lucky that that mid wasn't even more disastrous than it was. But they're going to get another opportunity to try and all in here. No team has Uber. They can make a break for the point. Logan going down, not quite so good. Whoa!
You know what? We haven't really seen any spoons. That was for the crowd.
We haven't.
No.
That was.
Did it do anything?
You love
no.
to see it. You love to see it.
But it's for the crowd.
Exactly.
Any spoons in chat? I don't know if there's actually an emote, just like you can type the word. I don't know.
Exactly.
I'm getting old.
But, I mean, it's still match point for Witness Gaming EU. Like and G6 are not out of the woodworks yet, and at least now they might know some of the shenanigans that are going to go on at mid. Logan has got to make sure that he doesn't get locked out. Okay, no, he's going to be in through, so we have a mid on our hands. Just have to wait for the drop down.
Both soldiers in their own Victor. They're going to reset. A bomb coming out. Poppy jumping into 2 scouts. The other soldiers coming in. They're doing a great job supporting. Soapy's in trying to get out the medic. It's not enough. There goes Chris. Soapy, Kobe down. Everyone getting destroyed on this mid. And they make a Volkai again. But it hasn't been enough in the past. They should catch them out entirely. There's no way they live. They should just kill bind at this point. It's not going to be happening. But it's not game over. We saw this exact scenario, and Bomo's doing a great job of buying time so they can build a gun, they can get their meta gun, they can eventually build some Uber. Oh, 1v1 in lobby.
Oh my god, that was so close. Bomo went into that with so low HP, but you're right. Like a G6 have been in this situation before, and they've been able to hold it out. They might be able to do the same thing again, but the thing is, constantly putting yourself in this situation is no way to play the game. The Uber is coming immediately in. This could be it for grand finals. They're going in. The gun isn't up. They take down the sensor gun. Soapy is just dancing around the point. Might be taken down. Bot mode going to be traded. They do find the demo. Lucas is going down.
They got 3.
Getting so much cap time. So much cap time on the point. They're just going to stand on it, and they are champions of the world. Witness Gaming EU have done it. They have succeeded on North American soil where no other European team has done so before. 7 has tried, they have failed. And finally, Witness Gaming Europe have defied expectations.
And this is the revenge. North America won on European soil, and after years of just waiting, training, getting better and better, it finally all culminates into this one series where they have won. All the hard work has paid off, and they can finally relax.
They can indeed finally relax. They've been training so long for this moment, and they have finally been able to do it. It's a culmination of years of hard work, and it's finally all paid off for them. Witness Gaming Europe have done it. They have slayed the North American beast. 6 North American teams went to this tournament.
And an Australian team. They were alone out here.
Team.
And you know,
that's true. Fighting against the world.
Gotta appreciate the good sportsmanship. These guys are all great.
Of course.
These guys are all great, nice to each other. When we're in the game, it's very competitive. But out of the game, everyone's really, really nice. But I think it's time to hear from our analyst couch now.
Yeah, let's send it over there.
Thank you so much, Tcmano and Marmaloo. What a game, what a series, and what a win it is for Witness Gaming Europe. Best team in the world, undisputed. And with fashion it happened as well. All the maps, mega close. But from the lower bracket, Witness Gaming have done it. They've finally got their revenge from I-69, and they have come and topped the world stage.
Yeah, absolutely, and in spectacular fashion as well. So not only that, but the irony as well of G6 flubbing the overtime, flubbing the progressive rule set, when they maybe should have, with those 3 kills, waited another 10, 15 seconds.
It was 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and then
I thought the game was over. I genuinely thought, literally, there's 3 kills. There is no reason to be on that point.
Yeah.
Like, worst case, you could just take an ad again.
The irony of, had this been regular config, both 5 CPs would have gone NA's way, but yet EU showing that on this progressive rule set, maybe, yeah, they've got the resilience.
Well, you can't take anything away from Witness Gaming. They definitely played some of the best TF2 I have seen in my life, maybe the best here in Physgun 2025. Witness Gaming, they put in so much work, and it showed that even though G6 was so dominant on day 1, Witness Gaming could still come back.
This was a different Witness Gaming. It's what we saw yesterday. They got beaten pretty handily by G6. We saw it even happen on Gully Wash, but they just stepped up to a new level. I've not even seen this before. In Europe, we have not seen Witness play at this level that we have seen for the last 4 maps of this grand final. This is the strongest I think I've ever seen a European team play at any point.
Yeah, and I mean, Tomas particularly seemed to have a stellar performance because as the pocket scout, I suddenly see him just making individual plays, and it works every single time, and he's just in the least convenient place for him to be for G6 at seemingly all times as well.
Yeah, he definitely stepped up and really helped his team win. Everyone on Witness Gaming did. I think it was definitely a team effort there. We saw a lot of future fragvid moments when those are finally compiled, and I'm sure everyone on Witness Gaming is excited at that.
Yeah, you say that. I think G6 are maybe even more excited. They were the ones going for some of these crazy things. Soapy doing everything he can on that final map to really dig deep and try and get these plays going, but even still, the conversion just wasn't quite there. And at the end of the day, like, it's all well and good getting these crazy frags, these like air shots and bombing soldiers and stuff, but if the team fight like it goes wrong, it doesn't really amount for anything.
Yeah, absolutely true. And man, that was nerve-wracking on the edge of my seat there because, I mean, as a North American, I did want to see my region take it, but I mean, EU absolutely played better here, in my opinion. They were just so much more consistent in stalemates. I think in general, it seemed like G6 were kind of trying to slow the game down in a way that the pace didn't favor them. And yeah, a lot of the time that I think they could have been a little faster and a little stronger in the pace department, they kind of slowed things down and let the Euros get a footing and reset things.
Yeah, the grind definitely showed off there. Witness Gaming showed up a couple days before the first day that was televised, and they were boot camping there. Definitely helped them adjust, and I think it showed. They were able to show up to the other region. You know, home advantage is definitely real. G6 was probably a lot more comfortable not having to go through the time zone change, but the grind paid, and Witness Gaming finally earned what they wanted.
Yeah, it's the thing of for Witness, it's especially special, this win. After I-69, after the roster changes, after all they've gone through trying to come to America to get this LAN win, this is a long, long time coming, and you can see it in the emotion of those players. They were up, they were shouting, they were screaming. This is the biggest moment they've had in their careers. What else is there to win for these guys?
Yeah, the question really is, like, what now? Because, I mean, this is the first international competition we've had in so long. And is this the first time that EU has won an international LAN in North America?
I think so, yes.
So that's historic in its own right. And I wonder if, in the same degree that Witness were so driven and so motivated to fly out here and put on the performance that they did today, if this LAN and this beating might motivate some North American teams to grind, and maybe some Australian teams might be looking at the
DM Supra about Poland 2026, if anyone's fancying. Unconfirmed as of yet. This is for reasons, but yeah, no, it'd be great to have some foreign competition over in Europe, because yeah, it's a matter of motivation, right? Now Witness are at the top, they're feeling great, but maybe G6, yeah, like you say, they're going to get on the grind, and they really want to get exact their revenge for this, because honestly, like, those guys, like, they're on the level they can do it. Like, they can absolutely do it. They've proved it through this tournament. They were the strongest team up until the final, and that's not because they got worse. Like, G6 played stellar. He's just Witness had that other gear to step into. But it would be absolutely fantastic to have teams like G6, Froyo, Ball's land team in Europe, and perhaps competing, and the Australians, of course, as well. Like, they've had such a good showing.
Yeah, I definitely think that will happen. This is not the end. Right now in TF2, we have so many organizations that are finally capable of putting together LANs after, especially in NA, a 4 or 5 year period where we just didn't get a lot. We started having more LANs, the Philly LANs and such, and this is not the end. I think this is going to continue, and TF2, it's still strong. The golden days are not in the past.
Yeah, I think all it takes is kind of the people behind the scenes putting forward the work, because, I mean, we're sitting here, like, on a live stream to probably around 1,000 viewers, and this is for an organization which I remember maybe 2 years ago, I tune in to a 8-player live stream of an amateur game, and yeah, just dedication, community figures actually putting work into doing something for the scene can make a LAN like this happen, which I think is really special, and especially, I mean, historic in so many ways for so many different regions.
Yeah, it's kind of insane to think Fireside started quite a while ago. We started with, like, just casting amateur games, kind of as we rebooted the channel, and newcomer games. And I really think it was siyo and Antler's drive to grow this organization to something bigger, and it really culminated with this. And I don't think they could have hoped for anything better than this.
It's been it's been a great LAN, and it's been I don't know, it's one of those LANs where like it's, I don't know, the level of competition throughout it on all 3 days has been so tense. Like, how many like sweeps have we had in playoffs, like in total? Obviously, the round one we had a few where there's like the first players playing the 8th side, but like on stream we've had barely any. It's always going the distance. These teams, I think partially due to the region differences and sort of figuring each other out. I think we've had like some of the most exciting TF2 I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I agree. And there's just something special going on, and I don't know exactly what it is, because every time that I have been talking to people about as matches are upcoming, what they might expect of it, I always tell them, like, man, I really hope it's competitive. Like, games so far have been really good, but I don't know, this team seems so much better than that one, so I really hope it ends up being a competitive game, and every single time it is proven to be so. And this grand finals, which I remember telling you, I've told Marmaloo, I've told many people, man, TF2 has such a history of grands being the least climactic game, and usually earlier in playoffs is more interesting. But no, grands was edge of your seat. Unfortunately, we didn't see the map 5, but every single map, give or take within a round, it was, yeah, exciting TF2.
Yeah, I guess it's just the LAN effect. At this LAN, as it said, some people are LAN players, and here we have a bunch of LAN players, so their best came out. And any of these players, if you had like doubts about them being able to one-up a team, that completely changed here. All of these teams played so well.
Since I think we might have a couple more minutes, speaking of the players that LAN and who's like sort of stepping up, like who let's talk about like LAN MVP, right? Who are we thinking, like, from any team eliminated, from the winners? Who do we think has sort of really stepped up this LAN and really sort of pushed themselves and had a stellar standout performance?
That is a difficult question. So of the winners, I think that Tomas in Grands played phenomenally in a way that Witness had no chance of winning without that kind of performance. But overall, among all the teams, I might give it to either Down or Connor on Witness AU. I think that those soldiers played an absolutely stellar performance pretty much every time they were on the screen or in the server. And yeah, that would be my answer.
You put me on the spot. What I remember, if I was picking MVP, I'd honestly just pick whoever had the most fragvid moments. And for me, that's probably Soapy.
Yeah, both good calls on that one. But I'm hearing that we might have something going on the stage. We're going to throw it over for one final time. Take it away, Tcmano, over on the stage.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for the final time. This has been an amazing tournament. It has gone the absolute distance. 8 teams came in here today for the opportunity to be first, the best and TF2 in the world, and only one team has gotten that privilege. Witness Gaming EU, congratulations. You have won the Physgun Fireside Denver 2025 Invitational. You have done what so many teams wanted to do. You have been here. You've come to North America. You have championed your region, proven Europe is the best. I hate to say that as a burger, but I've been forced to admit it, at least for right now. First off, congratulations. And I think we've got to give something a little special over to you guys, you know. Hey, there we go! All right, guys, I know it's been a long time in the making for you, as for some of you guys, all the way since, you were kind of where like a G6 where you had the North Americans come over and you lost, and then you kind of took that moment and you said, all right, you beat us now, but we're going to beat you later on your own soil. It's taken a long time to get here. Can you just tell us a little bit about that journey, some of the hardships that you faced both in getting over to North America, keeping a roster together, and progressing and growing as a team?
Yeah, we made this team before the I-69, like August 2022. We obviously lost to Froyo. We played a pretty slow gameplay, and then we realized, okay, you have to play quicker if you want to win. So after that, we just tried to play quicker, get better and better. I mean, we'll still round reset if we have to. Like, if it's just good to round reset, we'll do it. But then, yeah, the team changed a lot coming into Poland 2024. We would kind of took a break for like 6 to 8 months, and we lost 2 of our really good players. Shout out to Sil and Domo. They're a big part of this team. They helped us a lot. And are still helping. Like, we were on the call with Domo today, and he's helped a lot. So, and shout out to Ian, our sponsor, Witness himself. He's been amazing, driving us around everywhere, getting us food. We went on a hike. We did lots of stuff with him. So, yeah, it's been a long journey. We tried to come in 2023. Unfortunately, things didn't work out. So, it feels kind of surreal to rebuild the team. Like, when did we rebuild? Like, when did we rebuild?
We rebuilt this team?
We rebuilt what, like November last year, maybe? October last year?
Yeah, November. Yeah,
November last year, and to then win Poland and win this, like, feels almost too good to be true. Normally, it takes like years to build this up, and we have 2 new players, and Hugo's been amazing. Lucas, obviously, we used to play with. He's the stanky leg, so he's been doing it with a lock and load. But yeah, we're very happy.
Of course, and you guys should be. You've done amazingly so far in this tournament. One thing I do want to ask, coming from Europe, obviously you've had a little bit of experience with the North Americans. I don't know if you had any experience with the Australians. What were your guys' expectations? Obviously, coming first was probably always the goal from the get-go, but what were your expectations around some of the other teams? Had you seen any of them play before? You'd played against Freyotech, but it's a little bit of a different Freyotech roster than what you guys played against. Were there any surprises, any guys that you really wanted to play against or were maybe a little bit worried about facing off against?
Yeah, so we were very concerned about Froyo. Like, going into it, I definitely thought that they were going to be the best team. I thought that they'd turn up on LAN. To be honest, I wasn't massively worried about G6. Obviously, that was very wrong. And to be honest, I completely thought that the Aussies were going to be about 6th place as well. Very, very happy to see that they weren't. Turns out they're insane, but I just kind of assumed that it was like, because they haven't, we've had sort of the ping pong between Europe and America. We've sort of seen our styles and seen them sort of bite and all this, but the Aussies, I mean, haven't had that luxury, I guess. But it's sort of just a testament to how like good they are as players. And perform incredibly bloody well. Incredibly well.
Like the Aussies, they were what, 1 round away from beating us. So
Really close.
maybe the Aussies also would have won if they played the final. I don't know. I'm not, we'll see. Maybe G6 would have won, but they're really close. And like the fact they don't really get much good scrim practice and they show up and they do this. Like, imagine if they had a slightly stronger region, these guys would be winning events. So really impressed with the Aussies. So.
Really impressive so far from all of the top teams, really, and you guys especially. One thing I wanted to ask is, especially working your way through the tournament, obviously you guys came down, you boot camped, you had a little bit of time to set up, get yourself situated, and you guys were absolutely farming in scrims. You were melting every single person. And then we get into the group stages, you guys are doing good, but then G6 come out of nowhere. What did it take for you guys to really wrap your head around like a G6? Were you just kind of not expecting their game plan? Was it like last minute alterations that you needed for every single map? Or what was like the final edge that gave you the lift in the win versus like a G6 in the finals?
We had to treat them like one of the EU teams. Like, there's an EU team with a playstyle similar, and we just had to tell ourselves, okay, we're playing against these players, don't think about the names. And it kind of helped a bit. Like, if you look at how we played boot camp and group stage, we completely changed for this final. Because we played really like kind of passive and didn't do much, but it's because if you try and be active, they just chase you and you die. So we had to like sit around and not do much, but it kind of worked in the end, so kind of happy.
Very good answer. One thing I want to, and maybe get all of your guys' input on, is there like a, we can do like a little MVP, or your personal MVP, someone that stuck out, that really carried the torch when maybe things were going rough in the Australian game, and you're like, oh my God, we might not even make grand finals. And again, versus like a G6 in the grand finals that really elevated you guys all together.
I think it was a Penguin squad. We got 4 Penguin members. So kill squad, and Toe played really well. I think everyone played really well. I don't know. I didn't watch the game, so I don't know who was MVP because I can't see their povs. But I think everyone had really good plays. Hugo shot the med quite a lot. Lucas was 2-piping people on Viaduct. Toe had some crazy trades. Auto had some crazy arrows on the soldiers on Viaduct as well, just surfing out, Ultra Duo style. I saw Ixie do some stuff on Gully as well. A couple 2 shots around the corner, so I don't know. Maybe I'll let the people who watch the game decide MVP. I think the NA guys had some crazy air shots as well. I was like jumping around, getting skyboxed by Kobe and Soapy, so they also play well.
Yeah, it was a back and forth. It was chaotic the whole entire time, and I guess just like any moments that really stand out, like any like, oh my God, we're the shit. I don't know if I can swear. Whoops. But you know, any moment like that really kind of like got your blood pumping. I saw you guys were getting pretty loud after that product game. You guys were really feeling each other.
I think the last minute and a half of product, we all started to realize, oh my God, we're gonna win. And it felt good. It felt really good. Like we had some idea how to play against them on one situation, and we just did it for a minute and a half and just won. And everyone was really happy. So that last minute and a half. And then Gully, I mean, at the end, I didn't really realize what was going on. I think Viaduct winning felt better than winning Gully a little bit. So, but yeah. Actually, no, winning Gully was still good, but I kind of don't really know what's going on. So.
I do want to get some shout-outs from you guys. You guys have absolutely deserved it. You've played fantastically this entire LAN. We can go down the line, pass the mic along. Any person you want to shout out, you've obviously already shouted out Witness, Domo, and Solentis for helping you through and giving you advice even today. But anyone else who kind of helped the journey along?
Yeah, Class, Gink, Tiger Captain, and Seal, Cadus back in the day. Probably missing Mula. Oh my God, Mula played on the team. That's really bad. Mula played with Sil as well. Sorry, Anatol. I'm trying to think. All the guys we played with, yeah, Class King. Seeds as well played in the beginning. Domo's big one. Yeah, that's it for me.
Just sort of a shout out to like all the people who we didn't really get to play against. So like obviously all the NA teams, the Aussies as well. Like it was just really fun playing everyone. And again, big shout out to Witness. He's the man.
Probably shout out to some of my closest friends. Well, obviously these guys are on the top list. Also I have to shout out Flick and Mattes and all those kind of guys, but you know, we also leave them out. But most importantly, shout out to Witness. Ian, our sponsor, was a huge help throughout these days, and you know, we're very thankful for it. And lastly, just shout out to production. They've been amazing and super cooperative. So yeah, that's it.
To shout out to Domo, Sil, and Mula, and Witness.
Obviously, shout out to Domo, shout out to Mac, shout out to Ryan, Pandemic. Yeah, most of the Mac Mumble. Yeah.
Shout out to all the skaters that cheered for us. Shout out to Aussies because they were really cool to hang around, and shout out to Czech Mumble.
I made an appearance. Hey, you know, just really shout out to all the hard work these guys put in the past like 4 or 5 months. I think it really goes to show how much you love the game, how much you love to compete. I lost my voice yelling. Shout out Australia. I love you guys. Shout out everybody in here who donated to support. You know, I spent a lot of money. I'm crying. I just to get like a lot of guys here, and you know, I think I made a lot of good memories, a lot of good experiences. I'm happy you guys got to play G6. I'm happy G6 got to play all you guys. I'm so overwhelmed. You know, shout out Fireside, great event. Tcmano, you're great. All the staff, you're wonderful. I mean, it's just so wonderful and so pure. You know, we get the biggest event of all time, and every single one of you got to talk to one of these guys. Like, they're so nice and so sweet, and they wanted to come here. They wanted to play. They wanted to win, and we did it. Australia, again, dude, I love you guys. You guys are good. I love your region. I love you. Shout out Froyo. Shout out G6. You guys played great. Shout out Balls team. I'm going to give it back to Tcmano because I'm yapping for too long. Thank you.
That was amazing right there. And I just got to say, congratulations to Witness Gaming EU. You guys have done it. You have conquered everyone here. And I guess my final question for you. Is Europe the best continent? The best area?
I mean, we won a tournament. I mean, we won the tournament. I guess we're the best, but yeah, we're the best.
Stop saying that. Fuck yeah.
All right, you've absolutely deserved it, so I'm going to let you guys go. I'm sure you've got an amazing rager, some big party going on to celebrate this. All Of course. But once again, huge congratulations to Witness Gaming EU, and of course, congratulations to every other team that played here, like a G6. They played phenomenally the entire tournament. Going to be runners-up in second place, Froyotech, the Balls team, Witness Gaming Australia, breaking the fourth place curse. So many great things happened here at this LAN, and it's all because of just a few things. One, of course, the community, everyone who donated and helped raise the prize pool, and of course, our sponsors, Physgun and Manco. It could not be possible without them whatsoever. They've done such tremendous amounts of work to make this whole event possible. Obviously, local hosts for providing us with the venue. They've been a really integral part of the TF2 scene for many lands now in North America, and we're really great to be able to continue that cooperation and partnership. And of course, Fireside for putting it all together. There's so many people who've had a big impact in doing that, but just to name a couple, siyo right over there, the brains behind so many things and has been driving force. Of course, Nina, Lacey Avenue, Antlers, doing so much, Bethnick, so many people around have been giving it their all this entire weekend to make this go forward. And that's really what you like to see about TF2. It's a community coming together to celebrate a love about one game that we all find enjoyable. When there's so many other things we could be doing out here, this is where we get together and we enjoy each other's company. We compete, we laugh, we have fun, and we have a great time. So thank you all so much for joining us for this Physgun Fireside Denver 2025 LAN. It's been a blast. I can't wait to see you at whatever comes next.